Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. just let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak back at it again for another episode of Wheel of Madness, baby. Let me just run through the moves real quick because we already got a couple of guests backstage, boys, ladies, and gentlemen. So first of all, if you want the meme clips, it's $10, $5. Also, these moves are scrolling among the bottom of the screen as well. So if you want a meme clip, it's $10. But if you use the PayPal or Ko-Fi, you only have to spend half. So it's half price off, or you get double bang for your buck if you use the Ko-Fi or PayPal. So it's $10 through Super Chat to use the meme clip, or $5 on the Ko-Fi PayPal. A specific topic is $50. If you want to overlap the wheel and choose your own topic, it is $50 Super Chat or $25 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. If you want to spin the wheel, it is $20 on the Super Chat or $10 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal's. If you want to lock the wheel, again, it's $20 Super Chat or $10 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. If you want to change out the wheel, all right, we're going to be starting with politics, but if you want to change out to something else, it's $50 or $25 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. And we have below the list of different things we have with Bollocksology, which is just basically a random wheel amalgamation of different things. We've got dating. If you want to talk about the women's and the men. If you want to talk about religion, we have that as well. Philosophy too, if you want to philosophize and shit, get deep and philosophical. Or if you want politics, which is the one we're starting on, we just had a political debate there as well. That's where we're starting with. Also, folks, if you want to drop or return a panelist, it is $10 per 5 minutes using the Super Chat. But if you use the PayPal or Ko-Fi, it's only $5 per 5 minutes. If you want to permanently ban someone for 24 hours, it is $100 or $50 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. If you want to bring someone back as well, it's the same amount. And just remind you all, Apple/YouTube takes 50% of the Super Chat. So if you're using an Apple device and you Super Chat $10, Apple will take 30%, putting it down to $7. And then from there, YouTube will take their 30%, which means I'd only get $4.90. This is why you get double bang for your buck on the Ko-Fi or PayPal, or half price, depending on what way you want to look at it. And also just remind everybody, there is no doxing, no threats, or family children. If you do any of those things, you will get instantly kicked. You get a kick right on the house. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me introduce the chat as well. We got Bad Cramps Grams, welcome in. We got the real Daniel Ramirez, welcome in, sir, welcome in. We got Misunderstood as well, welcome in. And we got Prince of Dogs with the $2 already. My motherfucking man. And without further ado, folks, also, don't be afraid to call me out if the links aren't pinned. They should be pinned. But if I did do a whoopsie, please let me know as well. Let me put in the wheel bank, and without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the boys are back in town.
I think it's safe to say that our luck has officially turned around, guys. We are back, baby. We are fucking back.
We're back. Yeah. Classic. We are back.
That's
we are back.
We are back, gentlemen.
We are
the crack?
back. Anyways, I was about to say I had to go pee, and then I heard you trying to like, oh, here he is. I'm like, oh shit, I fucking timed that wrong. My bad. Let me go pee. I'll be right back in a minute.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. To be fair, I did rush the intro just to make sure we started on time and all this kind of good stuff. But gentlemen, how's things?
Oh, they're well. Dude, you fucking... I thought that was good. I actually have a prediction on my channel of how I thought that was going to go, because I did like a daytime stream. I thought it was going to be closer than that, but I did predict he was going to just attack the word socialism the whole time.
Yeah, and that's why, like I said, I have that kind of like opt-out clause. Say, well, if socialism doesn't suit, then we can go republicanism, because it's the same inherent principle here. Do you know what I mean? Because, like, from my aspect, the actual individual policies are almost impossible to argue against. You know what I mean? Like you would sound like a schizophrenic if you think, oh yeah, Lockheed Martin should be selling state secrets and like the latest military tech and weaponry to the likes of China and Russia. It does not make sense. It's not coherent. You know what I mean? Because you're fundamentally undermining your nation. You know what I mean? So, like I said, even when it got to the whole like pro-natal versus anti-natalist policy, so like abortion's like anti-natalist, it all ties in beautifully.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like
that's beautiful.
I was really interested, like, because of the way it's phrased. I was really interested. It's like, how's he gonna play this? And like, all right, I see where you're going, and like, okay, yeah, that's some good shit right there. Like straight up, like it was like when I saw the prompt, I was like, wait, who could even argue against this? And then you popped, of course, you popped up. The fucking Irishman, you.
Could I do a weird shameless plug?
Lucky Charms. Sorry, I'm stoned as shit. I've been watching, having a good time.
Just real quick, could I get a shameless plug? Although it's mostly selfless.
Yeah, of course.
So to make it short, I tried a new show today, and the idea didn't go the way I went or I thought it was going to go. But it ended up turning into what now I'm going to do as a show called Meet the People in Chat. And I had Shantae on. And it's really interesting to like, because I've argued with her so many times in chat, but to like, I think when you hear somebody and like just talk to them, like, I think that's pretty cool. And I do that with dogs and Jack, and it was like, oh, why didn't I think of this? But yeah,
well, that's the.
But it's about Shantae, not me.
And then
like,
the 420 string hanging out, it's a good thing. But I like your idea, like kind of like the interviews, or like you were saying, the people you know in these like situations. Like, let's hang out, have just a chill BS stream, and talk about random shit as
it kind of makes you
get to know you.
It brings you out from behind the keyboard, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
100%. And like the whole kind of thing of like, when I say like throw the spaghetti, see what sticks. It's like having that kind of like mentality where it's like, okay, I have an idea, but it could morph into something completely different. Do you know what I mean? But sometimes you got to go with the flow and say, okay, this is working better. Let's lean more into this and that and all this kind of stuff. Throw the spaghetti, see what the stick. Yeah, also, shout out to Easy for the raid. My fucking man. My fucking man, Easy. Shout outs to you. Thank you for the raid, but also thank you for hosting that debate because, like I said, the spicy one, it gets the eyebrows raised. Wait a second, the leprechauns arguing for National Socialism, and then I even heard my opponent say as well, like everything that I prepared for just got thrown straight out the window. That's a tactic that I love doing. That you think it's going to be this, then I hit you with something completely different as well. And folks, this is the Wheel of Madness. Got to make sure we remain logical. We got to make sure we use reason. Who better else to teach us the laws of logic, the reason, the rationality himself than our boy speaking?
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an incohesive
What are the 3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
Absolutely amazing. Amazing. And ladies and gentlemen, we have another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Halfo Gaming, welcome to the show.
Somebody say spaghetti.
Spaghetti?
Who says empty?
Come on up, people. It's always fun with a couple more on panel. Let's do this shit.
Speaking of which, Shaman, it's about time we spun that motherfucking wheel. Also, shout out to Sempiternal Chaos for the $2. Gentlemen, is affirmative action still needed or just reverse discrimination?
No. If I'm thinking the proper, no. That's all I'm gonna say. Y'all roll with it.
Yeah, I don't agree with either one. Unless I'm thinking of it wrong.
What's the full term definition for affirmative action?
To try and put it as simple as possible, to reverse the wrongdoings of slavery.
Oh wait, shit! I missed this. Or no, never mind. I guess I would be on the other side. My bad.
Nah, I would say that it's a well-needed thing, to be honest.
No, it's reverse discrim. I mean, wait, hold on. Never mind. Answer before we go.
It's not a reverse discrimination. I don't think it is.
Yeah, it is. It's literally looking at your ethnicity, your race, your everything, and judging you and giving you better benefits or less benefits because of that. Like, how is
Well,
it?
how would that be? How would that be reversed? Wouldn't that still be discriminating by giving them benefits, but in a positive way?
That's where I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, I'm stoned. I think
That'd be like we're giving you special benefits.
Now I am.
We're giving you special benefits and everything just because you're black. Nothing else. Nothing else. Just because you're black.
Yeah, affirmative action.
So, okay, so just to make sure we're all on the same page, right? Affirmative action refers to the policies and practices designed to promote equal opportunity and counteract historical discrimination in education and employment. It aims to provide fair access for historically underrepresented or marginalized groups, such as racial minorities, women, and veterans, by actively addressing systemic barriers. So, for example, like one of the key things that's brought up is the whole like college application. If you're black, you don't have to get high as a result as, let's say, a white person or an Asian person.
Mm-hmm. See, I was on the right. You made me question. I was on the right. Yep. This is what.
Well, wouldn't that be the same? Wouldn't that be the same with women in the military because they have a lower requirement level?
Well, they just shouldn't be in it if they can't meet the requirement level.
Wouldn't that be for anyone that can't meet the requirement level or doesn't meet the requirement level?
Yeah, if they can't meet the requirement level, then sorry, you can't be in here.
So affirmative action basically supports the idea of, oops, I may have offended you. Here's something to compensate.
No. What it does is it lets people that have different situations going on, aka skin color or sexual orientation or whatever, to have just as much right as those regular people that have more capability than the others. And I'm trying to say this as YouTube safe as possible. Sorry.
I mean, yeah, I guess I'd still kind of agree with it, though, that it would. I'm just not sure if it would be completely reverse discrimination. I mean, as long as it's not like. I guess
that's the whole thing. They have to acknowledge. They have to point out. They have to point out, and the reverse way of discrimination is just saying, "Hey, that's that person." Regardless of the other way is. Now we have to pay attention to that person specifically because of, I don't know. I'm still in the shit. I'm rambling on. Whatever.
Well, it is kind
So,
of reverse discrimination, though, right? Then, because I mean, people of color are getting affirmative positions based on their shit, but the people not of that get fucked.
Oh, is affirmative action still needed or
Yeah, I
just
read it wrong the
reverse
first time.
discrimination?
Yeah.
I did. Oh my gosh, I was comparing the two. My bad. Oh fuck. I totally went through this the wrong way. My bad.
That's why I said what I said.
I just realized
I also did. That's why I was quiet. I was like, I can't be reading this right.
Oh shit. No, that's the wrong way. I read that totally the wrong way. Okay. Actually, I
So-
can the go ahead, Terry.
Like discrimination would be, I own a bakery or some shit like that, and I only allow like white people to, like, I give them half off just because they're white. Or, and probably another way to look at it is like it's double price for like anybody who's black or non-white. Like that would be discrimination.
But it says reverse discrimination. See,
Wasn't there other types
all
of
sorts
discrimination
confused now.
than just racial?
I'm so confused now. Fuck.
Yeah, it could be like women as well. Like women have to pay double price. So what would be the reverse of that?
The reverse of that would be like how the left. The reverse of that would be how like the leftists, if y'all could hear me,
yeah,
say to the people that like go there and they have like a Trump hat on and they're like Mexican or they're black or something like that, and they'd be like, "Oh, you're gonna get deported next because of your skin color," or something like that. Like they're trying to be like not. They don't realize they're saying something negative because they're trying to, in their mind, they think they're saying something positive that's helping someone out, but it's actually the opposite if you really think about it in the context. That's pretty much all I get.
So like, would you agree that it's reverse discrimination, or would you still disagree with the prompt?
I mean, I guess it depends on if that's the setting boundaries for all affirmative action, then I guess it would be reverse discrimination.
Okay, so yeah, I guess. Hey, yeah, I'm gonna wait for you to ask. I'll go. Yeah. Okay. So now that I've really read the prompt, yeah, just affirmative action takes extra the pocket dollars and stuff for their programs and everything versus just reverse discrimination is like you just don't care about discrimination. If I'm reading the prompt properly, I don't care. Hear you? Cool. Just you don't have to get.
Well, I'm seeing it like now that I'm reading this,
like, you know, or
I'm seeing it kind of like the college thing or like learning education. It's like if you're if you're white, they don't give you specific boundaries, like limitations to reach. Like you have to do it all on your own. And then when it comes to other ethnicities, it's like they give them like extra curves and side steps to get around certain aspects because they're like, oh, because you're of this color, we're gonna do this. And yeah, I guess that would be a form of reverse.
That would be
that would be a form of reverse discrimination because it's like it is like a form of discriminating, but like in a trying to use it in a positive light, but you don't realize that it's not positive.
Well, thankfully, ladies and gentlemen, we got another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Mo Rebuttal, welcome to the show.
Disavow. Not a gay rights activist. Not a gay rights activist. Disavow.
Dude, you just on this panel, just accept it, bro. Just accept it.
I was gonna go to bed, and then I saw this prompt here, right? So
Yeah,
and then
this
it's like,
is
well, now I have to say something. I have to come on here and say something. So, I guess the question kind of reduces to, in my opinion, is can a group level remedy justly impose costs on individuals who bear no personal guilt for the perceived harm being remedied?
So yeah.
Don't all answer at once.
Well, I'm trying to figure out exactly what you mean by that, but
can you have a program that justly imposes cost on individuals to correct a perceived harm from someone else? Is that better?
Yeah, you're talking about affirmative action, right? Yeah, we just talked about
Yeah.
this. Yeah, that's what I was.
I know. That's why I came on here to debate the prompt. You
I
seem
just
to be
said
like,
that not too long ago. I'm like, why?
why
Versus-
what?
Versus now we can just have reverse discrimination.
It's just straight discrimination. I don't even grant the reverse part. It's just straight discrimination.
I have a whole problem with this whole problem, but that's not the point. I'm just trying to hang out and have a good time.
Oh, we got a prompt debater here. Okay, got it. All right.
Well, I'm just saying.
Got a prompt debater.
That's what it is.
He's Australian.
You hear that, Teriak?
I got confused from the get go because I read it wrong.
Oh, okay.
And then from there, I'm just like, yeah, fuck it. That's what happened. Being
okay. Maybe we need to spin the wheel then.
We need another $16 or $8 on the Ko-Fi PayPal, because Ko-Fi PayPal is half off, ladies and gentlemen. But like that's why I often been speaking. So I want the guys to actually flesh out, okay, what is affirmative action, what is discrimination, all this kind of stuff, with the historical, apparent historical discrimination that black folk or women have perceived to have gone under in the past. They would say we need affirmative action to make up for all the historical discrimination that these people have faced. But by doing so, all you've really done is just given all these individuals preferential treatment, which means it fundamentally goes against like an equal standard. When you're talking about like equality should be an equal. Exactly, it should be an equal standard across. It shouldn't matter what race, gender, sex, or whatever the fuck you are. It should be an equal standard held across the board. But affirmative action inherently goes against that and says, well, because black people used to be slaves, apparently, that means that they can get like lower results in their tests and still get into college, whereas a white person will, let's say, get more than them, but they're not getting admitted because of quotas and all these kind of things.
Right. Yeah. And it's nice to see. I don't know how it is over there in Potato Land, but the cultural pendulum have swung a good bit in the U.S., where a lot of this stuff has been pushed back, and you can openly talk about it. Where it's you turn back the clock a few years, and you'd get ostracized and kicked out of the community if you even dared go against DEI. Oi, people.
That's the thing. I got Bricky in chat as well. Welcome in, Bricky. Welcome in. But like that's why it's like the reverse discrimination, where it's like rather than treating certain groups negatively, you're just basically positively kind of like giving all like these benefits and all this stuff to a different group. You know what I mean?
Well, like I don't like the reverse. I don't like that terminology, because that implies, to me, the entailment of that is that discrimination can only go one way, or naturally only went one way, right? And so now it's the reverse of it, right? Whereas it's just discrimination. You're just discriminating against the people who should be there and should be hired.
Yeah, 100%. Dart at the BLL. Appreciate you stopping by, Dart. Like I said, the politics.
Later, Dart.
If you've been 420 and all this kind of stuff, the politics does. It's difficult to get the positions out and all this kind of thing. But yeah, like in terms of this whole thing, it's like the counter argument that for the people who are for affirmative action, it's like, well, we're not negatively impacting anybody. We're just like positively impacting these groups of people. But as Mo's pointing out, it's like if you give preferential treatment to one group, then you're being negative towards the rest of the groups.
Yes. So I don't see how you get out of this. I mean, and that's why, honestly, that's why DI is just kind of dying left and right. It's nowhere. It doesn't have the footing that it used to have. A lot of companies are still trying to like pretend, but a lot of companies have kind of jumped off that bandwagon.
Well, 100%, because like from the aspect that we're seeing is like a lot of people were just like browbeaten into like saying, oh, like if you don't go along with this, you're racist. I think especially when the likes of like Andrew and like the core thing is this is something I spent a lot of time thinking about. Is like why did like Andrew basically like explode out and like everybody's like having that like cultural shift from it. And to me, it has to be like that core of like reasoning, like explaining why it's a certain thing, why it has to be this way, and kind of like showing like the necessity of the and logic and reason, all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Because when you
he was arguing what people were thinking effectively, like they didn't have the words for it. He gave the words for it.
Essentially, yeah, and the whole kind of aspect of you're racist if you don't agree with me, that falls away because all it is like an add-on. You're attacking the character, all this kind of shit, and it's Andrew just being able to say, yeah, but deal with my argument. Show me where the contradiction is. Show me where it doesn't logically follow. You know what I mean? And once you start going against that, then all of a sudden the name calling doesn't work anymore. Why you're starting to see people say, yeah, actually, this affirmative action is racist. Fuck this shit. Do you know what I mean? And the DEI, they try to rebrand it as DEI. That shit ain't working, bruh.
No, it's a lot of things too. It's like outside of like DEI, like the whole just propaganda of like like the woke propaganda. Like I was reading a thing not too long ago about what was it, Old Navy. They lost like $1.8 billion because they were trying to be all woke and stock their stores with like whale sizes, and then what happened was they had the inventory, and then people went in there looking for like normal people sizes, but they didn't have it because everyone was buying that. And so people stopped going because they would go and the only thing left was whale sizes. And so they lost a lot of customers and they had to correct course because they were losing a lot of money.
And like this is the thing, like when an ideology starts to go again, tries to like take hold and like you're just captured by an ideology, reason gets fucked out the window. And that's when like you see me in the debate and all that stuff, it's like aristocracy, you need to put reason above all. If there's no reason to do it, then delete it out of your head. This is the whole thing of like what you're seeing towards the end of it, where they were like, oh, but like if we believe that we're true, yeah, you can believe that you're true. It doesn't make it that thing though. It doesn't make it true. The same way that like just because you believe that you're a woman, but you're actually a man, does not mean that you are a woman. And this is like all across the board, like all these kind of like different ideologies have basically got the holes pointed out to them, and we're basically in that kind of like moment where it's just that moment before the house of cards is about to fall down, which is a beautiful thing to see.
It's it's just one of those things too. Like if you look at DI, even if you take their argument right and you look through it, their argument itself is it's presupposing structural inequality, right? And so if you examine it from that view and you actually go down just the numbers and try to find where this inequality exists, never really come up with anything. It's always like, well, we came over on a ship and there was slavery. It's like, okay, well, what does that have to do with current day and modernity? Like what, let's say I grant that. Like what actual repercussions can you show me from like an empirical standpoint where this has an effect on you and your job at like, Best Buy? Like, can you tell me where this exists? Can you show me like how this has impacted you? Or is it just a mindset? And I think that's really what it is. It's just a mindset. It's a victim mindset.
100%, because we can go back to like ancient examples of like these empires and all this kind of stuff. Like they were all overthrown or fell from like nations that were, because the whole kind of thing is like, oh well, we didn't have you guys had a head start because our ancestors were slaves and all this kind of stuff. But through the course of like 100 years, 200 years, 250 years, in America's case, it's like you're going to see that like that difference alleviate. You know what I mean? In terms of the essence of, just because my ancestors started off behind, like you can make tremendous strides to quote unquote catch up. But I think a lot of this mentality comes from the like looking solely based on the outcome and saying if it's not equal representation in terms of the outcome, this is why they all do like the whole quotas thing and all this kind of stuff, then it must be racist. But then you throw them with like, they'll say like, oh, like in academia, it's like there's underrepresented blacks on stuff. But then you throw something like the NFL or the NBA their way, and then all of a sudden, well, the inequality is not racism, all this kind of shit. Or if you throw like the 13% of the population but 50% of the violent crime, oh no, that's just because they're over policed or some like whatever backwards logic they can do to explain the difference, other than they could just be committing more violent crime.
Yeah, and if you go through human history, I would be curious to find any population, any people of any place you want to go to that didn't at one time in history experience slavery. It was the default, mechanism for a very long time. It was like the default, like, and it wasn't even like race. It was about race. It was just like, we view this other tribe as lesser, or we can like enslave them and we get free labor, and that's basically it. Yeah. Like that was the whole thing. So
same thing with pirates as well. Like when they would say, like plunder the booty and all this kind of shit, it's like that's the whole thing. Like they basically want to capture people and then sell them off. That's how they got they made their living, or they made their booty. You know what I mean? And same what Mo was saying is like every single civilization were once slaves at one time or another. You know what I mean? But when you go back to the ancient Greeks, like look at the conversations they're having. Look at Aristotle or Plato. You know what I mean? That's 2,000 years ago. You motherfuckers right now aren't having the same fucking dialogues as the ancient Greeks. So who's better off? Because when you look at modern day, it should be that the modern day is more kind of like sophisticated and more philosophical and all this kind of shit. But it's not. You know what I mean? The ancient Greeks like Plato and Aristotle have profoundly more like philosophical thought and kind of like thinking going on, rather than like this whole TikTok brain kind of like shit that's going on. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. We've regressed. We've regressed a lot. I mean, you don't even have to go back that far. You go back to like the founding of the nation, right? You look back at the writings back then. It was you're not going to find people who wrote back then writings like that on like TikTok or anything. It's a kind of a sad state, honestly. Even the literacy rate, I think literacy rate back then was like really high. It was now obviously population is different and everything like that sort of scale, but literacy rate was really high back then. So yeah, I don't know. Like it does feel like the internet has been both a blessing and a curse, double-edged sword.
True that. But what do you think led to the decline?
What led to the decline? You mean, I don't know. That's an interesting question. I'd have to go back and look at, like, I haven't actually looked at a graph to see literacy and when the drop off was. I would be curious when that happened, and if there's any like events around that. I think, I mean, off the top of my head, I guess like a push to, I guess, remove all friction from society and modernity, right? This idea that like people starting to adopt mindsets where they want everything now, and it's like a very consumerism type mentality, like consume. That might have some part to play in it. I'm not sure though.
Well, we do have a tip from someone who called himself supporter in the chat with the 8,000 Ko-Fi that puts up to 20. I'm going to assume that means to spin the wheel. So I'm going to get us on to the next topic, ladies and gentlemen. And everyone on panel as well, if we all agree on something, or we all end up kind of saying or coming to terms on this kind of stuff, it basically goes to like free talk in terms of the, like, we don't necessarily have to stick to the prompt as well. But should protesters blocking highways face felony charges?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why?
At least state charges.
Well, so one really big reason is, okay, so you're actively blocking a highway. A highway is an extremely important thing in modernity, especially for ambulance, police, fire. So you have no idea what atrocity you're holding up and keeping. People could literally be dying because you want to have your little protest in the middle of the street and block traffic. That's one big reason, I would say. I don't know. Plus, it's just, I don't know, it's just rude. I don't like it. I'm going to work. I'm blocking traffic.
Agree with all that. Anyways, I gotta go to bed. I just realized what time it is. So
Appreciate you stopping by, dogs. Any shout outs?
Catch me around, y'all. Y'all know that it's a good time for this old man.
Take it easy, dogs.
Take it easy.
So, in terms of
so blocking traffic too also isn't protected under speech, right? That's a physical act. You're crossing a barrier there. So it's not like your right to speech or anything like that that's being infringed upon. You want to go that route?
That is
well,
true,
doesn't it fall in the category of like putting yourself in self-harm, like, or like kind of like throwing yourself off of a building, or
what do you mean?
You're basically because you're putting yourself in front of vehicles that are possibly traveling at 60 to 70 miles an hour, because most of the time they try to do it on main highways.
And so does that take away from the I guess the severity of the crime, or what do you
No, I think that should add to the crime, because I mean it's a crime to do anything that also includes like self-harm to yourself. Because like if you do something that's not only going to put yourself in danger but others, because like if a car hits a person, yeah, that's not just going to do damage to the person that hits, but you could also send the car off the car is going to go off track, or a human is still going to end up being a speed bump that's not going to have the car I guess depending on the truck size, I guess, but like you're still going to put other people in danger just as much as yourself.
And ladies and gentlemen, we got another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Section 230, welcome to the show.
Hello, ladies.
Section 230, good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah. You know, you can even take, like, if you want to take what is it, like no harm principle or something of that nature, like, you know, liberty ends where harm to others begins. So you could just apply that too. Call it done. If you want to go that route. But I think it should just be cracked down on. Take more of the authoritarian stance on this.
Yeah, because when we classify things as felonies, they're supposed to be considered the most severe offenses. So like, you know, murder, rape,
Mhm.
burglary, kidnapping, that type of thing.
True.
So to escalate as far as, you know, felony, I'd disagree with. But in terms of what Mo's saying, it should be clamped down harder. Also a valid argument.
Okay,
I
this
think
is-
it. Well, yeah, because I don't think you can get past the idea that when they do
That's
this,
why
they don't
I don't
know
think there's any-
fire trucks, ambulance, who's losing their life because of an ambulance trying to get to them. They can't. I'm pretty sure there's actually been cases of this with some of these protests where ambulance
I
couldn't
did
get
a quick-
someone.
I did a quick AI scan of whether highways are under federal jurisdiction, and it appears that they're not. However, I also asked it if highway crime stays under state jurisdiction or if it can be elevated to felony. And apparently, if it's a repeat offense, certain misdemeanors such as driving under the influence, etc., can be escalated to felony charges if they have multiple prior convictions. So a lot of these protesters that do this are actually doing it multiple times. So when you get caught doing that and you get charged for it, they actually could elevate it to a felony charge already under the current set of laws. And yeah, severe harm or death was another trigger for escalation. So if them blocking traffic leads to severe harm or death of anyone, themselves included, it can escalate to a felony charge. And then also property value, stealing a vehicle, cargo, damaging someone else's vehicle can also have it escalate to a felony. So there is an argument to escalate it to felony charges. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there
Oh,
should
another
be,
one
because
is
then that would just give people
crossing
the
state
right
lines.
to like, yeah, crossing state lines. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was saying, yeah, it would be like, let's say there was somebody they needed to escort from one hospital to another, and people knew that this guy was there. Let's say he did some bad stuff, but he still has to go through the justice system and everything like that. And then a whole people can up and decide without any, if there was no legal thing against it, they can up and decide to hold hands all around the hospital, make sure no vehicles can leave the premises. And I think, yeah, something should definitely be done about that, not where people could do that without repercussion.
Well, and another thing too,
Well,
is if you start giving people felony charges, don't you think the rest of them would be like, hey, it's not worth doing this anymore?
Yeah, but I think I mean you could still catch felony charges just because like something where it happened is not technically under federal jurisdiction, right?
It would have to be on federal land, or they would have to have one of those previous requirements that I listed.
Well, no, if I get caught with like enough drugs, no matter where I'm at.
Yeah, that would be drug trafficking.
If I'm in a
That's
state,
one of the triggers, yeah.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is there's a lot of things that I can do that I can catch a felony charge. That, you know, I'm not in I guess I'm not on the thing that is federally being controlled, right? I don't have to be on federally controlled grounds.
Yeah, you can catch felony charges off of federal property for sure. Yeah, 100%.
Right.
Yep. So the fact that highways aren't under federal jurisdiction doesn't preclude you from catching a felony.
Right. Okay.
Now, I could argue the reverse of this. No, they shouldn't catch felony charges. And you know why I say they shouldn't? Because we should make them speed bumps instead.
Well, that's more
There you go.
authoritarian approach to me. I can't say I
maybe,
disagree.
Guarantee you a bunch of them would stop doing it, especially the ones you hit.
Well, I think you would have to hit him with a double whammy. You'd have to like make that. I think it was Florida. Then they passed some legislation saying that like if you hit someone in that, then you're not going to be charged, something of that nature. So you'd have to hit him with something like that plus a felony charge.
Yeah, for sure.
For just doing the act. So you cover yourself on both ends.
They
Terry,
said I have every right.
From your stance.
They said I got every right to drive over them twice, once going forward and backing up.
So, like the
Terry,
way I see it,
yeah. What do you guys say?
it could be double-edged sword. And what I mean by that is like, yeah, like you see like the climate activists that are like gluing their fucking hands to highways and all this kind of shit. We don't want that in society. But one could see, let's say, the Democrats being like the snakes they are, to, like, push this through and say, yeah, you know what, like no more protesting highways, all this kind of stuff, and then wait for the next time there's a like an example would be like the United Kingdom march in England, like that whole thing where you have like huge peoples that are like walking through the streets and all that stuff, and next thing you know they say, well, all you guys are felons now and you're not allowed to vote anymore and all this kind of shit. So it's one of those things that like I wouldn't necessarily want to introduce this as a weapon that the Democrats could use against you, but I would want to see like probably that's a better question then to lead on from this would be like what would be the best way to handle these like crazy fucking cunts that like start super gluing their hands to highways.
Hit them in the stomach with baton. Oh, did I say that? Not that.
Run them over.
Okay, so police brutality just outright running them over.
No, not the police. Not the police. Not the police. No. The citizens.
No, civilian brutality.
yes. With prejudice.
Well, cops look the other way.
Going to Terry, the example you gave about not handing something to the left to weaponize. Is that like a common thing over there in your end where like the right march in the streets and block traffic? Because over here in the States, I actually don't know of any instance where the right, when they protest, they don't block traffic.
Yeah, so one something that happened over here was called like the fuel protest that was happening in March or April. I can't remember the specific month at this stage, but essentially a bunch of farmers, construction worker, well, not necessarily the construction workers, but like mainly like the farmers and the contractors for the farmers. They brought all their tractors and trucks and stuff, and they basically parked them in the middle of the street to lock the country down. And they were doing this as a protest to the fact that like the fuel prices are basically 3 times the amount of what they should be. That's how much taxes there are on fuel and all this kind of stuff. So for like the government refused to remove any of the like the carbon tax or the duty or any of those taxes on it just to reduce the fuel prices. They basically protested by blocking up like highways and streets and all that stuff with the big tractors and all that.
Was it successful?
I got a solution. I got a solution. This is how we do it then. So we don't hand a weapon to the left. You stipulate in the law that you can't block traffic on foot. None of the left have tractors or any kind of cars. They're all like, poured on like fucking welfare. So
well, then you would just have thousands of them in their cars sitting in the roadway. That I would still say you can't.
No, they're not going to be in their cars. They don't have cars.
That's a violation of traffic law.
I'm just saying for this one specifically, you'd write the law specifically for that.
I still I don't know that I would say felony charges, but I think that blocking a roadway at all shouldn't be a form of peaceful protest because I don't find that to be peaceful.
I think that
farmers could have
might
went
have
and
to
stood outside of the government buildings and blocked them from walking in it. They didn't have to block.
I think you still have to make it a felony though.
Services.
And just bite the bullet on both ends and say, look, you're gonna have to find other ways to protest. They're blocking traffic for the same reason, honestly. Like, right, the sword cuts both ways. Like, if they were
illegal
blocking an ambulance or a fire truck,
it has to be. Yeah. It shouldn't be allowed, regardless whether you make it just illegal and prosecutable or felony extent. That's up for debate. I would probably even concede to making it a felony, but I agree with people's right to protest, but not in the middle of the road. It's just stupid to do it that way. And so even the people, the right-wing people he was talking about, marching to protest, march on the sidewalk, march out front of their government buildings and their private residence. I don't care about that. Just get out of the road.
If I can't jaywalk,
citizens didn't they are not they're not the ones that are going to make the change. It's going to be the politicians. Call your politicians nonstop, send them a bunch of emails, send them letters through the mail, and set up homeless camps right outside of their office and their house. Do that. That'll be more effective than blocking the roadway. You're just going to piss off a lot of citizens by blocking the road.
Yeah, I don't know. Even if it, like, let's say the right in the U.S. was gonna like protest, and let's say that they were considering, blocking roadways. I don't know. I don't think that would be a very good mechanism to get the public on your side. So,
yeah,
especially like people trying to go to work and that sort of thing. So.
Same thing with all
Like
these protesters who throw paint on museum pieces. It's like, did you really think that was going to make people agree with your position? Like, if anything, that makes me want to do whatever it takes to be against you because you're just pissing me off now.
But like in the fuel protests, like the nation was behind the the farmers and all this kind of stuff, because in terms of the whole kind of structure of the layout, where it's like our sovereignty's basically been slowly eroded away, so the EU basically dictates our policy and all this kind of shit. Like everybody was kind of like fuck the politicians and support the farmers and all this kind of stuff. But in terms of like the key things for me is like these motherfuckers that super glue their hand to the highway. You mentioned there as well, like throwing like paint on or like this orange paint on all the paintings, interrupting like entertainment shows to do like orange glitter bombs and all this kind of shit. The way I would want to tackle it would be like put these motherfuckers in institutions. Like if you're literally psychotic enough to glue your hand to the fucking road, like you should be getting like a psychiatric test, and if you fail that test, then you're getting fucked into the loony bin.
But what if they pass the test and then they're back out to do it again?
Yeah, well then like to the whole like repeat offense and all this kind of stuff. Again, I'll just throw you straight into the fucking loony bin.
Sure, but in terms of judge sentencing, if you just make it illegal to do these things and then give the judge the option as to what kind of punishments they are allowed to dish out for these punishments, it could be one of them could be mandatory psychiatric treatment, as well as
send them to the farm. Make them work on farm. Make them work on. We can help with our illegals. Getting rid of them.
Yeah, you don't pass or fail a test. You're just sent to the mental institute regardless. And
that would also be kind of ironic justice, right? Because like they're protesting like green gas and stuff like that, and then you send them to work on a farm. Like that would be chef's kiss of irony.
Yeah,
I think that'd be good.
Send them to work on oil rigs.
Yeah, so yeah, there you go. Some work on oil rigs. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
You hate oil so much that you're
all
willing
right,
to
gentlemen. I'm very sleepy, so I have to go now. But it was fun. Teriak,
no
good
worries.
show, good debate.
Good to see
Congrats
you.
on the victory.
Thank you very much,
Yep.
sir. Any shout outs coming up that I want to give a shout out to?
I got a live tomorrow I'm doing with Rex, Eli, Steelborn. We're covering Eli's debate he had on tacos. So come check that out.
Nice.
And yeah, you'll find me around here and there. Mo Rebuttal does, and I'll always be back and around because I always have Mo Rebuttals.
Hey, my man. Appreciate you, Mo. And gentlemen, one second, let me put the thing. I don't think there's like much disagreement in terms of like the felony. I think like or maybe there is like in terms of like escalating it. I think there's other ways, like you mentioned there, Section 230, like putting it in the hands of the judge and saying, listen, if there's clear indication that this motherfucker is mentally unstable and thinks that super gluing their hand to the road is a good idea, then we can just throw them into the loony bin. But in terms of like the problems that we're seeing from like the like these kind of like weird protests, particularly like from the Democrats and the left in general, it seems like they, again, there's like I don't have the link on me, but most of it, like it seems like they're trying to push the envelope as much as they can, like whatever they can get away with, they'll try to get away with. Like is there, like, talking about kind of like solutions, is there a way to effectively kind of like get rid of these cunts, or are we basically stuck with like having to put up with it,
Yeah, no. There's definitely pathways to this. For starters, anyone who gets arrested for doing it The first offense is mandatory mental institution for 6 months to a year, as well as all of your finances being combed over by a government official to check to see where that money's coming from, if you're being paid to do it or not. And if so, then prosecute the people who are paying them to do it, because you can't pay someone to go out and do a crime. That's illegal as well. And then on any future offenses, you get extended jail time up to and including felony charges if the jail time's not enough. So maybe 1 to 5 years on your second or third offense, and then felony charges after that. So if you really want to keep being a cunt, and you're just going to get wrecked by the system. I'm pretty sure that most of them would stop if they knew that that was what was facing them.
But like that's a huge thing about it, because like Andrew kind of like brought this up on the Joe Rogan podcast, where it's like it really seems like they're trying to weaponize mental illness. You know what I mean? Like convince these people, like rile them up, and then kind of like feed a bunch of like propaganda into them, and next thing you know, just send them off into these crowds. And if it sends it the violence on and stuff, well, hey, I was saying like like I just wanted to change policy. They're the people that went crazy and mad and all this kind of shit. But when you look back at the rhetoric, this whole thing that half the country is Nazi or fascist, it kind of like leads into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's why I say mandatory mental institute for at least half a year. And part of that would be interrogating them, their worldviews and what led them to do it, all of this. Because we should start going after the people who are influencing them. Because
but does it
not going to stop?
But does it lead to a dangerous game where, like, let's say you're going after the Pelosi's, you're going after what's the fucking black chick's name? Like she was there like during the BLM, saying it's like there won't be any peace on the streets and all this kind of shit. But does that not play into their hand? No, it wasn't Kamala Harris. It was another one, but it was like one of her bestos. Like she's part of that like crew, and it wasn't Ilhan Omar.
Jasmine Crockett.
Could be Jasmine Crockett.
I think she's a congresswoman.
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yep. Like does Trump not necessarily play into their hands if he starts, getting rid of or going after like these political representatives essentially? Because then they have the whole thing of like, well, I was democratically elected and Trump is subverting your democracy.
Well, no. So here's the thing: if they can be tied to an actual crime, like incentivizing people into crime, I would say that makes them a criminal themselves. So even democratically elected officials can't just go out and do whatever crime they want. If Jasmine Crockett gets tied to a murder and she was an accomplice, she's still going down regardless. And so I'm not saying just willy-nilly, like they said, some crazy shit, and therefore they're responsible for everything that people do, but have some kind of penalty. They can get censored off of certain committees and stuff like that. That's the political way of handling those. But I meant more so like financial backing. If you're paying protesters to go protest on a highway, and it's illegal to protest on a highway, and it can be proven that you paid them to go do that, well, then you just paid someone to commit a crime. If I pay someone to go murder, someone I don't like, I'm in trouble. I guarantee you. And so those are the type of people. So, like, for example, it's allegedly speculated that George Soros is one of the main contributors to people being paid protesters. And so I think that people who financially support people who are out committing crimes should be prosecuted as well as an accomplice.
Like that's the kind of the muddy ground where firstly, like a lot of this stuff is done through like multiple different kind of like channels and funnels and all this kind of stuff, like the whole NGO kind of phenomenon that we've seen sprout up and all this kind of thing. But in terms of the like, they're so snaky the way they do this, bro. Like the whole thing is like, well, I've got a right to protest and all this kind of thing. But when you have like this whole thing of where it gets like they get to put a march on all this kind of stuff, and then they kind of like fan the flames, so to speak, by saying this is unpatriotic, this is anti-American, they're all fascists, like this whole thing of but like, wouldn't it be morally justified to stop the Nazis? Wouldn't it be morally justified to stop Hitler getting the power and all this kind of stuff? And that's kind of like the what would be the terminology, like the hint, but they're not necessarily saying it directly. So like, how are we able to go about kind of preventing them trying to stoke the flames and all this kind of stuff without necessarily putting in something that's that can be used against you? You got what I'm saying?
Yeah. So like in terms, you're speaking of like rhetoric. So how do we go after people who are using that rhetoric? So, and I would say the political channels, anyone that's using terms like that can be censored off of different committees that they're on. And so I think that politicians should be held to a higher standard than the average citizen. And while free speech is important, we already don't have absolute free speech. There's plenty of things that you can't say. And so I would say that for politicians, we should have methods within the government itself that says that you can't sit around calling your enemies Nazis. I would say that that's a violation of the other person's rights because of what the terminology actually ends up being. And so, like, there's no way to call someone a Nazi and not think that that's going to incentivize someone out there to commit some kind of heinous act. Someone is going to eventually do that. Now, if you just call someone a piece of shit, that's not necessarily going to do it. But if you call someone a PDF or a Nazi, especially when you don't have any grounds or basis for it, I think that there's no way to argue that doesn't lead to bad outcomes. And I don't think that politicians should have free reign to just say, oh, well, it's just a rhetoric. Okay, well then, you should be required to change your rhetoric, or you can't serve in our government, because we're not here to get each other killed. And that's what those words do.
But I think that's a real good point, that like that as a government official or representative, you should have like less rights than the normal civilians.
Yeah. I mean, being a politician was never meant to be some kind of like get rich career. That's not what those were for. They were for upstanding citizens to be held to a higher standard, to lead the population and govern over them as servants to the people. And so anyone who's just in there to get rich and consolidate power and screw over Americans, they have no business being politicians. And if we can't hold them to a higher standard, then why should we listen to them when they say anything? Why should I follow the laws that they write if they don't even follow them themselves?
Well, it's a great point, and that's what like Plato talks about in the Republic, where like the upper echelon or like the actual representatives of government, all this stuff would necessarily need to be in some sort of like commune system, like to the degree where it's like these politicians would not even be allowed to have bank accounts, or like private property or anything like that, because like any of that stuff essentially will lead them in or kind of like corrupt their soul, the oligarchs and like the people who will undermine the nation fundamentally. But then you have a situation where, like, becoming a politician, all of a sudden, you're in the cool kids club. Like, you don't have to look at sort after bills and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So there is that whole kind of like balance where it's like it's a hard system to try and come up with, where you only want like the the people who want to serve as like a national duty, like as an aspect of a duty, not a way to get rich quick or to like anything like that kind of thing. Like you don't want them to be incentivized to do what you want them to, for it to be seen as like a public service. I mean, or volunteering essentially.
Right. It should be a sacrifice to yourself to serve as a politician. You're sacrificing yourself for the benefit of the rest of your population, your citizens that you would be in charge of, basically. And realistically, you want someone who actually didn't want to do that job in the first place. You know, like if someone's like, I never have any plans of being president, I wouldn't want the job. It's going to be a total headache. It's a pain in the ass. And it's a very, thankless job. A lot of people hate you. They want to kill you, and the salary is shit for the amount of pressure that you have to go under and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, so you're going to be the president specifically because you don't want that seat of power. You're less likely to be corrupted by the power if you didn't even want that power in the first place. All our politicians that we see that are the most corrupt, these motherfuckers absolutely wanted power. They wanted riches. They wanted to be elite. They want to be better than you because they think they already are. They see us all as slaves. And they enact systems to make us slaves without using the actual word slave.
Like that's why like bringing up the whole like Nancy Pelosi thing, where it's like she's worth 200 million, but she only gets paid 200 grand. Like that should be
400 million, but I could be wrong.
It's something crazy, bro. Like that you cannot justify based on the salary
no way
that
she
earns.
could get that based on her own salary. Exactly. And so how, if she's not insider trading, how the hell did she manage that? When you look at her stock investments, she outperforms the best stock investors by orders of magnitude. Like it's absolutely absurd. They basically watch what she's doing and copy her so that they can get better returns. There's no way she's that smart.
It's I think someone like put it in perspective. It's like she's like twice the trader that like Warren Buffett is, even though like that's how he made all his money. And you're kind of like going, wait a sec.
Yeah, how the hell did she pick so correct all these times?
But like a key thing that like I tried to push for is that like you need two birds to fly. Sorry, not two birds. You need two wings as a bird to fly. Do you know what I mean? And what I've not two birds to fly, but in terms of like what I see is that like there's a huge problem now with like the Democrats where it's like they're actively undermining like America. You know what I mean? And like American principles and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like unless there's a concerted effort to try and fix the Democratic Party from the outside, you're never really going to be able to get over like this whole thing of like you have a party now that's like actively anti-American. So like how would we go about fixing that? Do you know what I mean? And thankfully we first of all we got How Long Nate with the $5 saying morning Teriak, and everybody like the stream and put down the pup play latex bodysuit. Oh man, let me play a clip for that one. Appreciate you kindly, sir. The wheel banks up to $5. Remember, you get half off if you use the PayPal or Ko-Fi's. And also, we got a gay rights activist backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Are You Crazy? Welcome to the show.
Hello, Jerry. Panel, chat, world.
Good to see you.
YouTube. How is everybody?
What's up, Crazy?
Good. Yourself?
Hey, not too bad. Overworked, you know what I mean.
I feel you, man.
Overdone it, but I'll get over that part. Just sore.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, old and decrepit. That's what happened.
The current topic is should protesters blocking highways face felony charges? But we've kind of moved on from that to how do we prevent government corruption? Or what would be like valid ways to try and stop, for example, Nancy Pelosi profiting off her position in office?
You mentioned Nancy Pelosi by name. I say put her in prison.
Okay.
That's pretty. Bottom line, we need to make some laws where they can't be doing that. Period.
Well,
Which is
we
not
actually
possible.
already have laws. We need to.
Yeah, they're getting
enforce
around them, right?
laws.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think
Maybe
that
it's-
anyone who gets caught in those systems or of those crimes, they should have their all their assets liquidated and used to pay down the national debt.
That would work.
Bank accounts drained. They start from square one, and that's after they get out of prison.
Yeah. And definitely get removed from any power.
And banned from ever serving any form of government office ever again, state, federal, otherwise.
I agree.
Work a government job at all.
I agree.
Nancy Pelosi as a Walmart greeter.
Yep. Yep. I can't argue with you on that one at all.
And I'll take it another step further. They're not allowed to receive presidential pardons.
Oh, that would hurt, wouldn't it? That would seal the
So
deal.
they have no hope of beating those charges, would they?
No, none. I know, excuse me. I know in her case, her husband's some kind of a stock guru or something, or supposed to be. But still, she's getting inside information. It's not possible that she's not. It's impossible. But Teriak loves her so much.
Bro, like just that whole thing of like if I was sitting down with her, like that'd be the first question. It's like, so Nancy, you earn like 200 grand a year. It's like, yeah, about whatever the precise amount is. Yeah. How are you worth 200 million, bitch?
Yeah. Think about that. 200 million. That's what we know about. That's what's on public record, I guess. 200 million. That's a lot of money.
Is estimated between 275 million and 87 million, with some peak estimates reaching as high as 413 million.
Yep. I will go up to 413 plus some. I really would.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying earlier. I was like, I've heard that it's upwards of 400 million.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way she earned that just off of her salary alone.
No. If 200,000 will get you there, imagine how many would be doing the same. I mean, if you could do it legit.
Because like fundamentally, like it's like I think the mentality needs to be that like the government representatives, you know, politicians, whatever whatever title you want to put on it, it's like they need to have less rights than the citizenry.
Yeah, and we need to enforce the laws we have. We have laws, but we don't enforce them. It's that way across a lot of things, but you know what I mean? We just don't enforce them.
Same thing with the fraud that's happened at the Leering centers. It's already illegal to do that. It already is, but government officials and such that are in on it and getting, you know, handouts and kickbacks from these people are looking the other way as it happens. Well, we need to stop looking the other way. We already have the laws on the books. We just need to enforce them properly and potentially even enhance the penalties for them. Stop giving people slaps on the wrist. They're ruining our country.
Yeah, a slap on the wrist don't get it done anymore. It's like, ooh, ouch, that hurt for a minute. Okay, I'm back. I'm going to do it again.
Like, so imagine this. If you knew insider trading was only going to get you a $100,000 fine, but you made 200 million that year, would you give a shit about the $100,000 fine?
Absolutely not.
You'd step outside of your office and say, hey guys, I just did a bunch of insider trading. I'll pay that $100,000 fine because I'm fucking rich.
Yeah, who do I write the check to? Where do I send this thing? Let me go ahead and prepay.
$100,000 every single year for the rest of my life. I could do that on 400 mil.
Absolutely.
I think there's a bit of problem with your mic section. I don't know if you're like right, if you're kind of far away from the mic, but it's kind of like dipping between low and then high.
Yeah, it might be the signal connection for me over here.
No worries, no worries. But in terms of like this whole thing of like the corruption of the system, like how severe would we want the penalties to be? Like let's say in Nancy Pelosi's case, like what punishment? You're the judge, jury, and executioner. What would you give her?
Like we laid them out a minute ago. Or he did.
Yeah, liquidate all of her assets, any bank accounts, and even offshore bank accounts. Force her to give up that information and liquidate it and pay down the national debt, because that benefits all of our citizens to do that. And then I would say either life imprisonment or just execution. It's basically treason what they're doing. And back in the day, you got caught doing any kind of treason, and you were playing with trees, as Emmett would say.
And that was no joke.
It was, yeah, it was
Definitely
serious.
no
They didn't
joke.
hesitate to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like personally, I've seen shit where there's pedophiles basically being given suspended sentences. And I don't know if this is too far, but like not only would I want to see the death penalty for the pedophiles, but I'd also want to see the death penalty for the judges that gave them the suspended sentences.
I agree. Yeah. Well, and another thing is reform the system to where that's not an option. You can't give them some kind of lighter sentence for certain crimes, like repeat murderers, repeat PDFs, like all of this stuff. To ship them down the river Styx, because we're done with that. We don't make excuses. They're not maps. They're PDFs.
Yep.
We call them like we see them, and we eliminate them from society, and eventually that sickness will go away.
Literally by island someplace.
Yeah,
Put all of those top people on that island, and no chance of leaving that island. Period.
Yeah, the
We
only
used to
island I
call
would
that
put them
place
on is
Australia.
Knight Island. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Also, shout out to Jack for the $5. Says, one day in the future, would you consider helping me with debate prep? It would be about the very topic we were talking about at the end of your debate. 100%, Jack. 100%. Like I said, we can do it. Wait, one sec. Not this Sunday because well, actually, no, we could do it this Sunday because I think the proposed date might be the study session stream. But if you want, Jack, just like pop onto the study. It'll be like Sunday night for use when I do the like Sunday night for use, but Monday morning for me is the study stream session. So you can pop onto there. We can kind of go through any like debate prep or any kind of like topics you want in terms of like giving the prep. We can go back and forth to Grok and all this kind of stuff as well. But in terms of like that aspect, yeah, 100%. You gotta make sure that the soldiers are well armed. You know what I mean? If we're building an army, we gotta make sure that our weapons work. You know?
Yeah, I watched your debate. Pretty good, Terry.
What you think? What you make of it?
Pretty good. He wouldn't engage with you on some things, but you didn't get all your points out that you have that I know about.
Yeah.
From doing prep with you or whatever. Yep. I think he did good.
Like,
well, the vote showed it, didn't it?
But yeah, I think it was what, like 75-25 or something like 78 or 22 or something like that. Something along those lines.
Yeah, beyond the shadow of a doubt on that one.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
But it is one of those things where it's like we do need to put in certain policies in place, because like we mentioned there, it's like slap on the wrist ain't gonna do nothing, but the death penalty all of a sudden, like you're basically signing the contract in your own blood. People are going to make sure that the contract's actually legit and like they're actually doing what the contract says and all this kind of stuff. But the main thing for me is like the economic policies. Like that's basically what the whole kind of like National Socialism is. Because the form of government that like National Socialism can take can be, like dictatorship. It can be a monarchy. It can be a aristocratic, and like I kind of was pointing out in terms of the whole kind of structure to it, it's like you already have the form of governance right there. Like the American system is an aristocratic one where it's like there's multiple checks and balances. To even get into those positions of power, there's certain kind of like competency and all this kind of stuff that takes place. Like for example, to end up on the judiciary, it's like you first have to become a judge. But in order to become a judge, you have to become a lawyer and all this kind of stuff. So like the American system itself can actually map onto this. It's just whether or not we want to actually do we want to kind of like put forward like that level of like economic policies, which like I was trying to explain to the dude, like, and it didn't seem like he was willing to actually battle with the areas that need to be socialized, which to me tells you it's a telltale sign that it's like they don't really have anything in the chamber to combat against, like for example, like the whole like military and like Lockheed Martin, for example. Like that's technically a private company, but you can tell that the American government ain't letting them sell to China, Russia, and all this kind of stuff. So there's certain industries that necessarily have to be nationalized. And again, like we can point to the Middle East as an example, like Gaddafi. When did he go down? As soon as he started talking about nationalizing the oil and creating the golden dinar, you know what I mean? That's all of a sudden he was just taken out straight away, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Even though it would have been better for the nation if they actually had a focus on nationalizing their oil reserves and coming up with like a solid currency tied to like a tangible material, and different things like that. So, like I said, in the main thing that's kind of like preventing this is this whole kind of like false notion of, oh, National Socialism is socialism or it'll lead to communism. That's not what the National Socialism means. This is why, for example, like all these socialists will say National Socialism is far right, because the vast majority of day-to-day life for the vast majority of people is still fully capitalist, still fully private. It's just these key areas that need to be nationalized. Otherwise, I mean, they're going to be subverted with these globalists, capitalists, essentially. Like George Soros, for example, is an example of these global capitalists. Bill Gates is another example of these global capitalists.
They do have the money, don't they? Both of them.
Yeah. And not only them, but like when you look at like the way China's run, like, and the fact that they're buying up all this like farmland in America, that should be treated as an attack, or like an at least an attempted subversion, because you can't have, you know, like China dictating like like or having an aspect on your food as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we have $10 on the Ko-Fi from How Long Nate. Shout out to you, sir. He says, spin that motherfucking wheel. So the $10 gets doubled into $20, so that pays for itself. So we're still at $10 on the wheel bank as well, but we're going to spin that motherfucking wheel. Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you very kindly for the support. Should the US stop sending weapons to Ukraine?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
At least for free, anyway. I mean,
yeah, for free.
If we want
sure.
the war to stop, if you can't defend your own country, do you get to be a country?
Good point.
Yeah, if we want to.
If we're going to be the ones defending the country, shouldn't we just own it?
If we want to see it end, that would be the way to do it, probably. If you don't want to see it end, just keep right on sending them.
But what if I brought you into one of these, you know, secret meetings, the Bilderberg or the what was that place called again with like the owl thing?
I know what you're talking about. Alex Jones busted it. I know what you're talking about. It's an island and they do some stuff. Yeah.
That I brought you into one of those kind of gatherings, and they were all basically like, yeah, like if we prop up Ukraine and we like get through this conflict and get Russia to surrender, then they're going to give us, you know, trillions of dollars in natural resources.
Who is Russia?
No, Ukraine. we defend Ukraine, they'll give us the natural resources, the rare gems and all this kind of stuff.
You know what we get from Ukraine for real? A seaport. You look at the map, we get a seaport from them.
We are also having
I
the
don't know
guest
that we should-
backstage.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. How Long Nate, welcome to the show.
Hey, morning, everybody.
Hey, Nate.
Morning.
Where in the world is Nate up this morning?
Oh, I'm heading north through Illinois right now to Minneapolis area.
I would say nice, but I don't know the area. But it sounds nice.
It's shit. No,
Oh,
it's
okay.
shit.
All right. Glad I didn't say it.
No, about you, right? About Ukraine, all of the weapons that have been provided to Ukraine have been going through what's that group? NATO, which still, even though currently most of NATO has increased to the agreed levels of donations, is still 80% funded by the U.S. So even if currently we're not directly sending them anything, all the stuff that France is giving them is coming through NATO, so it is still us giving them our stuff to give over to Ukraine.
That's how we had to do it for red tape, wasn't it? On some of the pieces, I remember.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons that Trump has been pushing for 10 years to get us out of NATO, is because even if we don't have our flag on anything that is handed over to the other countries, we are still supplying all of the war without any benefit. It comes out of our contribution to NATO.
True.
And just real quick, want to shout out
So-
Seth saying, yeah, go ahead, Nate.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so Seth says, what I find funny was Terry saying that he wants Keynesian economics, which is basically National Socialism, but doesn't want DI and affirmative action. Interesting. Not Keynesian economics. There's certain sectors that need to be nationalized or socialized. Otherwise, you'd have Lockheed Martin selling to China and all this kind of shit. The vast majority of what I'm proposing, like from retail, entertainment, small manufacturing, all this kind of stuff, all that would remain fully capitalistic. I mean, Keynesian economics basically argues that free markets don't correct themselves, which there is valid information that they do. Also, shout out to BB. One sec, let me give the shouting clip for the following two donations. Are we having fun? Yeah, folks. Shout out to BB Aussie for the $10. Says, for the potato famine, spin when required. I just consumed Tylenol. Hey, my man. Like I said, folks, please be patient. My mom took Tylenol, okay? It is what it is. And also, shout out to the one and only Shazzy. Shazzy with the 18 pounds. That's the Queen shilling, or the King shilling, I should say. Good morning, Tarek, and chat, and hitting the goal as well. Like I said, absolute legend. And also, shout out to Jack on the Ko-Fis for the $5. Just so you know, I was talking about climate change prep. Nate heading to my backyard. Cheers to you and shout outs to you, Jack. We're up to 48 in the spin bank, gentlemen. Let me know when you want the spin. And let me play you another clip for that one as well, Jack. And we have Shazzy saying, spin that motherfucking wheel, white boy.
Yeah.
Should parents have the final say over what their kids learn in school?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, I would say yes
Any
too.
nayers?
I could argue no, if you want me to.
Let's go, baby.
All right. So what I would posit is, if you don't like what they're teaching in school, you can take your kid to a different school. You can homeschool them. There's plenty of other options, but a lot of
Wouldn't
parents
that be the
don't even.
parents?
Yeah, but so what they learn in school. So are we talking about school in general or a particular school? Because most parents aren't smart enough to even pass the test that their kids are taking. So why should we listen to them dictate what should be learned in school?
See, that's my catch too. I think the parents are.
I don't know if it's a question about the parents being smart enough. I think that they've changed everything with the new math. That stuff is absolutely ridiculous, and people I've known. One of my sister-in-laws is a school teacher, and she left because she could not pass the new math that she was supposed to be teaching her kids. It made no sense for the taught just 5 years prior to the new math being formed.
Is the math computer assisted or? Sorry. Are they using computers to assist the teaching? I don't know. That's for Nate.
Yeah, there are computers to assist the teachers, but then the computers are assisting the students as well. But then the parents have same access to the computers that the teachers do. I think where it really comes down to is the social propaganda that is pushed forth in schools should be up to the parents as to whether or not they want it taught. For example, I had to bring in a slip of paper saying which direction my parents wanted me to go in 4th grade when they did they called it maturation, the sex ed. Did my parents want me to be taught the government version of sex ed, or did I go play dodgeball for that day?
So I would come at it from a different angle, though. I think that, again, if those parents don't want a particular thing being taught in that school, I don't necessarily think that they should be able to just carte blanche say you can't teach that in that school, and then the teachers have to listen to them. Because I mean, what if you get a bunch of people in that district that say math is racist? Now they're allowed to ban that out of the school, whereas they should just take their kid out of that school if they truly think that math is racist. And another thing is, I'm not saying that they shouldn't have the authority on what their kids learn in general. I'm just saying they shouldn't dictate what happens in a particular school. So they can go find a school that they do like. And inadvertently, what we would see happen is if enough of those parents left that school district, that school district would no longer receive the funding that it was enjoying up to that point, and they would have to change in order to stay afloat, or that school would have to shut down. So they wouldn't necessarily be dictating what is taught, but they would also just crush that school because they wouldn't receive the financial benefits that they were getting. It's kind of like a boycott. You're not actually telling a company what they're allowed to do with their company, but you're just going to say, well, then I'm not going to use your services.
Right. So wouldn't that essentially be the parents having the final decision? that's what school choice has been about the entire time, and the teachers unions and the education boards have been fighting against school choice.
No, and I'm aware, and I actually prefer school choice, and I think that's the better way to go. And I think public schools as a whole are a failure. I want to see them fail because they're trash. Ever since the implementation of public schools, testing scores and literacy rates have only gone down, not up. And so, again, just like we boycott any business, I think that that's a better way to handle the system than trying to dictate what those schools are going to teach. You can go to any PTA meeting you want to and tell them, I don't like you doing this, I don't like you doing this. They're going to do it anyway in secret. So the better option is to just stop sending your kid there, because they're going to get the message one way or another. You don't have to be the one, telling the school what to do. You're just going to tell them what you're not going to tolerate. It's slightly different, but it still gets the same result. And again, the prompt says.
So the parents should be able to choose what their children are.
What they're learning, but not in that particular school. You have the choice to tell.
I apologize for my delay. It makes it hard, I know.
You're all right. No worries, man. But yeah, so the parents can determine what their kids learn, yes, but not in a particular school. You have the option to put your kid in a different school if you so choose. There shouldn't be a penalty for that. And that's not what I'm arguing. You can still take your kid out of that school and put them in a different school. Maybe open up, the districting laws in terms of what districts you're allowed to go to. Maybe have it like, the 3 nearest districts you can choose from or something like that, rather than being secluded to one district only. Or homeschooling options are really good. My oldest child is homeschooled, and I'm going to be homeschooling the other 2 children. And then I really do have the final say in what they learn in school, but I don't dictate what public schools teach kids. I say, fuck them. If you want to send your kid to public school so that they can grow up to be, mentally handicapped, go for it.
So you do actually
be higher educated. Go ahead.
So you do actually advocate for the parents being able to make choices as to whether or not they put their children in a school or not, based on the curriculum that's being taught. So the parents are de facto choosing what their children are taught.
They're choosing what they're taught, but they're not changing it from that on the school level. Does that make sense? They're not telling the school, you can't teach that to my kids. You're telling the school, I'm not going to send my kid to your school, and therefore you won't get the financial benefits with that enrolled student. And the prompt is talking about controlling the school and what they do. You're not controlling the school, you're controlling your child. And I agree, parents should.
So they are in fact telling
not the school.
But they are in fact telling the school district, I don't want that curriculum taught to my child.
Yeah, but not in a you must change it. It's more of a, if you're going to teach that, I'm going to opt out of your system. Which are two different actions, to be clear.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's a semantic issue. Are you going to just allow the school district to have full control over the education of your child, or are you going to be involved in the education of your child and move them somewhere that's not teaching something you disagree with? That is de facto choosing whether or not your child learns that subject, whether it's you telling the school district, no, I don't want my child learning that, or if you say, well, since you're teaching that, I'm going to move my child to another school.
Sure, and this might be a little bit of prompt cucking, but The prompt is specifically in regards to that school. You know, we don't have a reason to say that it's talking about all schools. So if you look on it at an individual school level, that would go to the district level. And I don't agree that parents should be able to tell a district what they are or are not allowed to teach in that school. I do, however, think that the parents have every right to not enroll their kids in that district. So on one hand, yes, they have the right to determine what their kids will be learning. They don't tell the school district what they can teach. So I would not put my kids in a public school overall, in general. I just wouldn't, because the standards are too low and I want better for my kids. But especially if I were to try and enroll them in a public school and I found out that they, had, transgender ideology as one of the curriculum, I would not go to the school district and tell them, you're not allowed to teach that. I might tell them I don't like it, but I'm not going to tell them what they can or cannot teach. I'm going to tell them that if they do teach that in that school and they're not willing to change that, I respect their decision to handle their school how they see fit, but I just won't partake. And I'll find a different option. So again, it might be a little bit of prompt cucking, because I am still advocating for the parents to have the ultimate say-so in what their kids are going to learn. I'm just singling out the part about in that school. That's the part where I'm arguing the negative of this.
So maybe
I just see it as a roundabout way of doing the same thing, because if enough people pull their students out of a school district,
yeah, the district themselves would then be making the choice, look, we can't continue to teach this because too many people are pulling their kids out. So you could argue that in a sense, that's the same thing as the parents telling the school district what they can or can't do, but they're not actively telling them. It's more of a passive, opting out of the system, a boycott, if you will. And then it's up to the school district themselves to make that change if they don't like the outcomes that their choices had previously given to them.
But maybe like a precise or kind of like a more kind of like
so
drill down.
I agree that you agree with me on the parents should have ultimate say in what their children learn.
Yes. That part I agree with.
This is an actual district according to the plot. I'm reading it right.
Yeah, that's the way that I read into it. It's talking about like within a specific school district, whichever one you may happen to be talking at the time, should parents have the right to tell that district what the curriculum needs to be? And I would argue, no, they shouldn't. They can say, hey, I don't want to participate in that curriculum, but they shouldn't be able to tell them they can't do it.
Like you said, you retain the right to move your kids to another school.
Right. Correct. Exactly. You can always change schools if you want to. You have the freedom of choice in that regard. But that's where your freedom to affect that change delineates from, telling the district what they can do. And again, I would argue that a large majority of, I won't say majority, a large portion of parents actually can't even pass the same history and math and English tests and curriculum that their kids are actually going through right now. And it's actually really sad because the parents should be educated, but there's various reasons why they wouldn't be. And so I wouldn't respect a school district that bent to the wills of uneducated parents trying to determine what the school district is allowed to do. Again, pointing to, for example, inner city schools where a lot of those parents would be like, math is racist. Should my children now not receive access to math classes because enough people within that district have told the district that they're not allowed to teach math? Now my child won't learn math.
That's a valid point, in my opinion. I also looked up, just for giggles, are you required, is a child required to go to
But
school
there
by
are
law?
districts
And
that
yes, they
are there are districts that are really watering down the there are districts that are watering down the basics like reading, writing, and mathematics, even in elementary schools, and in place putting in all that woke ideology and talking about transgenderism and all that other stuff. Shouldn't the parents be able to say, no, we don't want that extra stuff? What someone decides to call themselves has nothing to do with whether or not my child can understand basic mathematics by the time they leave your school.
How could you go at it? Is it a valid curriculum, a valid subject to be teaching? I don't know. That would be up to that community, I would think. But then again, like he says, you can't rule out everything that you don't like.
Yeah, I mean, if you give them the
right,
but
It will come back to bite you probably in some way.
yeah, if you give them the ability to do one, you're ultimately giving them the ability to do the other. I mean, there's no way to avoid that. So in all of those communities, the people who do support trans ideology and stuff like that, specifically lefties and such, well, they might outnumber you in that district. So as quickly as you can say you don't want that there, they can say that they do. And then, you know, the more that you play for tit for tat, well, then how can your enemies use that against you? And so while I agree with you 100% that this stuff should not be taught in public school, I don't think that going to the public school and saying you don't like it is how we actually affect the change. I think that you affect the change by having an alternative and taking your kid and putting them in the alternative school instead. And then state funding would not go to that public school, and ultimately they would have to choose to either remove those curriculum because they know that that's why
the
you're doing it.
education.
Go ahead, Nate. You got it.
It was already done by the on the left when they removed any mention of religion or Christianity specifically out of the public schools in the 90s with the separation of church and state arguments. They already did that on their end. They've just replaced the ideology that they're pushing into our schools. So why can't we just ask that they not have either of those, and that it be a purely academic and not ideological education system?
Wouldn't that be nice, Nate?
And again, you could do that, but as much as you could try and push for what your beliefs are and what you do or don't want to see in their system, other people have the access to do the same, and you can't stop that. And there's going to be a lot of districts where they outnumber you.
In some blue districts, they're going to outnumber you.
Yeah. So, I mean, how do you deal with that?
I don't know.
Whereas my system actually does address that. You provide
But
alternatives.
they
so,
were
for
a
example,
very
Christian private
vocal minority at the time. They were a very vocal minority in the late 80s that pushed to remove all mentions of the Christianity basics of our government out of the schools.
Yes, and so they use the system of letting parents tell the school what they're allowed to do in order to fuck up the schools, right? Because I would argue taking God out of the school was actually the beginning of the downfall of public schools.
That's my point. They already did it on their side. It's time for us to.
I hear what you're saying.
They already did that. I'm saying we use their rule against them.
Like fight fire with fire, and I hear you on that. But all that does is create a metronome effect. And depending on who's running the school and whether or not they're going to listen to you, who they side with more, it's just going to keep swinging back and forth. So then you're going to have it to where either every year or every 4 years or every, however many years, you're going to have one set of policies and then another set of policies, and it's just going to keep swinging back and forth between the two. So ultimately, the problem's not going to get truly solved. I'm not against fighting fire with fire, but in this particular case, I don't see how that would actually affect change.
It might affect change on both sides. Again, one gets it, the other one's going to get it.
No, not if you're.
Go ahead.
Well, if you push to have the education system, if you push to have the education system be a purely academic system and not have ideology, secular or religious, in the public schools, then they would not be able to push a secular ideology. They would have to be able to prove that it was scientific or that it was mathematical or that it had to do at all with reading, writing, and math in order for it to be in the elementary school system.
Yeah, I would vote for that every day, all day.
Well, that would only increase government's involvement beyond that. There's going to be all kinds of regulations and stuff that go in, and then you're going to have to deal with what the punishments should be if they get caught doing it. And you're always going to have these crazy lefties who are going to do that anyway, even if they're going to do it until they get caught, kind of thing. And then they're just going to replace them with someone else who's willing to do the same.
This is true. You're doing a good devil's advocate there.
I'm trying, man.
You're doing it. You ain't trying.
If it were up to me,
those guidelines and those punishments within the public school system are already there on the religious education end. All you're doing is enforcing it on the secular side. It basically is just telling them.
Yeah, but again, that would be the government telling them, not the parents. And you got to, again, contend with the fact that parents in different districts and different cities and states are going to tell their government in that state or that city to dictate in a different way. So you're going to have some schools that lean more Christian and push out all this woke stuff, and then you're going to have totally wokeified other schools. Because you're positioning that it should be purely based on science and provable things and all of this, purely academic. But there's going to be plenty of districts where that's not what the parents want. So what you're saying doesn't actually contend with that. You're just saying, let's appeal to the government and make them force these schools to go with whatever the parents say. Well, when the parents in that district say they want one thing versus the other, then the government should tell them to do that. And again, politicians have political biases and ideologies as well. So you're going to have the same flip-flopping I was talking about.
Just real quick as well, I got to guess backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Realizer Network, welcome to the show.
What's going on, guys? What's going on?
Hello.
Hello.
Talk about education.
Education is, well, I mean, we should probably take the example of the Hasidic Jewish individuals in Lakewood, New Jersey. And we should take all of our kids out of school. We should put them in either private, public, or privately funded schools or homeschool, because it doesn't matter what curriculum you try to advocate for. Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, owns the textbook company McGraw-Hill that is used nationwide from kindergarten all the way through college into the 101 level of every single subject in schools. So they are already being taught exactly what he wants them to be taught.
And the best way to win the game is to not play.
Exactly.
And you know, districts get paid money based on the amount of students they have enrolled. So every single student that does not enroll within their district, that's a financial hit. And if you want to teach a politician a lesson, you hit them in the pocket. That's the only thing these fuckers understand: power and money. So if you take money away from them, they're gonna change their tune.
Yeah, and in a certain sense, it's not even really the politicians, because the politicians don't even necessarily have control over that necessarily. It's the people that are elected to the school board. So in the way of Lakewood, New Jersey, the mayor of the town is actually against all the we'll say problems of the people who are not natural citizens to this country. But they have pulled all of their kids out of the public schools. So the average classroom size in Lakewood, New Jersey is about 3 to 5 kids. So they can't actually afford to keep those schools going. Exactly. And the mayor can't get the schools to change the curriculum because he doesn't have the power to do so.
Just real quick as well, Nate popped off. He says, because of the lag, it's pissing them off. Appreciate you stopping by, Nate.
Don't elect new people to the school board because their kids aren't in the school, so they don't care what the they don't care what the goys get taught.
Yeah, so wouldn't the solution be major education reform?
Truth, and you can hear them say it in Tyler Oliveira's video about it, and same with Nick Shirley.
Yeah,
so
Terry,
definitely saying
so
if
they don't
public
care
schools stop
what your
receiving
kids
funding
get
and
taught,
close
as long as
down,
their
don't you
kids
think
aren't
that
getting taught.
they would new public schools
And they'll
would
happily
have to
bankrupt
spring up
the
and
school
they would
district.
actually want to comply?
As long as their kids aren't getting taught
Yeah, like
what they don't want to
major
be taught.
education reform where you get new, like a new syllabus, new printing of the like a different book or whatever, and strictly do it based on like mathematics, critical thinking, reasoning,
They sound pretty
physical
bad,
education, all this kind of stuff.
It is the truth.
Appreciate you, Nate. Thanks for the $5. Says thanks for the convo. Appreciate you, Nate. Nate has a couple of seconds lag. It's the typical thing that has, but appreciate you stopping by, Nate. It's actually a really good conversation, not gonna lie. But in terms of like this whole kind of like education, like reforming the education system to get away from the Maxwell book and the whole LGBT nonsense, all this kind of shit. Like in terms of like actually putting forward a system that's like grounded in like I even mentioned this in my debate as well. Like having a system that's like mathematics, science, engineering, honest history, critical thinking, and physical fitness. Like if there was a new curriculum set to be that is like the federal standard across the board, and like no school is going to get funding unless they're teaching those specific topics and not anything else extra. You think that would be a better way rather than just trying to do the homeschooling thing?
You're talking protect the fundamentals.
Yep.
Via law.
Well, I would say
make it a law.
I would say yes and no. And the reason why I say yes is because school definitely needs to be reformed. There's no doubt about that. The reason I say no is exactly for the point he just made. The textbooks that are being used are subversive in and of themselves. So even if you say only teach the core English, math, science, and history, okay, but each of those subjects, their textbooks that they teach from are already corrupted. So
Yeah,
unless you have
exactly.
another company that's going to supply those textbooks, you're going to run into the same problem even after you revamp the system. And I would
Yeah,
argue
exactly.
homeschooling is better. If you look at the rates of education between homeschooled kids and public school kids, you would say get rid of all public schools immediately. It's no competition at all.
And I
then
want to throw
people
something.
argue, well, what about socialization? Well, you look at the way kids behave in school now. I don't want my kids socializing with those fuckers anyway.
What about these
Right,
people? What
exactly.
about these freedom cities that's new to the United States? I consider them new.
I do agree.
Yeah. Well, what are they going to vote on? You know what I mean?
Tell you what they vote on. They vote on spinning that motherfucking wheel. But I do think that there does need to be major education reform in terms of the whole book thing and all that kind of shit. Like James Lindsay talks about how it's like even mathematics gets subverted, and they talk about like certain kind of things. So the lesson then doesn't become about like multiplying and adding and all this kind of shit. It becomes about what the topic is. Like it's basically like a way of subverting all this shit. But gentlemen, should politicians be term limited to 8 years max? This is all politicians.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
I would say
In
all but the
regards
president.
to, can they serve multiple terms though? Like one term can only be 8 years and then they have to be reelected, or 8 years and then they can never serve again.
8 years and they can never serve again.
To that, I would probably say no. I would say I don't agree with that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we hear you well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, sure, why not? We should term limit everybody. If the president has that term limit, then all the other politicians should as well.
Y'all remove his and put it on the
I
rest
don't
of
see a
them.
problem with that. Or a reason not to do it.
Well, and in addition to my no answer to this, I think that terms should only last between 2 to 4 years. And then I think that they should be re-elected if they can win. Just keeps them in constant understanding that they can lose their job if they don't do what the will of the people happens to be. And I
Well,
would put term limits on every single government official.
well, terms already are 2 to 4 years, so you wouldn't be changing anything
the-
there. But
the prompt-
we're talking a maximum term limit, correct?
Yeah, the prompt says 8, so I would say like, and I would argue that the maximum term limit being 8, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't allow it to be that long. I think you should only be able to serve between 2 and 4 years per term maximum. And then, for basically everything except for the presidency, I think that you should be able to keep getting reelected, but only if you can keep getting reelected. You know what I mean?
So like Russia.
I don't know. I don't know if they have a validity to their voting system or whatever.
Yeah,
no,
again,
no
I
country
said
has
not-
validity to their voting
not-
system. Let's face it.
Not for the presidency, though. I still think that there should be limitations to terms in that. But then again, I don't know if I agree with that entirely either, because sometimes you get a really good president, and as long as the person's still popular and still going to affect the will of the people, why should they only be allowed to serve 2 times? Now, I think that they should have to pass a stringent, health inspection throughout the duration of any term they serve. And if it seems like they're not going to make it through another 4 years, then they shouldn't be allowed to go on that one.
Well, shouldn't that examination be for all presidents?
Biden. Yeah. Well, no, and I agree. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Any president who wants to run should first have to undergo an examination by both sides of the aisle too. So that way you don't get a politically biased doctor saying,
Right.
oh, well, Biden's totally fit to serve when everyone, including that doctor, knew he wasn't, but he got okayed anyway. And I think that should happen before they're in office. If you are running for presidency, you should be subjected to these health checks to make sure you're even actually a viable candidate and healthy enough to run
I don't know how you're
presidency.
gonna keep that from not getting rigged in one way. I mean, let's face it, every single country on the planet has rigged elections. There's not a important country on this planet that isn't influenced by intelligence agencies in one way or another and who they want to be running the place, because otherwise we bomb them and we kill their leaders and replace them.
How many countries are there? 195, something like that, or
You're
more?
not getting away from the fact that the people who run everything are the ones that are approved by the people who actually run everything. So I don't think you're really going to get away with get away from that, so to speak.
You mean like PACs and stuff like that?
Not even just PACs. I mean, like the voting, the way the voting is done is all controlled internally by intelligence agencies one way or another. If they're not controlling it directly, then
reform the whole vote system entirely.
I mean, at this point, I don't know how you're even going to be able to do it. Like, it would have to be, manually verified, manually written, paper, everything that can be traced back to the original person that wrote it. There would have to be exact counts. There would have to be exact counts of every person who votes and who they are and so on and so forth.
Yeah, an accurate census data.
I mean, I'm all for that, but I don't know how. I mean, yeah, I'm all for that, but I don't know logistically how you do that sort of thing.
Well, I would say that's.
I don't think logistically it can work
overnight,
with billions of people.
I think we could do it, and we don't have billions of people. We don't need to care about how other countries.
Well, I'm talking about
America.
I'm talking about everywhere, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't care how India handles their vote system. They can do whatever the fuck they want. In America, I totally think that we could handle it here. But
well, let's be honest. The leader of India wouldn't be the leader of India if the CIA and MI6 didn't want it that way.
yeah, that may be true, but I honestly don't give two flying shits about any other country other than America. No offense to anyone here who's not American.
And Mossad.
I love y'all as people, but the country that itself, I don't care about. Especially
Mossad.
I don't care about none of that shit.
There's 3 or 4 intelligence agencies in the world that actually matter, and it's the CIA, MI6, and Mossad. Those are the only ones that actually matter. Because if they don't want something to happen, it doesn't happen, and if they want something to happen, then eventually it's going to happen.
Yeah. So reforming the 3-letter agencies and the voting system to make it more airtight. Sure.
Yeah, that'd be a good start.
Super PACs and foreign donations.
Yeah, I mean that's a good start. Look
at
the guy
penalties
that
on any government official caught in corruption of any kind.
Yeah.
How many
Definitely
people really know what the CIA is for?
Look at, I mean, everybody's all up in arms over the election results today. Half the people are excited that Massey lost, and half the people are pissed off that he lost, and it's because of one reason essentially, and is because he didn't support Israel. So AIPAC spent $11 million to subvert a congressional seat election in Kentucky. Like, why are they so worried about Kentucky that they're going to spend $11 million to run an ad campaign for this guy?
Well, I guess we'll never know because we got a tip from Shantae. The Ko-Fi's a bit bugged. With the $3.50 to spin that motherfucking wheel. Appreciate you, Shantae. It is what it is, Shantae. It is what it is. Should voting be limited to citizens only, no exceptions?
Ooh.
Absolutely. And even then, I would actually limit the number of citizens who can vote.
Yep. Yeah, same here.
What would be your limitations?
I would argue that women can't vote. Repeal the 19th. And then I would also say a majority of men can't vote, and I would change the age limit probably to 25 or higher, because your brain is not fully developed until after that. And so if we're going to argue about like adulthood and maturity and all these other things, well, at 18 or 21, you're not mature enough to do either of those, many other things. So maybe we shouldn't let anyone vote until they're fully matured, right? If we're going to use that standard. I would think that you have to have skin in the game. That could be potentially home ownership, some kind of military service, not necessarily front line, but being in the military, these kinds of things. Someone who actually pays net positive taxes. These are people who actually contribute to the system rather than just taking from it. And I don't think that people who are strictly on welfare should be dictating how the country runs. Maybe they should get a real job and contribute to society before they're allowed to determine what society should do.
Would you say gainfully employed?
Yeah, I
Either
would.
in your own company or
say
for somebody else?
at least 25 or 30 and up. And only draft eligible people, so men only. And no welfare recipients. And like current taxes essentially. Basically, if you're not fit enough to have a concealed carry weapons permit, you're not fit enough to vote, in my opinion. So it would be something like that. But yeah, I would say 25 or maybe 30 and up, and draft eligible only. Because if you're not able to fight for the country, then you shouldn't be able to say what happens in it.
Yeah, and not only that, but like people who espouse communism and true like socialism, like the negative, super bad kinds. I don't think that I would give them the right to vote either, because our Constitution already specifically says that it doesn't count for communists. So why should communists get a vote in our country?
Yeah, I mean, they just lie and say that they did, but
yeah, maybe, but I mean, you can only hold a lie in for so long. People give themselves away on social media all the time. And
yeah,
I would
well,
also
I
say
mean,
nobody with dual citizenship should be able to vote in our country either, because there's a conflict of allegiance.
Yeah,
I'll struggle with that one too.
Yeah, that I agree with.
Yeah, and I mean, I have love for the people themselves who, they may have dual citizenship, and I think that they shouldn't be treated poorly or anything like that. But if you can't decide which country you want to be a citizen of, maybe you shouldn't vote.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
When you sit on the fence, which way you're going to fall off, which side?
Yeah. Yep. I know me and my household, we serve the Lord. And then right after that, we serve this country, America, and no other country.
Right.
I don't give a shit about any other country. They can do whatever the hell they want as long as it doesn't affect our country. And if it does affect our country, we'll kick their ass. And that's it.
That's why we're
What
still
about
here.
competency tests?
Yeah, I would agree with competency tests. And again, that goes into the whole like 25-year-old maturity thing. You got to be educated and mature enough to be voting.
Yeah,
on the whatever podcast, they ask all those women, name a country, and they fucking name a city or something. And it's like, bitch, you should not be voting. What?
Yeah, I would say that it's kind of like built into the 25 and 30 and up that pays positive taxes and doesn't take welfare. That kind of has competency built into it. But yeah, fair. If you want to do competency tests as well, I would agree with that.
Are we taking a homeowner literally, or is it like we are buying a home? We have a mortgage or whatever, and we're paying on it. Is that considered a homeowner?
Good question.
I have that.
I would consider it to be, yeah. If you're gainfully employed and you have the finances to be paying for a house, I would say that, yeah,
That's the way I look at it too, as well.
yeah, exactly. You're already on the road to owning it, and you're investing your money in it. You got skin in the game.
Yeah, and if you don't pay that, you will be moved out. They will foreclose on it.
And someone who's trying to buy a home isn't going to turn around and vote for things that fuck over homeowners because they're trying to become a homeowner. Where the permanent renter class don't give a shit. Yeah, crazy.
Is Crazy talking? Okay, I'm gonna back out and come back in. I'm bugged. Yeah.
Yeah, you might need to rejoin. I think when Nate left, it messed up your audio.
Yeah, it did. Be right back.
These are interesting subjects.
If you live in a state but you move to a different state, you have to reapply for a new voter's ID. I think that even if you lived in the same state for your whole life, I think that there should be the examination process periodically, just to make sure that you're maintaining your knowledge of how government works and stuff like that, in order to maintain your voting rights. So
some people have absolutely no clue whatsoever. You know what?
Yeah.
Some people have
and they go in
absolutely
there and
no
apply
clue.
for it. Yeah, they apply for it and they just have it, and then as long as they stay in that state, they can vote forever. And it's like, you don't know shit about how the government runs. Why are you allowed to vote? Well, you didn't pass any test to get that voter ID, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So if they at least had some kind of competency test, maybe every 5 years that you live in a state or something, or if you move to a new state, in order to get the voter ID, you have to apply for it and take a competency test in that state.
You can't argue with logic, can you?
There he
You
is.
can
I heard
try.
him.
You can Tarek, I know you got thoughts on this one.
Well, yeah, like it's music to my ears, gentlemen. Like the having kind of like sensible policies to skin in the game or stake in the nation. You know what I mean? The whole ownership. I'd say maybe like you'd want to avoid people just like taking out mortgages and buying like random properties. You'd probably want some sort of meaningful equity. So like some sort of like X amount of the mortgage already paid. But that or like serving your country in terms of like military or national service. So like National Guard could be part of it and all this kind of stuff as well, which means you'd have skin in the game through a house, or you have like you're literally willing to put your blood for the country. And then a competency test to make sure that the voter base are actually competent and they're actually able to understand what sound reasoning is, like to be able to spot contradictions, mathematics to a degree as well, because in terms of like financial budgeting and all this kind of stuff, because we've seen like, for example, like Kamala Harris saying, I'm going to give you 50 grand off your house. I mean, a lot of people say 50 grand. Oh my God. You know what I mean? And like to avoid like this kind of erroneous kind of like financial kind of like arguments that get put forward to try and, sway voters. So like I said, like it's hard to disagree, gentlemen. It's music to my ears. Not going to lie.
I agree.
I'm always asking about the homeowner thing, so that cleared it up pretty good for me.
So the thing that I would kind of like, or the next kind of like follow-on question from this would be like, how do we actually implement this? How do we convince retards to give up their right to vote?
Good luck.
How do we convince them? Who said we're asking them?
Force doctrine.
If we say, hey, retards, you don't get to vote anymore, what are they going to do? Bite their shoulder and tell us they want to vote anyway?
But like, this is the kind of like key thing. Like if we were to do like through some like executive order or something like that, what happens if you start seeing like the same writing that you're seeing from like BLM? Like eventually it gets down to like civil war or civil conflict. So like, how would we avoid
I've
civil
got it.
conflict or a civil war?
I got it right here. It's a perfect answer. And it would only cost us less than we've spent in either of the wars that we're in right now. $10,000 Walmart gift card for everyone that gives up their right to vote.
Think that would do it?
I think that'll do it, man.
And to do a hell of a lot of money. That would do a bunch.
Yeah, it would do a whole lot.
But does that mean that they give it up for good, or can they turn around and say, "Well, no, I want it back"?
It's permanent.
I think that they would still probably spend that 10,000 and be like, "Now I want my right to vote back, and I'm going to riot if you don't give it back."
Yeah, well, it's gone. Too bad.
Yeah, well, and then they riot. I think that we should have stricter policies on rioting and actually enforce them. Start
Well, then we
gassing them
arrest
the
them.
hell out
Because
Yeah.
once they can't
and
vote anymore,
actually
then
prosecute them.
yeah, well, once they can't vote anymore, how are they going to stop us from employing the police officers that are going to go and round their asses up?
Shout out to Nate for the $5. Says, call it an election fairness referendum to amend the Constitution and let idiots vote away their right to vote. That is the key thing. I do like Realizer's aspect of like basically paying them off. But if you look at the voter base at roughly about 50, the total population of America being 330 million, and the voting populace about half that, about 160-ish, 165 million, and then multiply that by 10,000, I believe you said, would be million billion. That'd be 1.6 trillion.
Yeah, less than we've spent in Ukraine. Perfect.
Now, it does seem like a lot. 1.6 trillion, or let's just call it 1.5 trillion. It does seem like a lot. But, now hear me out, boys. Hear me out. If we look at Trump's moves, and we have the aspect of Bitcoin Bitcoin Strategic Reserve, and looking at that as an aspect or a course to actually pay off the US national debt, which sits about just over 40 trillion. 1.6 trillion is kind of like a drop in the ocean.
Yeah, 1.6 trillion is less than the big beautiful bill. That's a nice round number. 1.6 trillion, and all the retards are done voting. That's perfect. It pays itself off in a matter of a year or two, if you think about it. Like one voting cycle, and it pays itself off.
Yeah, I don't think that we should spend the 1.6 trillion. I think that the national debt would be just fine without that, and tell them, look, we're just doing this, and if you don't like it, you can move to a country that'll listen to you.
You could say you got to do A, B, and C, or A, B, and C, or whatever, or you're not going to get the vote.
No guarantee. Yeah, there's no guarantee that $10,000 would even make them not riot after the fact.
You got to admit, $10,000 will get a lot of people to stop voting for a while.
Oh yeah,
maybe.
Or you know how many inner
once that
city
money
people,
dries up, though.
It would basically be all the problem voters anyways. Like all the problem voters would be like, $10,000. Shit, I want that $10,000. Give me that 10,000.
Yeah, you'd only trick them until the money dried up, and knowing them, they would just go out and fucking splurge every month for years.
Yeah, well,
and that money
let them
would dry up real
splurge.
quicker
Let
than
them
you think.
splurge, man. Let them
No,
waste
but
it all
what I'm
in 2
saying is-
days on big screen TVs. And whatever else they're gonna waste it on, and then when they try and riot afterwards, we put them in jail.
Yeah, but we don't vote on individual bills as a public anyway. That's our government officials that vote on that shit.
I mean,
anyway. So giving them
it all trickles
10,000
down to
wouldn't change
individual votes. It all trickles down to people who vote the congressman in and the elected officials in, and those people win because people in their local areas are too fucking stupid to know who to vote for, and those people wouldn't be in power if the people who voted for those in their local elections knew what they were doing. That's why Soros controls fucking 80% of the district attorneys in the United States because he pays millions and millions of dollars to make sure that the district attorney that he wants wins. And that's how he controls crime rates of a local city and whether or not that they let their criminals go with 20 fucking repeat offenses.
You might want to move that up to billions now. It's just
Right,
a
yeah.
letter. Millions,
Yeah,
billions, trillions. What's the difference now?
Yeah, either way. You all know what I'm talking about
Yep.
anyways.
Yep.
And y'all know it's true.
The man does a lot in the background. And the foreground too sometimes.
Oh yeah.
It depends.
Now his son's doing it. He's got his son doing it for him, so he don't have to work his old ass up anymore.
Yeah, put on a pretty suit to
Mm-hmm.
go to that meeting.
Yep. Out there saying like, oh, we need to protect against the next Holocaust, when his own father, George, said that that rounding up the people and taking all their property was happy making time and was the funnest time of his life. When he avoided capture by working for the Yahtzee people.
So like the key disagreement here, I think, is that like real hours are saying, well, we try to buy them off, which would, like I said, puts us about 1.5 trillion. Whereas Section 230 is basically saying it's like, nah, fuck it, just risk the civil war anyways, because as he was pointing out, like you give them $10,000, but what happens when that runs out? They're going to go to the streets and like, you know, do the whole people. We've all seen the BLM footage and all this kind of shit as well. So in terms of like the aspect, is it not cheaper just to risk the conflict to begin with?
Yeah, they're gonna riot
I
anyway.
don't know.
Once the
I
money
mean-
runs out, they're gonna go back to being greedy and wanting their vote back, and they're gonna riot to try and get it back. So if you're gonna have a riot,
I don't really
anyway,
know. And
I'd
is it
rather
going to
have
really
them
be a
riot
waste?
and not lose the 1.6 trillion.
I mean, is it really going to
We've
be a
already
waste
given them enough
anyways
money.
when it's just going to be a tax write-off for Walmart? Like we're not talking about printing dollars here. We're talking about just a
It affects the
giant
economy
tax write-off for
regardless.
Walmart.
If millions of people suddenly have $10,000 out of nowhere, you know, most money is not a
Yeah,
physical
and
thing, it's
Walmart
just
gets
ones
to
and
write
zeros
off
in a
and
computer.
And
It'll
Walmart
affect
gets to write off
inflation.
their taxes for the next 10 years.
Bentonville,
So-
Arkansas will be
That's a
booming.
horrible idea. That's
It's,
terrible. That would fuck the economy.
Nah. They barely
Okay.
they barely pay any taxes. They barely pay any taxes anyways. After like 90% of their buildings are half contracted by Department of Homeland Security to be emergency bunkers if there's a flood or a natural disaster. That's why none of their shelves bolt to the fucking ground. They can be taken down and converted into fucking emergency shelters at a whim, just like public schools. They're made for that.
Even
There's
if they
literally
were bolted down, you
there's
could just
literally
unbolt
FEMA
them.
plans. There's literally FEMA plans for them to come in, take down the shelves of a Walmart, and turn it into a little makeshift fucking prison for your family to have sleeping bags in case of a natural disaster or in a fucking attack. So half of their taxes gets written off anyways just for that. But they don't pay hardly anything in taxes. We just let them fucking write off their taxes for the next 10 years, call it a wash. And yeah, just give them $10,000 Walmart gift cards. Then the money doesn't even have to be added to the national debt. Problem solved.
Oh, sorry. It's saying here on Google that the provision for income taxes was 6.152 billion.
For Walmart?
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 billion, that's nothing.
Yeah, but in order for them to write that off across 1.5 trillion, a bit more than 10 years.
Yeah, you know, it's a guesstimation. But either way, I think it'd still work out.
Because like their total net sales was about 674 billion. So essentially, like they would need
Per
to
year,
have
right?
double the amount of products. Yeah, that was there in 2025 fiscal year, and sorry, that's basically 2024 for fiscal year to 2025.
So
So,
it's like
basically,
So yeah, it's
twice
like
the
10
amount of
years
all
of
the products
sales.
they have.
Yeah, so it's like 10 years of sales for them.
No, it'd be basically like 2 years worth of total sales.
Oh yeah, that's doable. I think that's fine. It's all hypothetical anyways, but I think that would work.
I'm not sure you understand the math.
I understand
Like
it.
in terms of like, think about the amount of stuff that they've sold in terms of their net sales was 674.
Yeah.
Right? So if you double that, that means that like in a given year, they need to buy double the amount of products that they have, sell them with no tangible money. These are all just going to be gift cards. So just giving away stuff, twice the amount of stuff they have in the total sales. And then from there, you know what I mean? You're basically saying it's like, how is
Well-
Walmart going to operate? You know what I mean?
Well, every Walmart SKU has to be produced at a cheaper rate specifically for Walmart. They don't carry any SKUs that are just like regular products. Like they have products that you can buy at other stores, but everything has to be formulated specifically for Walmart so that they can get it from their distribution system. So they have a separate distribution system than regular grocery stores and other stores in the US. So they pay pennies on the dollar for their products compared to other grocery stores who pay twice as much for the same products.
Well, first of all, shout out to Jungle for the $21. And he says, just because I woke up and I'm about to watch your demolishing on Swords of Reason since I missed it. It was, I think, a 75, somewhere around 75-25 split in terms of the voting in favor of your boy Teriak. It was quite a good show, I'm not going to lie. And I have another one that's upcoming soon as well, based around the same topic. So don't fret that you missed it. It's going to be a damn good show, as they say. And also, I was going to say, we hit the goal. We hit 2 goals. So first of all, we're going to play a couple of premium memes. So the first one, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Mr. Andrew motherfucking Wilson.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolute legend and a half. And ladies and gentlemen, stand up straight and salutes in the air for our boy, Uncle Joey Diaz, with a bit of that Americana spirit beat.
Get up, cocksuckers. It's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria. The other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico. The White House, whoever the fuck is going on. But it don't matter. They want to shoot. It's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty. Don't forget who the fuck we are. You understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean. He's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker. Stay black.
Stay black, folks. And we're up to $26 in the wheel bank. So let me know if you want to spin as well. Gentlemen, I'm just going to take a quick pee break.
Stay black, cocksuckers.
Based. Both of those clips were based as
You
fuck.
sucking my dick and sniffing my fucking asshole, cocksuckers. Yeah, Joey Diaz is funny.
Yep.
I love
yeah,
that clip with Andrew in it, where you could see how those women felt about what he was saying, written all over their face. They were so offended, and you could tell it was glorious.
Oh yeah, despair.
Because they knew he's right. They're like, shit, he's right, but I fucking hate that he's saying it out loud.
Mm-hmm. He's exposing me.
Who did the Joey impersonation? Pretty good.
Yeah, I did.
You did? Pretty good.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Joey's got some wild ass stories.
Oh yeah.
Hey, he gets on road and he's just wild. Gotta love him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know if I ever answered that, but that's a damn right. Hell yes, no exceptions.
Yeah, the voting be limited to citizens only. It's supposed to already be that way.
Yeah.
Again, we go back to the laws. Yep.
So we
We're not-
going for a spin, ladies and gentlemen? Sounds like you and talk to me. We spin the wheel. We got the funds. Spin the wheel, baby.
Spin that mother the wheel. What do we got?
Ladies and gentlemen, are open borders destroying American cities?
Yes.
That's what we've been talking about. Yeah.
A resounding absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement on that one. That'd be a
But when America first,
too.
but when America first settled, there technically was open borders. So why did it not destroy it back then, but it's destroying it now?
How far back then?
You mean
Cowboys and Indians, or what are you talking about?
Yeah, I was gonna say for like the first 10, 20 years of us being a country, while we didn't even have the Declaration of Independence or the Constitution or anything yet. Sure, there was open borders then, but shortly after that, when
The moment any of those colonies became individual colonies, you could argue that those were their borders.
Yeah, exactly.
Now the borders weren't the same as what we have now. They expanded and changed and shifted, but we did have borders.
Yeah.
Well, if you're just fortunate enough to make it out west, you could take a flag or whatever, a stake with your shit on it, put it in the ground, and it was yours.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise,
That's
it wouldn't
pretty
have been
cool.
called colonies plural. It would have just been the colony. The fact that it was colonies plural meant that there were specific zones that they lived in, and those zones would have been considered to have borders, because there was regions where it stopped being their zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Dar Torans. Welcome to the show.
Welcome.
Oh, he's
But
the gay.
the reason that I would say that it worked back then and not today, Teriak, is because when people came to this country back then, they were coming here for freedom.
Yep.
And they were coming here to escape the system that they knew. They weren't coming here to bring the system that they knew here. And
Yeah,
that is
but
the fundamental
Exactly.
difference.
what
They
were
did
they
not like the
escaping?
system. Yeah,
But
they did not
but
like
you
it.
remember? But do you remember what they were escaping from?
It depends on where they came from.
Well, most of them came from
Tyrannical
like England.
government, usually.
Yeah, but what was making England
Religious
a tyrannical
persecution.
government?
They came from more places than England.
The king.
No, but like the king was Christian. So what kind of religious persecution?
Protestantism.
They weren't allowed to practice their version of Christianity.
Yep.
No, they were getting taxed.
Can a Christian not persecute another Christian?
It was.
No,
it
you're
was
right.
because of
Exactly
it was because of taxes under Protestantism.
Yeah, taxation.
It was just a Christian on Christian violence.
Well, and there's multiple reasons. I wouldn't say taxation is violence. Would you?
Well, it's backed by violence. There's a promise of violence if you don't pay it.
Nah, but is it in and of itself violence? If I apply a tax to someone, am I kicking them in the face, or am I just charging them money?
No, but you wouldn't say like the mafia henchmen, giving you like a hint to pay your dues as violence.
Sure, I would.
Was it
I would call
society?
that violence because they're actually going to threaten you and do violence, and they don't have any authority to levy the tax on you in the first place.
Well,
And
authority
let's be,
just means violence.
And let's not pretend that it was only
Government
British people.
authority, yeah.
Let's not
Agreed
pretend that
upon
it was
government.
only British people coming here because of Protestant means as well. It was Spaniards and
Irish.
Italians and Germans.
And Irish.
Yes.
Germans.
Yeah, but the reason those people were leaving their nations was
for
ultimately the
freedom.
same. Well, no, it's because why weren't they having freedom back in their nations? It's because they were escaping the religious oppression.
Not necessarily.
In
There are a lot
some
of different
cases, yes,
religions.
that's not the only reason. Is what we're
No, it's
saying.
not.
That was one reason.
What
yes.
what I mean,
But it's
what
not the
other
only
I just
oppression
mentioned
was
a minute ago, you could get land just by
Just told
crossing.
you.
You could move it out there.
Because they were all sorts of
Just told
different
you
kinds of
multiple
Christian. They
reasons.
weren't all just one kinds of Christian. They were Baptists. They were Quakers. They were Calvinists. They were all sorts of different kinds of Christian at that time.
Yeah, but it's like
So they weren't all They weren't all a united front of the same order of Protestants and the same type of Protestants that were coming here. There were lots of different kinds.
Yeah, but like
And they all believed different things.
And you think
Yeah,
they
but-
didn't have their own little unique problems?
Yep.
No,
I bet they
exactly.
did. I bet they
But-
did.
But like the main cause of the fleeing is a religious cause.
No.
It's like
No.
No.
Imperial expansion.
what do you?
Yeah.
No, that's
Listen,
why.
there's a
That's why they,
multitude of reasons, and
No,
you're
that's-
focusing
that's
on
wh-
one. And we're not saying that it's
No.
not a reason, but it's not the only reason.
no, that's
A
the
lot of
reason
them
the
just wanted
colonization
economic
began.
opportunity.
No, the reason the kings sent over the colonization was for expansion, but the reason people fled wasn't for the sake of expansion.
Yeah,
No,
but
nobody said that
the
was
settlers went there willingly. Sure, there were people like from Italy,
Yeah.
Germany, and all this stuff, like trying to escape religious persecution, all this kind of shit, or just persecution by the state. Anyway,
Those were the immigrants that came after.
yes, precisely.
Yeah, but like it's like what is it? What's causing them to leave? What's the main
Cheap-
cause?
The promise of cheap land and a fresh start.
But it depends on who
Exactly.
you're talking about. Are you talking about the immigrants that came after or the settlers? Which one? Because it seems like you're conflating the two.
Well, I'm talking about after like they settled here.
Okay, so the
After
immigrants
there was
came
laws and
after.
things.
Yeah, there's three
'Cause the
primary
settlers
reasons.
came because they wanted to.
There's three primary reasons, right? There was economic opportunity, like new trade routes. Investors and merchants sought new trade routes and abundant natural resources and cash crops to build wealth. There was religious freedom, groups like, the Pilgrims that founded Plymouth and stuff like that. And Puritans sought to escape persecution and what they felt was debauchery in England, and then you had political liberty and land.
Correct. So they didn't think they could get.
There was three primary reasons. It wasn't just just Christian on Christian violence as you want to try and paint it out to be. That's
No.
just a fucking.
No, I'm saying that was
And
one.
just real
one of the
quick as
main-
well, shout out to Nate for the $50. Says at the time of the colonies, each of the religions separated off into their own colony. It was only after the Declaration of Independence that people left the European nations and the classism to be able to come make their own way in America. And also, let me give you a shredding clip for that one, sir. Salutes to you, sir. Thank you very kindly for the $50. We're now up to 56 in the wheel bank, but I have a feeling that this one is a bit, there's a lot of meat to the bone here. So let me know when you want to spin. But back to this whole thing of like the American was only founded because of Christian violence, apparently.
No, that's one of the main reasons. But yes, the other reasons are absolutely true. But this demonstrate they were so poor in England, and that was a lot better for them to start with nothing, because they couldn't make any headway back in England, where they actually had some amount of industry. So for these people, it is better to start from zero than to even attempt building.
That's also a misconception. Many of the settlers that came here originally were very wealthy back in England, and they didn't want to lose their wealth to what they felt was a system that was taking it.
Well, the elite,
Washington,
Washington was-
Jefferson, all of those men were quite wealthy.
Yeah,
Inventors even.
Yeah, I think what's his name? Yeah, Benjamin was also like a
Franklin. Yep.
Yeah, he was a Freemason.
Well, all of them were Freemasons at one point. A good 90% of them were Freemasons, more than likely.
Well, yeah, pretty much all.
Washington was a Mason.
Well, yeah, I mean, because this was during the time of the revolutions. This was the time when the French Revolution was happening.
But
And
this is also long before the subverters came in and overthrew Masonry to be what it is today. If you want to get into that, because that happened.
I don't know, but
well, you can look up Adam Weishaupt, and that was the start of that.
I don't know about the Masonry history, so I'm not sure if that's the thing that happened. So
well, what you would call the modern day Illuminati are the Jesuits that overthrew Masonry and infiltrated it. There's a book about it. There's many books about it, but Adam Weishaupt was the chief among them, and he was exiled out of England and France and Italy. He was not allowed to be in any of them. He actually moved to a small little country on his own.
I don't know too much about
mainly a group called the Jacobins,
Yeah,
which is
'cause,
still
like,
around today.
Well, today's modern Freemasons are just like a bunch of old white dudes who like some sort of country club.
Sure.
I mean, these are not people with power. If
Sure.
anything, it's just like an old folks' home.
Sure, if you want to believe that.
Wait, which Mason do you think is pulling like the strings behind government or like big corporations?
Many of them.
Oh, just name one.
You Pepsi, Coca-Cola.
Wait, is the owner of Pepsi like a Freemason?
Does Pepsi have an owner?
Well, I don't even know who's the CEO of Pepsi.
Okay, well,
Is he
check
like
that
a
out.
free?
The CEO doesn't own it.
Yeah.
Shareholders own it.
Okay, the shareholders Freemasons.
Do some research and decide for yourself. I don't know.
Oh man, you're the one who's saying that it's Pepsi who has like Freemasons in them.
You know,
and,
and
even if it was,
like,
bro, it's Pepsi. Who cares?
You know the largest international airport in the United States. Do you know which one it is?
In the United States, it would be American Airlines.
Be Denver, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be the Denver International Airport, which is an actual Mason lodge.
In the bottom.
No, not in the bottom. I mean, right when you walk in
Well,
the
it's-
front entrance,
oh,
there's a stone plaque right there with a triangle on it and the cornerstone directing you to the cornerstone, the foundational stone of the monument.
I didn't know that guy's name that put it up.
Dedicated.
No, is that because like a Freemason like was part
Yeah,
of
they
the development
they
of the building?
donated 80% of the money to build it.
Yeah, and the layout of Washington D.C. is riddled with Freemason symbols, the Statue of Liberty, the Pentagon. Even holy shit, I can't, like that's basically a pentagram. Do you know what I mean? So
No, yeah,
but Jack says enough of this shit. We don't care.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me Spin that wheel, white boy. Well, I'm pretty sure we're going to end up on the same topic, Jack. Not going to lie. Gentlemen, are woke corporations boycotting customers who disagree?
Woke corporations boycotting
kind
customers who
of.
disagree.
Because like
yeah.
it depends on the CEO of the corporation. 'Cause, like Jeff Bezos doesn't give an F about the woke, but he will pander to them.
Yeah, so are they boycotting their consumer base by doing that?
Well, in gaming, a lot of the developers in gaming are woke leftists, and this is something that's recent, and they take it over, and they do boycott the customers. Recently, they're making that new movie, the movie with
Well, once again, it comes less down to the CEOs than it does like the HR representatives of the country or of the company and the shareholders of the company wanting to be seen as appealing to as many people as possible. So the shareholders want to be able to be told that they're appealing to the most people that they can. And in order to do that, they want to have all these little side projects that they're able to say, oh, we did this, like the Pride Month shit and the Black History Month shit and all the different little campaigns that they run. They want to be able to say, look, we're appealing to this group of people, we're appealing to this group of people, we're not leaving anybody out. Meanwhile, they're leaving out all the regular people who don't ascribe to any of that bullshit.
example, the remaking The Odyssey. I forgot who the director was, but the director is like pretty woke left. He knows that movie's gonna flop. Nobody's gonna watch that movie, but he's doing it, and it's like 250 million that's gonna go down the drain intentionally. So he's not only like boycotting the customers, he's gonna make the shareholders pay for it.
I've got two good examples of this. For starters, I'll say Bud Light. Clearly, they're boycotting people who disagree, and granted, we're boycotting them back, and they're getting fucked because of it. But then another one I would say is film developers. We've actually seen like on all the different like Rotten Tomato and all these other websites, how they'll like block people who are giving downvotes, and they'll change the numbers. You actually have a bunch of these creators, like the film stars and the directors and all, going on social media and like literally saying like, "Oh, this film isn't for white men, so don't even go watch our film. We don't like you." So I mean, that's literally them boycotting people who disagree with their political ideologies or their worldviews and such.
Imagine somebody saying this movie isn't for black folk. Like, stay away, blackies. This movie isn't for you.
Well, over the past 12 months, Harley Davidson stock went from $31.25 a share down to $23 a share, and that's just in the last 12
because
months.
another company that was doing that same woke shit. You know?
Exactly.
Because their whole the consumer base is a bunch of boomers, and the boomers tend to be like Trump
Not
MAGA.
woke. Yeah, not woke. Meanwhile, Harley Davidson is running ads about a guy coming home and his wife's with another boyfriend, and oh no.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like this is why I criticize the right. The right doesn't seem to corporatize, because like at one point the corporations used to be like moderate. They were apolitical. You couldn't really say they were like left wing or right wing. Obviously now they're taking a turn for the left, but there's no corporations aside from like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. There's very little right wing corporations, and the solution isn't to like try to co-op the pre-existing corporations. It's for us to make new corporations to compete with them.
And Jeff Bezos is not a right wing.
I think that's already happening.
Yeah, it is happening, but it's very slow.
I'll give you an example.
And I mean,
Rumble.
naturally, it has to be. Yeah,
It's not an
very
overnight
slow
process, you know. It's not
right,
something
exactly.
you can do in a
There's
month.
no way that you can do it without trillions of cash flow.
You can't grow to a corporation overnight.
Yeah.
So
The
it
only
does
person who
exist.
can
And also
start
they
a
don't
corporation
publicize
overnight
it
is
that
Elon.
much. Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah. And he's not even necessarily full right wing. He's he's almost there,
Agreed.
but not quite. And he still appeals to, the people like Peter Thiel, which is one of his best friends, which is all in on Israel.
Well, did you see that comment from Peter Thiel? Like, he was talking about how like corporations would be the new mechanisms to do influence.
Well, that guy's going to take over. He's going to take over the world. So
no, he's been made fun of by South Park. That basically was like killed all. There was a South Park episode on Peter Thiel.
Who the fuck cares about what South
That
Park
doesn't
said
ruin
about
someone's
Peter Thiel?
career.
Well, the kids do.
Yeah. South Park has talked shit on a lot of people.
The man runs the global, worldwide fucking surveillance state.
Yeah, but that's like
Israel literally appealed to him to know where all these fucking
Chuds.
people to know
I
where all the
guarantee
people was that they
he
were going to
watched that
assassinate to take over
episode,
Iran.
laughed about it, and woke up the next day and nothing changed.
Yeah,
I
Peter
guarantee
Thiel
it.
thought it was funny. He probably thought it was funny. He's like,
He
look
probably
at these
laughed at it and
idiots.
said, "I don't give a shit."
Yeah. It's like these idiots think this is gonna do anything to affect me, while he's literally supplying all the information to us and Israel to kill all the freaking Islamic leaders in Iran.
Every conversation I hear ends up with Israel being. Why is that?
because
Yeah,
they
it's-
control
it's a big-
America.
Because they're
It's a
heavily
big-
involved in a
Real.
lot of things. Yeah.
It's a big part of what's going on right now, I would say.
I mean, the only reason we have AIPAC, we have this Zionist control in America, is because of Israel, because of that mythology.
I'd say 30, 40 years ago, it used to be MI6, then it whirled over to the CIA, and now it's basically CIA and Mossad collaborating. And they
Well, no.
basically run, 80% of the world, essentially.
The CIA was created by like an Israeli.
Yeah.
So
yeah, true.
from its inception,
No.
it has always been a tool for them. Because like when they assassinated JFK, it
When
was on
was-
behalf of
when was
Israel.
when was the CIA created?
It was like
It's Truman.
50s, I think.
No, it
47.
was 1947, National Securities
40
Act, right
47
after
Harry.
Operation Paperclip.
Harry Truman.
Yeah.
So America imported in all these Nazis and then filled the CIA with former fucking Nazis.
Well, even Israel.
The CIA is the continuation of the SS.
Well,
it's not.
who were the Nazis working for? They were working for Rothschild. They were paid by him, and you even have the
It's not like they were happy to.
the Epstein files where Epstein admitted that his family got all their money because they were supplying hideouts and
They're
things
globalists,
for Mustache Man. And
And just to clarify as well,
and Epstein's family worked for Lord Rothschild.
so like the funding coming from like all into all your U.S. universities is Qatar, United Kingdom, China, Switzerland, Japan, Germany, Saudi Arabia. Now do we wonder why all of a sudden they're waving Palestinian flags, queers for Palestine, you know what I mean? These feminists for Sharia law and all this shit, chickens for KFC.
The universities are being funded by Qatar. Yeah, right, dude.
This is publicly available 2025 data.
Okay,
You
what do you
deny
think?
that?
What do you think?
That's a
What
fact.
do you think? Yeah, what do you think is buying all the politicians? You think
Politicians
Qatar's
don't mean shit if I control your youth.
Politicians don't mean shit. Yeah, if politicians, what's more?
How about
who
they're
has more
doing
power?
both?
Who has more power? The politicians or some freaking university in the middle of nowhere?
The youth is the future.
Yeah,
That's why you have
influ-
drag time story hour.
Yeah, politicians influence the youth more than whatever
If
the
new
freaking
voting
teachers are.
bases didn't have any power, they wouldn't take any energy and effort into indoctrinating them in the first place. Clearly, they do have power.
Yeah,
But I don't know
nobody
why
like
it can't be both. Both the
nobody.
government and the universities are being paid by foreign entities in order to influence them. Both.
Yeah, this I don't think there's a single university here in America that is teaching kids about like the Quran as like, oh, you got to take this class. If anything, they're being taught things that are anti-Quran, anti-Muslim, like you have to be trans. Like
Yes,
the Muslims,
because
No, they teach
the
both.
Muslims want to destabilize
They
the
think that
USA,
they can
so you teach them
coexist.
all sorts of bullshit.
so the
You, like, you
Muslims,
realize you do realize like Iran
You
has
never
is
heard
like top
gays-
3
gays
for the
for
trans surgeries
Palestine?
worldwide. The
Say that
Islamic
again?
Republic of Iran is top 3 for trans surgeries worldwide.
top 3 for what?
Trans surgeries.
For trans surgeries.
Trans surgery.
Meaning they got a lot
I
of
think
people
yes.
over there
Iran.
getting trans surgeries done.
Iran is.
Yeah.
Yes, the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yeah, well, they have that because like it's either that or they
Muslims.
have to get killed.
Yeah, it's a
either-
solution to homosexuality.
Yeah,
So it's
so
not
yeah,
like
that's
they're
that's
against
the
it.
reason they.
Yeah. So that's why in the last election, the last president, Joe Biden, was waving the LGBT flag. Oh,
they're
we're
not
pro-trans,
promoting-
yeah, because
they're
it's
not-
sterilizing the gays.
No, they're not promoting it. It's either they kill them or they have to like get the surgery. It's not like that.
Yes.
Like
Yeah, that's
it's not
promoting
like
That means
they're
Muslims are
brainwashing.
pro-trans.
I don't think
Yeah.
that's exactly pro-trans. Yes, it's good
And
for
why
the
do they give
trans
that
'cause-
as an option?
because the other option
don't
is
they just
getting
kill 'em then?
unalived.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
Why
in
do they-
1980,
if Islam is against trans and LGBTQ and all of that stuff, why wouldn't they just kill them?
No, they're not,
Why did
actually.
they give them the other option?
No, that is a misconception. Because according to the hadiths, they actually view transing people as a way to get around the sin of homosexuality. So they
Precisely.
believe that if you're homosexual and you trans yourself to become like for example, if you're a gay man, if you trans yourself to become a woman, you're no longer homosexual. Now you're just
Right.
Yeah,
straight.
now it's just a heterosexual
and that
relationship.
is
And we hear
and
Americans
that is
chanting the same
accepted by
thing.
the
"Oh,
hadith.
a trans woman is
Right.
a real woman.
Yeah, that
That's
is an
Muslim
accepted
coded.
hadith.
Is this like
So-
Exactly.
is this like part of the eunuchs? Is that what they call them? The people who have their balls cut
No.
off.
Essentially,
that's a separate thing.
yeah, it is Islam's way of solving the homosexual problem, so to speak, quote unquote.
the final solution to the homosexuals.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Cut their balls off. Jesus, man. No, I'm not a Muslim, by the way. So, if that's what they believe, F them.
Yeah, I mean, crazy
And
enough,
ladies and
but
gentlemen,
yes, it is what they believe.
We got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
My fucking man!
The man, the myth, the legend himself, Jungle. Welcome to the show.
What's up, guys?
What up,
Not
Jungle?
much,
The
not much
legend.
yourself.
Good to see you.
Hello, Jungle.
You guys are
But yeah,
all here.
crazy. I just want to say that I know that I harp on Israel quite a bit, but I am equally against Islam and all of its issues as well. I do not give any grace to Iran or the Muslims or Qatar or any of those countries. I believe they're all fucking shitholes, and I don't think that we should be working on either side.
Right.
I'll be back
in
in just a
to
couple
work on
minutes,
ours,
Mr.
you know?
Boy.
Yeah, cool beans. But gentlemen, that's why we should be nationalists.
Yes, sir. That's why I am an America first.
Ethnic nationalists.
Israel can fuck themselves and Muslims can fuck themselves, and they can fight it out between the two of them and take each other out. That's as far as I'm.
And that puts us in the middle of it.
Neither one of them fucks with our interests.
At one point, I was like,
any American men, any of our young American soldiers. I don't want any of them to die for either side.
Yep, not one hair on one head.
Nope.
you know, at one point I was for like, let them go and let them do their own things. But now I'm at the point I think we need to invade. I think we need a classy area.
Invade who?
Israel, because we got to get our money back. And they touched our boats.
If we're gonna do that, then we might as well just fucking parking lot the entire Middle East and call it a day.
Yes.
So
I agree, 100%.
Because you can't take one out and leave the other, and vice versa. But as far as I'm concerned, since that is not an option, we just let them fight it out. They can fight it out. They'll sort it out eventually.
Well, it's not an option now, but if we can get the right people and the wrong people out, we can make it an option.
I don't think we're ever going to be able to just parking lot over 1 billion people. I don't think
Well,
that's going to work. I don't think that is feasible. I don't think it's
it would work.
godly or Christian. I don't think any of that is a good
we could
thing to
easily
do.
do it.
No, let's just say God wills it.
No, I
and then
know
we'll
we
drop
could
the
easily
nuke.
do it. Don't get me wrong. I know we could easily do it, but it's like there's many innocent people there. There's many Christians there. Again, I'm going to harp on Israel again, but what was the first thing that Israel hit when they went into Palestine to clear out Gaza? An Orthodox Christian church, a Greek one to be exact.
Do what?
Very first building that Israel blew up when they went in to clear Gaza and Palestine. Very first building that they hit was a Greek Orthodox Christian church with about 270 people in it.
Did not know that.
Yeah, so we take all the Christians out and then parking lot.
Yeah, that's why I keep saying
And
they are not our
godly.
friends.
It's another crusade. The Crusades for Christianity against Islam. So this is just another crusade. Very godly.
But that's the thing. They got you in their plantation. They have you in their narrative. They have you like this. The narrative is like the God of Israel is the God, Yahweh. Well,
No, it's not. No. No.
Who said that?
No, it's
Just curious. Ray?
wasn't me.
I
Is it you?
I did.
Oh, okay.
So
Those are-
like
okay.
that's the narrative of the evangelicals. I'm not sure what type of. Are you like a Unitarian or something?
Who, me?
Yeah, so just to clarify,
do you-
the first
No.
building struck in the Gaza conflict was the Palestinian Tower. So in the Ramal neighborhood in central Gaza City, it was a multi-story around
I'll
12
look
to
it up.
14
I'll look it up
floors.
for you.
Residential commercial building containing apartments, offices, and reportedly some Hamas-affiliated media and radio personnel. But a prominent Greek Orthodox church was hit during the conflict. So on October 19th, location was the historic site of Saint Porphyrius. I can't pronounce it. In Gaza City, Zaytun quarter, one of the oldest churches in the world, dating back to the 5th century, with parts rebuilt in the 12th century during the Crusades. An
Yeah,
Israeli
it's in
airstrike hit a building.
2023, St. Porphyrius.
Yeah, so not the main church structure itself. In most accounts, the church was sheltering hundreds of displaced Palestinians, both Christians and Muslims at the time. Casualties, 18 civilians killed, at least 12 to 20 injured. Many were Christians, entire families among the dead. The IDF stated that it targeted a Hamas command center operating near or adjacent to the church compound. It acknowledged damage in the site when reviewing the incident. So yeah, it was hit. It was also struck again in July 2024 by a missile that did not detonate, causing limited injuries.
Yeah. That's why I keep saying they are not necessarily our friends. And they don't, Yahweh is Jesus. They don't believe in Jesus. They believe that Jesus is burning in excrement in hell. That is exactly what most
which is why
Talmudic
Judaism
scholars
does
will
not
tell you.
mix with Christianity.
Yeah, that is what
just like Islam.
that's what most Talmudic
Neither one of
scholars
them are
will tell
good
you.
for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like you
Wanna
still
find it.
worship that Old Testament God, which is Yahweh.
The Old Testament, no, Yahweh is Jesus.
No, you're not saying Yeshua?
No, Yahweh would be like the Old Testament God, which you think it's Jesus, because you're probably like a Trinitarian, correct?
Well, Shante says spin that
That's not how
motherfucking
that
wheel.
works. Yeah, that's what I was going to point out, Terry. Shante said spin it.
Are billionaires paying their fair share or getting away with moida? Should we tax the rich?
If they're paying more than
I'd
the
say
fair
both.
share, and they're paying for murder.
Yeah, they're doing both. They got plenty of loopholes that they can use to pay less in taxes, but arguably they pay more in taxes than the majority of the nation pays combined.
I gotta say this: I've never had a
Like
poor
the
person
top-
not me a paycheck.
I just want
Ever.
to clear this up
Yeah,
real
the
quick
top
if I can.
10% is paying the majority of the taxes.
I just want to clear this up real quick, so if I can, but they do not call God Yahweh. They called God Hashem or Elohim, Adonai. They do not call God Yeshua. That is Jesus.
Well,
They do not believe. They do not believe in the New Testament God. They do
They
not
can't-
believe that Jesus is the Messiah. They reject Jesus as the Messiah. They believe that they're going to rebuild the third temple on the Temple Mount, and their new Messiah will rise. They don't believe he's come yet.
Correct.
That's why they're doing all this red heifer shit to do the sacrifice on the altar of the third temple so they can bring about their Messiah, which to us is called the Antichrist.
Well, the reason they say Hashem, because Hashem just means the name. So they
Yes,
try to
exactly.
They try to avoid saying they try to
That
avoid
is
saying
that is what they call God, because they don't believe that God has a name.
no. It's they're not allowed to say the name.
Not that there is no like it's when like Eric
Elohim.
Claudius calls it like the logos. It's like,
Yeah,
it's like that literally means word. Like whatever word
Elohim
you would use
translates-
for the highest. Yeah, go ahead.
Elohim translates directly to the word God. When they say Hashem is because they're being proper. But Elohim and Hashem are the same.
Well, Elohim can span because Elohim can encompass a lot of things. It can encompass a king, it can encompass an angel, and it can also encompass like the God.
It means God.
No, because like there's plenty of times where like even Satan is called the Lord of this world, the Hashem, the Elohim of this world.
No.
Yeah, it's in the Bible, man. They literally call Satan the Lord of this world
In the Bible or Talmud?
in the Bible.
Yeah. We're talking about the Talmud.
No, I'm saying like the word Elohim doesn't just mean the God. It can mean like multiple things. It could be like your Lord, your King.
Are you
So it's-
talking about you talking about strictly Old Testament Bible, and are you talking about Messianic or Masoretic text, or are you talking about the Septuagint?
The word Elohim. So like
I
all throughout the
don't
Bible.
I don't think you really know what you're talking about here. Just to be frank.
No, like the word Elohim doesn't
Do you
just
know?
mean
Do you know
a
the
God.
difference? Do you know the difference between the Masoretic text and the Septuagint?
Not sure, but how does that relate?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
How does that relate though?
Because that is the Old Testament. Those are the documents that the Old Testament are written off of.
Yeah, but how does that relate to the word Elohim?
Because you're conflating it with something that isn't there.
No, the word Elohim is used to address kings, not just
Where?
God.
Where?
For example, they called Satan the Lord of this world.
Okay, and where would that actually be Elohim instead of Lord of this world? Where does it say that anywhere?
Chapter verse.
I mean, I can Google it. So it's going to take me a while, but I can.
Okay. Well, you find a chapter and verse that says Elohim for Satan, and then we can talk.
Beautiful. And speaking of which, gentlemen, the top 1% of earners in America paid 40% of the federal income tax.
Yep, that's why I say a poor man's never wrote a paycheck for me that I'm aware of.
Can you check what the top 10% of tax brackets, how much of the tax do they actually pay? Because I think it's like 90% within the top 10% of paying.
If I could weigh in just for a brief second, I will make this comment. I pay more in taxes in 1 year than many people spend in their entire lifetime.
I do not doubt that, sir.
Just FYI. So this whole billionaires not fair share bullshit is just a whole bunch of Hockamamie bullshit.
Would you not come? If you have 100,000, would they not come after it too? Really?
They're
I mean,
upset. They're upset with this comment that was made earlier that they are smarter and they write off things to avoid paying the most taxes that they would have to pay if they didn't do that. But that's using the system as it was designed. Like I do the same thing. I write off so much shit. Otherwise, I'd be paying the government 45 or 40, whatever the fuck % of my own income. I have to write off things. I have to reinvest in my business to be able to write off these things. People that are working for the system and doing their 9 to 5, they never know it. They're ignorant to this sort of thing. So they just judge you based on the smart decisions that you made.
Right. No,
yeah, they want more of your money, just like they want more of my little measly, whatever it might be. They want more of that too.
Right. They have a
where's the limit?
Like steal from the rich and give to the poor.
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
just fucking do better and make more money.
Yeah.
It's just that simple.
Let's do better. Pay your taxes, follow the laws. You'll be all right.
No, yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from, and I think income tax should be illegal in the first place. So that's my view.
Well, that's a whole
Abolish
other
the income
topic,
tax.
but I can agree with that actually.
There we go.
And just for that number as well, the top 10% of earners in America pay 72% of the total federal income taxes. So when they say tax the rich,
exactly,
what's going to happen is they're just going to pull all their fucking resources out of the country, and then you're going to be left in a shithole.
Yeah, pull out of city XYZ and move to another city or move one out. Just all the way
The
out.
remaining like 30% of people or remaining tax brackets aren't going to be able to cover anywhere close to the amount of taxes those people were paying already. You know, all of us lower income earners are drops in the bucket.
Yeah, you'll still have 90% of the population, but you'll only have 30%, less than 30% of the revenue, the tax revenue.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yeah.
How do we feel about a flax
27%
tax
of the
rate?
Tax revenue.
Just 10%. None of this 40% and all this kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Also, we got to play the clip. For the income taxes, and honestly, I just want to see my video again. LOL, I love me, Lamau. Hashtag troll and appreciate the troll. Ladies and gentlemen, we're up to $120 of the wheel bank. So if you want to change the theme, or if you want particular topics, let me know, folks. Because like I said, we got a plethora. See, I'm using the fancy words off moves. So again, a spin the wheel is 20. If you want to change the wheel, it's 50. If you want a specific topic, it's 50 as well. And here's the below themes that we could change to. Well, it seems like people are interested in the religion one as well. We could give that an owl spin as well if he's wanted. So let me know.
Yeah, whatever you want. I don't want to spend anyone's money for them. So
I'm actually good with continuing talking about this tax situation. You brought up a good question about the flat rate and that sort of things. Like, what other options do you guys think would be better for our system?
I mean, personally, a 10% flat tax rate, I think, is actually a much better start than, than what we have. I mean, I think that's a way better compromise than taxing the fuck out of everybody.
Yeah, because like you have to implement it gradually. You can't just shock the system and say, all right, no more taxes, like stupid Bush said. It's not going to work. The 10% is the lowest, I think, right? 10% is the lowest.
Yeah.
Bracket. Yeah, just lower it to the lowest so everything's fair for everybody. And then from there, we can start implementing tax exemptions and things like that of that nature. For example, we can start incentivizing family structure. The more kids you have, a certain amount of kids, you can be completely exempt from all taxes, et cetera, things like that. But you can't implement that until you start lowering it as it is and revamping.
Yeah.
What about paying taxes when you spend it? Jungle. I mean, damn. You pay almost as much again when you spend it. If you lower it to 10%. I know in my state it's 10%, almost 10%.
You mean like sales tax?
Yeah, state tax, sales tax, those kind of things.
Well, that's a completely separate system, honestly. Income tax is different from sales tax.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying
we get lowering sales tax as well, or flat.
Yeah, I mean, we get taxed when you earn it. You get taxed again when you spend it. When is enough enough?
I don't think we should federalize the sales tax because that is specific to the states due to their requirements for roads and things like that. Some states don't need that much road construction funding, etc. So I think we should leave the sales tax to the states as it is. But income tax, definitely the federal needs to come in. Now, states can still do what they want to do as far as income tax. I think that should be left as it is because they also have state income taxes. But federal, it should definitely be flattened or removed entirely.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
and you got property tax.
Yeah, property tax. You got so many taxes.
Switch to tariffs instead of taxes.
But I mean, to be fair, Trump did float this as well when he was running against Kamala. He said that with Doge, we would be able to get rid of federal income tax altogether, and we see how far that got us. Not very far.
Yeah, little things like the no tax on tips. That's a good start. Incentivizing specific realms in the tax system will be a good start, but flattening it would be the ultimate start, honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
But I do also agree to give Trump credit. The no tax on tips was a nice starting gesture.
I don't know. That feels more like a Band-Aid.
What do you guys think about this?
Sure, it's a Band-Aid.
Instead of flattening it to start, we wind it down slower, and that we leave the tax brackets as they are, but we simply lower it by half for everybody. So 5% is the lowest, and then instead of 42 or 3%, it's down to like 20-something%. And we keep it as is until we get to a point where we can flatten it. Because the government has to adjust its funding at the same time. We have to remember that for all the programs they got that they put this money towards, et cetera. So we don't want to shock the system and just erase everything because we're no longer paying the government taxes.
No, that's the thing. Like, what are we even funding with those taxes? So if we don't have to fund that thing, we could just cut that tax entirely.
Right, but that would ensue that we have to cut those programs at the same time.
Yeah, but like.
That would be a shock to the system.
Can this program be replaced? There's probably some programs, for example, like I'm pretty sure the baby boomers don't want Social Security gone because they don't have somebody, take care for them. Because a lot of them go on cruise ships. They'll sell their property and then get that Social Security from the government, and they'll go on cruise ship, and the cruise ship will basically become their nursing home, and that's where they go off to die.
Yeah, we could probably lower income taxes by 30 to 50%, and at the same time implement the Doge system and weed out all the unnecessary programs that we put this money towards. And if we do that at the same time, we can survive it. If we do one and not the other, it's just going to destroy everything, and there's going to be too much rebellion and stuff.
Well, that's the thing. The system like that thing we're funding, like Social Security, has to go because it is a Ponzi scheme. Now it's been working up to this point because there's always been an increase of population, but now we have this massive drop of population who isn't fitting into the pyramid scheme.
That's why everybody's talking about population.
Yeah, but like it was a problem regardless of the population or not, because like at one point or another, you're not gonna have like this explosion of people giving births because the pyramid has become too big. It is a Ponzi scheme. It is meant to break down at one point or another.
Well, yeah, there's more money going out than there is coming in. That's
Yeah, I can totally agree with you. That's why there's so many difficult aspects of this, like the birth rate crisis, the immigration situation. All of it has to be adjusted at the same time, or you have to at least start with the most important one first and then work your way towards the ultimate goal. Like it's just like with any business, you set a goal for your business and you accomplish small goals in between to get to the overall goal. So that's what the government and politicians should start focusing on.
But that's the thing. Like, yeah, we can say that's what they have to do, but like, how exactly does that look like? How are we going to replace Social Security that's going to provide old people somewhere to go after they can't work? Because that's what Social Security is supposed to provide. This.
Doge was a great idea to start towards that, in my opinion.
Well, all Doge was doing is getting rid of like
fraud, waste,
unnecessary spending.
Yeah.
But even they couldn't really do much.
Well, that's why we need truly focused Doge that is actually making progressive changes, and I don't mean progressive in the negative way. I mean progressive back towards something that makes sense.
Well, once again, Doge was doing that, and they were doing a good job at it, but politics got in the way, as it always does, because we had all these psycho leftists going around setting fire to Tesla car lots, and Trump was like, "Oh no, this is bad publicity. We gotta make Elon go away," and it was basically stopped.
Yeah, and just like they say, you're not going to be able to appease everybody, but you got to minimize the rioting and bullshit as best as possible and still accomplish the mission. So you got to start somewhere, and it's going to be a shock because not everybody, especially in modernity, is used to that kind of thing because they didn't live in the time where it made sense.
Yeah.
Well,
that all goes back to the Make America Great Again theme. Is we're trying to get back to something that makes sense, not change it back to slavery and all this bullshit,
Yeah.
But they're caught up on that because all the time they bring race into it and other bullshit, and it just becomes a fiasco politically.
And in my opinion, the first thing that's got to be done to start that whole process is we need to stop throwing our money away to all these other countries that we're propping up, giving our arms to, giving, military aid to, financial aid, all this bullshit to all these fucking countries that we don't need to be helping. We need to be putting that into our own system or just stopping that spending altogether so we can save that money. We either save that money by not giving it to them, or we throw it into our own infrastructure, our own economy, instead of propping up all these other countries' fucking economies that we don't need to.
Yeah, but this is
And
probably
tariffing the other countries at the same rate that they tariff us.
Yes, that too.
Well, Trump was supposed to be the one who was supposed to stop that, but he didn't drain the swamp. He just became part of the swamp.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Let me ask you guys a question, because I was thinking about this, and this is me personally, how I spend my money. So even to give an example of donating to Teriac, I don't donate my active income. I only donate my investment profits. So do you think the government should move to an investment strategy idea to where all of the tax money goes into an investment account, and the only money that we can allot towards any government program or spending should come from the profits from that. That way you never lose your base money. You're only spending the money that it's basically house money you're spending.
Yeah, I get you.
Look,
have Nancy Pelosi as an advisor, because she seems to do really good with these investments.
Yeah, for sure.
The return she gets, we would be the richest fucking country in the world in a second.
True.
10 times
like,
over.
That is a good idea. Like, look, we're never going to see eye to eye with the leftists. They want to socialize healthcare. We don't. So I think the better system is to have multiple systems within one nation, with this one country. And so people are able to choose between the socialist system with the leftist wants, or like a free market system, or which is what the right wing is usually gonna choose. But there needs to be something in which we can both engage in, because this tug of war between free healthcare and not free healthcare, this is not gonna get us anywhere.
Well, look, to be completely honest with you, I mean, with the amount of money that we would save by not propping up all these other countries, we could socialize or nationalize healthcare if we really wanted to, and we would still be saving money.
Yeah.
You basically you pay for European healthcare with the the amount you pay into NATO. That's why all these
we're
European
literally
countries don't
paying for
have any
them to
military
have
and all
free
this kind of shit.
healthcare.
Yes,
exactly. But to tie it back to the jungle thing, I genuinely think that's what Trump's plan is with the Bitcoin strategic reserve.
Yeah.
And other cryptocurrencies, like that's
like it.
Hopefully at least what he's going to go down with. You know what I mean? Because like I said, the value of Bitcoin will just keep going up and up and up, especially the more inflation there is. So if you,
I hate to burst your bubble on this, Teriak, but I think that when it comes down to it, I think that they're gonna just make Bitcoin illegal.
They will.
So, yeah,
If they can't control it, they're going to try to make it illegal.
Exactly.
Good luck.
Well, and also
Good luck with that, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a topic change from our boy Jungle. He's asking the question to you: should men be restored to the sole debt responsibility in America? Give us your pros and cons, gentlemen.
I'm not sure what that is.
Basically,
Elaborate on the sole debt there, Jungle.
Women are not allowed to own a bank account.
Only men can.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Only men can. Well, they can have bank accounts, but they can't have.
They can't have credit cards and debt. Yeah, they
So
can't.
they can't go into debt.
Yeah.
I would say yes.
So essentially, this would erase the credit
Because
scores.
we've
all
seen.
way.
Yeah.
For most of them.
I would only agree to that if we're allowed to kick them out of the workforce too.
Yes. And the voting system.
Yeah,
they're
there'd
taking
be,
jobs
there'd
that
have
those
to be a
men
lot
that-
more
that-
adjustments
yeah.
along the
Yeah,
situation.
we would-
for that to be
And
possible.
they're the ones that hold the most debt. So if we were to just erase that, we need to make up for that in our economy, especially for all the men who are now going to have to pay for the repercussions to removing all of that debt, because it doesn't just blink into the air. That's still going to
Right.
hurt the economy. So in order to make them pay money that they don't have to pay, well, now you're not allowed to work. And then those men will then be able to be paid appropriate wages, so that when the crush to the economy hits from erasing that debt, the men can actually still afford shit.
Yeah, if you take 75% of women out of the workforce, the wages of men will double instantly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we used to be able to do it with one income. We could have a family, send them to school, have cars, homes,
I don't think that. No, I don't think that'll be true, because like the value.
How do you figure it's the exact opposite?
It is
happened
true.
when the 19th Amendment
We've seen it
was
happen.
Put into effect. Yeah.
No, because like value isn't derived from the labor.
Oh, what? You sell your time for money. What is your
You
time
don't-
worth?
No, it's
Have
not
you
derived
ever
from
owned a
labor.
business or worked for?
I run my beginning my own shitty business. So a lot of
Shitty is the key word. That's how the country used to work, right?
Yeah, well,
Well,
one
like,
of the first things that
everybody's
you're going to
business
have
are
to
so
learn
shitty.
is balancing.
Yeah, everybody.
You say
payroll
that's not how it
versus
works.
No, that's the thing. Like
You say that's not how it works, but that's how the country literally worked before.
no, like
So we have
value.
evidence that it does.
No,
You
value.
are you
Yeah,
value.
it's a simple supply and demand issue, just
Yeah,
like
va-
the
value-
housing market. The more houses, the less prices. The less houses, the more prices. So
No,
it's
the
the
thing-
same thing in the workforce.
No, Valley doesn't provide.
The harder it is to attract employees, the more you have to incentivize them to come work for you.
So here's
No,
a scenario.
labor's
So
a cost.
imagine you have a company that employs 4 people and 3 of them are women and 1 of them is a man. If you get rid of those 3 women, the man has to do the work of 4 people, therefore will automatically demand more money for what he's doing, and the company will have to pay it. Plus,
You'll get their paychecks.
They lose 75% of their income expenses, so they have the money in the room to pay him more.
No,
That's
Yeah, payroll is one of the highest expenses to a company.
Labor is a cost. It's
Yes.
it's not something that adds value to anything.
I have to disagree with that. If you don't have any labor, you don't have a company.
Right.
Unless you're going to be,
Yeah.
you know,
How do you think
solo.
these companies make their value? It's off the backs of the labor that's being performed.
No.
Otherwise, every company owner would have to do all the
What
work
do you
themselves.
You think they just magically poof goods and services into the world without somebody actually having to do it?
No,
Yeah,
value
that-
doesn't come from the labor.
Precisely because of the labor done.
It comes from the
Yeah,
demand
the labor provides the
and
product.
the supply. No,
The labor
value-
provides the product, and then the
The
people who
labor
want the
is the
product
supply.
is the demand. Yes.
Labor is a cost to make the product.
Labor literally is the product. You have no product without labor.
And remember,
No,
labor
that's-
is your
that's cost
consumers.
to make the
Labor
product.
is your consumers as well. Remember that. You're trying to sell stuff,
You're
right?
speaking from the business's perspective.
Yes.
You're speaking from the business's perspective. They have to pay the labor, therefore, to them it is a cost.
You own a
to them it's-
you own a painting company, okay? You don't have anybody to go in and paint the fucking house. You're not selling any painting.
There you go.
You sell houses for a living. You build and sell houses for a living. You don't have anybody to go build the fucking house. You have no house to sell.
This could also play into that,
Yeah,
and
and-
I want to touch
No,
on
what's being
Darcy's
sold
point.
is the house, not the labor. Whatever labor went into the house.
Somebody
if the
has
labor
to make
if the labor
fucking
costs
house.
go down by getting rid of the payroll expense, then you would necessarily do 2 things at the same time. You would, 1, increase the wages of the 1 person that's doing the 4 people's jobs. As well, you can reduce the cost of the actual product itself because you're not having to pay as much to produce the product.
No. People don't become more magically more productive because you fire some people. The cost of their labor will remain the same.
Name a company that you are familiar with. Just name me one company that you are familiar with.
Pepsi, Tesla.
Tesla. Okay, perfect. If you don't have people to run the machines to make those fucking cars, you have no cars to sell.
Yep.
Do you understand that?
No, just because they fired an employee at Tesla, which they've done recently, that doesn't mean that that doesn't
Shrinking
mean
the workforce has nothing to do with
It's
the
not what we're
fact that
talking
they
about.
still need labor to produce the product that they sell.
no.
Pepsi Cola. If they have no guys to work in the factory to make the Pepsi Cola and to put it into fucking cans for it to go on your shelf for you to come home and fucking drink it, they have nothing to sell you.
No, but the labor of the worker at the Pepsi Cola factory doesn't become more as soon as they fire the women, right? Just as much as they would fire
yes, it
any
would.
particular
Listen. You're missing an
It doesn't.
important aspect. You're missing a point. If there's no one else to do the extra work, and the boss says, "I need someone to do the extra work, but I'm also going to pay you more," men will step up and do the extra work. So yeah, it actually
Extra
does
hours.
equate to that.
Now they
No,
have
no,
to,
extra
now they have
At
to
higher pay.
No,
You
that's extra
understand-
hours, not
You
extra labor.
understand there's a finite
It's
amount
both.
of men, right? There's a finite amount of men to go around. So if every company needs the men because they cannot hire women, if every company needs the men, in order to entice those men to leave the company they're at and join the new company, which wants their labor, the new company needs to offer more money than the competing company. Do you understand that?
I've got an example. I think I know what you're meaning. I totally know what you're meaning, Darth. I worked in a server administration role. We had a team of 12 people. those 12 people divvied up the responsibilities. Now, I was able to do specific things and my partner was able to do specific things, but I also knew his job and he knew mine. So if he was out for the day, I had to step up and do his roles. Now, I'm sitting in the office. I'm mostly just kind of bullshitting around because we have so much extra time because we have so many people. Now you reduce the people, we're utilizing our time to accomplish the same mission that the person would do otherwise, whether they're there or not. It just has to get done and it will get done. I think that's what you're missing.
No,
the guys
thing is,
will step up and utilize their time more efficiently to accomplish the same mission.
Well, the thing, you
Especially
can't,
if you're getting
like,
a raise.
Yeah, if the employer says, "Hey, I'm going to double your pay for this,"
yeah,
most of my
you're gonna work more.
What's going to happen?
Exactly.
No,
And
like,
especially if there's a finite amount of men to go around, and if they can't hire women and they can only hire men, then they, by necessity, have to pay more to the men to try and get them into their business instead of someone else's business. Because
the
now
value of
you're
your time and labor goes way up.
100%,
yeah, you're creating a competing market for wages.
Absolutely, because one company A and versus company B, company A will offer, say, $50 an hour. Company B offers $30 an hour. The man's going to choose company A hands down.
Yeah, every time.
And then it's just going to be a competitive thing. Now company B is going to offer $55 an hour, and company A is then going to counter that with $57 an hour. It's just going to be an endless supply of capitalism.
no, it's like,
And that's how the system used to work. So when you argue about this, we actually saw this in practice and saw that it was working.
Yeah.
People used
Yeah,
to
before the 19th,
own
yeah,
homes
before the
Now
19th
they've
Amendment,
and a nice plot of land
exactly how it worked.
saturated the labor
on a
force
single
so
income.
much with so many people, they can get away with just, oh, well, you could just sit over there in the corner
Yeah,
for a
we
couple
knew.
hours. You got somebody else that can handle that, and they can just
Yeah.
pay them less.
Yeah,
It's a
before the
completely
19th
backwards
Amendment was
system.
a thing, this is exactly how it worked.
Yeah, exactly. And so we
Yeah.
actually do have the data to
This is
show
before
that that's exactly what would
industrialization.
happen. Because that's exactly
And another
what
thing too, if you
happened.
put a man to do
And it
4
would happen
people's
again.
jobs, he's going to come home and want that massage, and his wife is actually going to provide it to him. And they're going to have a happier family, happier life. It's all going to change a whole dynamic of everything.
And more money.
No,
Exactly.
And more money.
Everything's going to change.
like,
And in the end, much happier homes all together. The family unit comes back together again.
no,
Yeah, and then we
it's
One
getting
comfortable
over.
income
we
instead of
wouldn't
two.
have 50%. We wouldn't have 50% unemployment, and all these people sitting on the fucking
Have
streets
have you
because
have any of
companies would be paying a living wage.
have any of you actually worked in a factory before?
Yep.
I have.
Yes.
Oh, like a steel factory, or what kind of factory?
All kinds of different ones.
Yeah, I worked in all kinds of them.
Okay, like
Different things.
Yeah,
an individual.
I was
Gun assembly, parts manufacturing.
Yeah, like
I worked in a company that has DoD contracts, and we did metal finishing products. So
Yeah, like-
essentially, what we did is we put metal coatings onto missiles and all sorts of warfare weaponry. Not only that, but Cummins diesel generators and Harley Davidson gas tanks and just anything that you can name that was fucking coated with metal that was either powder coated and or anodized, aluminum and or titanium. We did that, and I worked there for quite a while, so I have pretty extensive experience with all this. And not only that, but I was a sales engineer for that company, so I know the ins and outs of what it costs to run everything in that place. What it costs for the labor, what it costs for the product, because I would literally count that into every job that I sold. And I would bid for jobs on things for companies like SpaceX, Tesla. We did stuff for Blue Origin. We did the blast doors of the Blue Origin rockets. We worked on
Jeff Bezos?
we worked on the Falcon Heavies. We did blast doors for the Falcon Heavies. We did outer shielding for the Falcon Heavies.
So
I've
what was
literally
the point
seen
of
the
the factory
entire
question
building
in the first
schematics
place?
of those rockets. I know every fucking part of them, inside and out.
Yeah.
I
Why
literally
did you
have.
want to know if we worked in factories before?
Yeah, I literally have the schematics of the Falcon Heavy hanging on my wall.
Nice.
Let us see them. Give us that. It's a little China.
Yeah, no, that's I would get sued to oblivion if I showed that on the internet.
I did some DOD contracting heavy metals, like the bunker buster cores, that type of thing. DU.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we also did the actual tip of the tantalum tips of nuclear warheads. We did panels for submarines. All sorts of shit.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, yep. I've
Why do I feel like I
worked
should
in a
know the name of
factory.
this company?
Oh, the company that I worked for? Oh, you probably do know the name of it.
Probably do.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Yeah.
It's kind of a household name.
Is it Lockheed and Martin?
No, but we did have contracts with Lockheed.
It's probably going to be something Raytheon or something like that.
Yeah, I worked with
Close.
Raytheon and Lockheed a lot before I started my business.
Yep.
Did you?
Yeah.
I always want to get in the skunk works and walk around, swear in and all that. Whatever I have to do,
You're
see stuff.
getting close.
Did you just say you want to walk around a bunch of skunks? I didn't.
Yeah, raccoons. You know, I'm in the country. I can't help it. But yeah, I'd
you're
like
boiling. You're boiling hot there. Are you crazy? You're boiling hot.
on your end.
Yeah.
Yep. I could probably type a couple of things in Google here and figure it out just real quick, but I won't. I won't, because my mind will just go crazy. But
Yeah. Well, I
love that
appreciate
kind of
you for.
stuff.
I appreciate you not naming it for me.
Yeah, I won't. No way.
Hey, gentlemen, if I could interject, and Teriak, I'm going to head out for tonight. It's already past 4 o'clock for me. So I appreciate you having me up, and it was great talking with you guys. And I hope that you take care and stay blessed and stay based.
Later, brother.
Thank you very much, Section
Good
230.
talking with
Thanks
you.
for stopping up.
See ya, man.
I enjoyed it, sir.
Nice talking to you, man. Have a good one.
See ya. Yeah, I'm out too.
Speaking of which, we got crazy on Pan with his banana.
Yeah. Anyways,
Yeah.
so
Oh my
go
God.
ahead with your. Go ahead with your question of how we worked in factories. Where were you going with that?
I was gonna say, like, people specialize in factories. Like each labor kind of specializes in their own thing. So it's like no labor
Is
does
somebody
like
talking?
yeah.
Yeah, Darth is.
Every time somebody leaves, my shit breaks.
Hey, you can just refresh. I'll bring him back up.
Can you hear us? I don't think you can hear us.
Hello?
Yeah, he can't hear us. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I hear you.
You hear me? I can only hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear anybody else.
Wait,
I'm
who can you
gonna-
hear?
Yeah, I'm gonna join back in.
But what was the factory question based on again?
Well, like laborers like specialize in factory work. It's like you wouldn't do like your labor plus another person's labor all within the same time. That's not physically possible. So like you as a worker have like a certain amount of time to work with, and you sell your labor, but to the business owner, your labor is just a cost.
There we go. I can hear now.
It's a necessary cost, though, right?
Well, the thing is, like, it's a cost that goes down with the amount of means of production. Like, as soon as they get new machines in, your labor is probably gonna be like reduced. So like your labor doesn't go beyond what your ability can. So if you can only like work so fast, you firing other people, whether it's male or male or female, isn't going to like all of a sudden make your labor explode.
Have you ever heard of the term higher skilled labor? Skilled being the key word?
Yeah, you can sell higher skilled labor, but that's
So
still
not only will capitalism improve the company's productivity and the pay raises that they are paid that they offer their employees, but it will incentivize the males or whoever is coming to work for them to get specific specialty skill sets learned or applied in order to produce the product for said company.
But
Yes,
the thing,
and
like
these companies will pay for that to happen. They will pay
Absolutely.
for
They
people to
will pay for
learn
your
those skills.
education. They'll pay for training, all of that stuff. My dad does it specifically. He's been in business 30 years. He does that exact thing, actually.
I can definitely vouch for education, paid, and all that. Anytime there's new equipment hits the scene or new technology, trained, paid, and you can take that any place.
Yep. The machines don't. The machines practically run themselves, but they are nothing is fully 100% automated.
So I got a
Everything-
question for Darth. Sorry to cut you off.
you're
Since
fine.
you got completely and utterly destroyed on this topic, would you like to change it, or are you good with
Destroyed?
just keeping on getting the destruction, baby?
well, you didn't destroy the argument. All you said like people have specialized labor. Yes, people have specialized labor, but to the business owner, that's still a cost. You're not just because like you have two people with the same specialized labor, just because the other guy gets fired, that doesn't make your labor more abundant.
So, and what do you think happens when wages rise?
Wages either rise because there's a shortage of labor.
Which there would be if there were no women in the workforce, correct?
Yes, but you're thinking that because we fire all these women, that the shortage of labor is going to produce people to have a higher wages. It's not.
Yes, it would.
No, because they're not going.
Because the
People-
companies have to therefore compete for the small amount of men that are out there.
No,
Because there's a
what
lot less. There's 50% women in the workforce at the moment. If 50% of the workforce drops out, then you have also 50% of people in the U.S. are unemployed. So the companies would have to therefore go out and compete for that 50% of lost production. There would still be the same amount of people buying shit.
What's going to happen is people are going to get replaced by robots. That's what's going to happen.
Here we go.
If that were the case, it'd be already happening.
Ooh, that's not going to happen.
Who's going to build the robots, bro?
It's not going to be.
Who's going to maintain them?
Very
If that
specialized
maintenance of the
programmers.
robots. Like, do you think robots are going to be working on oil rigs?
Exactly.
We only get to the oil rig because there's machines there already. The
You
only
think,
reason.
you think a robot's going to climb
No.
a pole and
We get-
electricity 10,000 miles in the air and change a power line?
We get
And
to
there,
the oil
there
rigs
are
because they're
things in the
building
Tesla
oil
factory
rigs.
on the floor that robots cannot do.
Yes,
Who do you
there's
think build the oil rigs? You think
Yes,
they
it's-
just poof out of nowhere?
Okay,
Yes,
have you ever
they're starting
owned
to
a computer,
replace-
Darth? Have you ever owned a PC?
Well, I'm talking to you one right now.
Yeah, okay, great, perfect. So have you ever had any software issues, glitches, audio issues where you would need to restart it or something?
Sure.
Absolutely. So you can imagine this robot of yours climbs this tower 10,000 miles in the air and it has a software glitch and it gets stuck and just stops moving. What man or what other robot is going to go up there and repair it?
They're just gonna bring the robot down and send another robot, right? They're
Right.
not
So
gonna
who's going to make that
who's
second
gonna-
robot? Another man,
Who's
right?
Who's going to
It's
bring it
all going to
down?
be
Who's going to put the other
maintained and
ones in?
created by men.
Yeah, this
So
is like
at worst
this
case,
is
you're
like-
talking about switching the type of work that men specialize in and do. Instead of doing laboral jobs, they will be doing programming jobs. So it will adjust the
Yes.
education system. Everything will change naturally for that.
exactly
and-
the
and-
new.
Not only
The only-
that, but just the sheer fact of if it were so easy for these companies to replace everything with robots, instead of paying human labor, they would have already done it.
They're doing it right now, man. That's the explosion that's coming up. They're replacing the power pole workers.
What's the limitation on a computer? It generates heat. You ever thought about why it generates heat and what happens?
Well,
And we're at a max on that. We start melting silver and gold if we go any faster and hotter.
Well, look, I would never use a computer to like drive me to work, right? Every machine has its very specific task.
And
Machines
every,
already drive
Yeah.
people to
every
work. They're called
machine will have to
Teslas.
be programmed specifically by a human.
Yes, all this means is like the only valuable worker in the future is it's probably going to be the programmer.
Let's
Machine.
grant everything to you. Let's say the entirety of the world workforce turns into robots. How do people make money?
Programming. Everybody's going to probably have to switch over to programming.
I like this
AI,
one.
AI
Exactly.
can
That's what I said
program.
earlier. So
AI can program.
the specialized skill sets will just simply adjust naturally when that happens, if it happens.
Yeah, we have no robots that are technologically advanced enough to build skyscrapers, to do fabricating work, to do all these things that takes human skill to do.
Well, you go into this too. Who is going to buy your stuff or whatever you're producing, whatever you're doing with these robots? If people don't have a job to pay for things, you're not going to sell anything. Again,
You're also bound by the programming, because if a robot cannot make I can't think of the word, a decision in the moment where it's slightly different than what they're programmed to do specifically, they're just going to fail. That's why we need human innovation and interpretation in the moments of things.
Well,
That's
no,
how the
you're
robot will
talking
never
about like
be able
very
to do.
unique, like
Machines
very
cannot
unique-
handle ambiguity.
No,
Yeah,
no, like
I'll
very
tell you
unique
this.
events happen all the time.
I'll tell
Even
you
people
this.
fail at it.
Tell you this. My company, when I started there, we employed maybe 50 or 60 people on a line specifically for titanium anodizing. During the time I was there, I helped them to devise a automated system where we could do over 200,000 parts a day on an automated line that anodized all the titanium parts. You still needed 10 people to run that line. Okay, so even if you're reducing the workforce by a certain percentage with automation, you can't replace them completely.
No, look, you reduce your workforce, right? But did you increase your paycheck? No.
Yes. Oh yeah, absolutely we did, because we were able
What,
to
like
do
50 cents?
No, by about $100,000 and so a year, because we were able to bring in twice the amount of jobs per week that we were doing before.
So all the
So we could get
all the
so
employees
so,
became
so instead of
millionaires. Wow.
not millionaires, but they were paid very, very well.
Wait, is this because it's a government contract? Because the government contracts basically kind of squeeze the taxpayer, but it's not some.
There's a company of 190 people, and the payroll was over $90 million a year. So you do the math on that.
So basically, everybody that became a millionaire. Jesus Christ.
Everybody was making a couple $100,000 a year.
A year? Give it like 10 years. Everybody's a millionaire.
Well, yeah, with enough contracts. But you're doing that many jobs, that's what happens.
Yeah, but that's not the reality for like
you increase productivity, you increase sales, you can increase pay.
No, first you have a government contract. No, that's a government contract. You're allowed to squeeze the taxpayer, so that you already have that edge.
You're not squeezing the taxpayer. You're bidding for a job that whatever they will pay.
Yeah, like American taxpayers.
You don't just get to you don't take a contract for coating spinal implants, titanium spinal implants. You don't take a contract for that and say, okay, we'll charge you $9 per spinal implant that we anodize with a type 3 hard coat coating mil spec. You don't say, "Oh, we're gonna try and charge $20," because the next guy, the company next door, will do it for $9. You have to compete.
Well, it's a limited competition because there's not like every company can just bid for this.
Sure, yeah, there's about 20 of them in the United States. So we're bidding between those 20 companies. Whoever gives the military or the government the best price is going to win. That's why we don't do all the parts of a project. We do some of the parts of the project because some of the other companies have tooling that allows them to do the part a little bit cheaper or a little bit faster. So the contract goes to them instead of us, and vice versa. Everyone's specialized in their niches. Everyone has specific tooling in their manufacturing process.
Yes.
There's only so many parts you can fit on a rack, and there's only so many racks you can fucking dump into a high current solution to fucking anodize shit.
Yeah, that's true.
So everything is competition and supply and demand. That's how the economy fucking works, man.
No, like just because you have like competition here, that's like we don't have that sort of competition out in the free market, right? Nobody.
Sure we do. That's exactly what it was.
No, like
Nobody.
nobody.
You're free to make your own metal coating company and fucking compete. Go ahead. Try.
No, I'm not allowed to compete. I'm not allowed to compete with the government contractors.
Yeah, you are. It's a private company. It's not a government company. We have government contracts, but it's still a privately owned company that's run by a regular dude.
Yeah, I don't think like any company just can we're gonna compete and bid in the contract. You have to have.
They can. By comparison, we were a small company compared to some of the other ones that do it.
I seriously doubt anybody could just come into not lobby their way.
We were one of 3 companies just in Minnesota that did this.
Okay.
There's also ones where I live currently here in Las Vegas. There's many of them in Texas. There's some in Tennessee. There's some in Florida. There's metal finishing companies all over the fucking place, man.
Yeah, but nobody's gonna get this government contract.
Sure they can. They just bid for it.
I'm gonna try bid for that. Get myself a couple millions.
Okay, well you have to actually be able to provide the service that you're fucking saying you're going to provide. You can't just go, well, they don't pay you before the job is done.
Well, look, I get to send it off to China, right? If it's really a bid thing, I'm pretty sure the Chinese can undercut. With a
Sure, but are you going to pay for the fucking 90,000 pounds of metal to be shipped to China and then coated and then shipped back when you can send it down the street?
And you want that tech to get to China? You want them to have all the secrets? I don't think so.
Right, exactly. But it's not even just about the secrets. It's logistics. It's the fact that it's a truck ride away. It gets loaded onto a truck. It comes to us. We unload it off the truck. We fucking do the job, load it back onto the truck, and send the truck to them. Instead of it having to go on a fucking carrier ship for 2 weeks, which costs more than the actual job is even worth.
Well, it kind of depends, if it's a large order, large item.
All of them were the average order that we were doing is 30,000 pieces per run of anything.
Yak Man, make me full screen for a sec, sir.
All right, one sec.
See the whole thing.
Where is it? There we go.
Defeated. All in good fun, Darth. You're making good arguments, sir, but you're losing. I'm just going to say that.
Well, this is the thing is Yes, he's right. If we could get all employees to like bid on the government, if we could just get all jobs to get like funneled through the government, then we could lobby the government to give us jobs, and then we can pay each worker $1 million within 10 years. But that's not realistic. He works for like a very specialized, like not everybody gets to work making tanks, and so they can basically ask for like a very a special price. That doesn't apply to every worker in America. This is kind of like, yes, that's true for your specific situation. That's not true for like 99% of America.
But you,
And this
you know what incentivization is, right?
Yeah, even if you're incentivized with more money, your labor doesn't go up. You can only do so much work a day.
Not just the money, but the actual thing itself. Like, look at modernity. Look at how many men have moved to streaming platforms and online personalities and such. This didn't exist 10, 15, 20 years ago because the market has shifted. The men go where the money is.
Exactly.
And so if they were working in a factory line that's now been replaced by a robot, they're going to shift their focus to something else that makes sense for them because everybody else is doing it and they want to do it better. It's always a competition with men.
No, that just proves that value isn't derived from the labor. Value is derived from the person who has the means to produce. So
you need
the
labor
reason
to produce.
Yeah, but like you already replaced like half of your workers with like machines.
It's irrelevant, man.
No, you produce more not because of the labor. You produce more because you got new machines. Now it's great that you're paying your employees more. That's 100% cool. But for the rest of the Americans, that's not the reality. They're going to get replaced by machines. Their income isn't going to increase because their labor didn't increase. What increased was the labor of the machines. That's what made the increase.
It depends depends on what the labor is and what the skill of the worker is.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep asking, who are you going to sell this stuff to if nobody's making a paycheck? Nobody can make a living. Who are you going to sell it to? Nobody.
No, you're selling to people with money.
So they can pay their taxes.
Here he comes with the universal
Yeah, you pay your
basic
taxes
income.
for sure.
Well, in this case, the one who's buying is the U.S. military and Jeff Bezos, which is the rich and the government.
That's what I missed that part. Sorry.
Yeah, which is like, again, only the rich write you a paycheck, which is true.
We did work for many small machine shops as well, not just extremely large contracts.
My dad is one of those. He did a lot of nuclear programs in military and medical stuff at a small machine shop.
Yep.
And he was invested in by these big corporations just the same.
Yep. Because not only did we do stuff for these giant companies and DoD projects and military contracts, also Cummins, Harley Davidson, Ford Motors.
Guess who those investments filtered down to? The laborer.
Yep.
Because without his employees, he would not be producing anything that they needed.
No,
exactly. And we also did stuff for tiny little machine shops that make aluminum siding that go on fucking trailers and just all sorts of shit. So we even did just like for one of the small companies that I onboarded when I was there was just a small bike shop that made custom choppers and shit. And we would do like, and they sell like little aluminum parts like pegs and
exactly
valve stem covers and
exactly the guy doing the
brake levers and stuff for fucking custom choppers that they made. We did all those small little parts. That's a small little company where the guy's not even making $1 million a year and he has 5-6 employees, but we're still doing thousands of dollars of work for him every week. And he appreciated that. And we were more than happy to do it because it was easy stuff to fit on our line while we were running other shit.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like the laborer doing the work in your factory, that same kind of labor, if he was working for like another company, he probably wouldn't be making that sort of money. He's in the right spot.
No, it's
His
A motorcycle shop is not a government contract, sir.
exactly,
not even close.
exactly. It's not the same. It's not a government
Yet,
contract.
yet
But his labor,
he still
wait,
got work done from the
yet
same company that was also doing government contracts.
no, yet his
So
labor was only that valuable because it was doing the government
it wasn't
contract.
it wasn't
Not,
labor. The labor was our labor.
no, I'm saying like somebody doing the labor, which like iodizing metal. If you were to do iodized metal for like a
Anodized, but
different,
yeah.
for a different company, he wouldn't get that money. The only reason he's getting this, $1 million is because he's within your company. He's at
No,
the right spots.
no,
It's not due to his
he paid
labor.
us. No,
It's due to his
he
position.
made billet aluminum parts with a CNC machine. That was his labor. Okay. And then he
Yeah.
would send those billet aluminum parts to us and we would put them in an anodizing line and we'd like type two anodizing, like either whatever color he needed for that fucking week. It would either be black or orange or red or whatever color he wanted. Usually black because black was the most popular colors that he would sell online. And
No, I'm talking about like somebody who does iodizing. Is that how you call it?
anodizing.
Anodizing. Somebody who does anodizing in a
Mhm.
company for a government contract. If you were to do the same labor for like a company that doesn't have a government contract, if he does the same labor for a different company, he's not going to get that money because it's all about the position.
We paid industry standard wages for all of our employees.
$1 million for anodizing metal, that's not really a thing.
I didn't say $1 million. I said around 100,000 to 200,000 to 300,000 max, probably. Think
Even that.
what our chief quality engineer made about 600K a year.
Even that, people who anodize metals outside that company don't make near as much as that. Not even close.
Yeah, they do. Sure, they do.
No, like you can like
There's guy. Do you know? I'll give you one for an example. Medford Knives. You ever heard of that company?
No.
Medford. It's
Is
owned
that
by a Marine veteran. They make handmade pocket knives, and they do all their own in-house anodizing. They sell for about $1,000 per knife, and he has around 80 employees or so. Everybody in that factory is making around the same wages that we did.
100,000 a year?
Yeah.
I really doubt it, but okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you can doubt it, but that's the reality.
Because I'm thinking that's some sort of like the Ridge Wallet kind of situation, right? They got really
Medford
good
Knife
marketing.
and Tool. Ridge Wallet gets their shit made in China. They're not American made manufactured products. I'm talking about American made manufactured products that are made with US labor and paid US wages and sell for US money. Not stuff that sells for fucking $2 from China.
I honestly thought Ridge Wallet was like made in America.
I don't think so.
That's how they advertise themselves. They could be lying. But the thing is, like, not all anodizing workers, even though despite having the same labor, despite having the same hours, are gonna make the same amount of money or even close to 100,000 a year. Most anodizing workers,
How much does a Ridge Wallet sell? Because I'm not familiar with the company. How much do they sell for?
like $100.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
freaking.
So I bet you there's probably around 200 employees at their company, and they're probably all making pretty damn decent money. if they're selling those little fucking wallets that are very easy to manufacture, very easy to do anodized coatings on, because they have to do the same thing as we did. They have to anodize them. That's how they get them to be colored, to have the coating on the metal.
Yeah, because yeah, I'm
so they're
'cause I'm
doing the
pretty-
same. They're doing the same stuff that we did. They're probably getting an actual metal finishing company to do the anodizing for them, because most companies that are machine shops that do like actual manufacturing of metal products don't also do the coatings for it. Those are two separate companies usually. Very few companies, like Medford is one example, where they actually do everything in house. That's very rare.
Yeah, because like yeah, like there could be companies like these small companies that, like for example, Rich Wallet. Let's say they did work like in America, because they have really good marketing, and so they sell their little small product for like overpriced.
Yep. Well, it's not overpriced. It's how much people are willing to pay for it, and how
Yeah,
much they
you're
also
right.
have to pay for the labor. They price the product based on what it takes them to make it and then make a profit afterwards.
It's mostly marketing rather than, because like, have you seen the Rich Wallet? There's not much to it.
Yeah, I've seen them. That's why I just said what I said. They're very easy to manufacture. They're easy to do the metal coatings on. They're making a pretty high profit margin. They're probably paying a small amount of employees quite a bit of money to run the machines in their factory. And they probably pay those guys pretty damn good money to keep their quality high.
Yeah, like it can work with those guys. Yeah.
Well, the whole thing is you introduce something to the public. If it's good, it's going to sell. If not, it
Well-
won't. So
Well-
they must be making a good product.
Well,
Whether-
they're very good at marketing. That's what they are.
So
Well, that's
people
what
get
that'd
the
be
product and it's no good, but they keep on selling them. Is that?
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
confused.
If the marketing is
no.
irrelevant if the product is shit.
Have you used the Rich Wallet? They chew up your cards. They kind of like chew up the sides of the cards.
No, I have a genuine Horween leather wallet that was made in Chicago.
Well, it's not a very. It looks nice, but it's actually not a very good card holder, because it'll chew up your cards pretty quick. So like yeah, like companies like Rich Wallet can like pay the employees like probably like near 100,000, but that's mainly due to the marketing, because they're selling their wallets at $100. If they were selling, if people actually knew how bad the wallets were, they probably have to sell the wallets for around like $30, which means
Yeah, just like you can take my wallet for example. These are made in Chicago. They're made with genuine Horween leather, which is a specific tan of leather that is only done in one factory in Chicago. They're one of the oldest in the country. They've been doing it for over 100 years. This wallet's $400, and they sell a shitload. They sell a shitload of them every single year, and they pay their employees extremely well. And it doesn't take very many guys to make them.
I got to see your wallet now. What's the name of it?
It's an Ashland leather Johnny the Fox.
All right, let me Google that, because a $400 wallet. I got to look at
Yeah,
that.
mine is
There's a lot of wallets out there, 150, 200 bucks. A lot.
Yeah, mine is a special edition. It's a teal color, and they only made 20 of them. And they do special edition runs a few times a year, and they send out an email letter to all the people that subscribe, and first come first serve. When they're gone, they're gone. They sell out in about an hour or two. But their regular wallets are around 100,
Yeah.
150 bucks.
And A
The
brings
ones
up
that
a
they
good
make
point
every day.
in terms of like innovation as well. Like that's another thing that's like it's not, AI is not going to be creating new shit, but like
Yeah.
humans, like their creativity and all that
Yeah.
stuff. Like that's another aspect to this as well. I can think like the arts and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, I thought artists were the first ones to go due to AI, because like pretty much kind of replace artists overnight.
You know, people will always
No.
appreciate something that's done by a person rather than something that's done by AI. Look at how prejudiced people are already to, music and stuff made by quote unquote clankers. and AI videos. Everybody hates it.
Well,
Nobody
this
likes
thing,
it.
I think today's artists are so bad. People would probably prefer AI over like modern artists. Like people will still listen to the classics from like before woke culture took over. But like, I think
I
like
think the culture just changes to different forms of music. I think people are now appreciating bands more again instead of fucking pop and things like that. People are starting to get into more underground niche music than they were before. There's a lot of like even underground rap artists and stuff that are becoming a lot bigger. Like look at this fucking like that Ren guy was like an overnight sensation, or fucking um what's his name? The um fucking north of Virginia, whatever his fucking name is. Richmond or whatever.
Richmond,
I
north
don't.
north of Richmond.
Yes,
I don't.
that guy.
I don't
I've
listen too
been
much
selling
rap.
my soul.
Oh, that guy.
Working all day. Bullshit pay.
Oliver Anthony.
Oliver
Yeah, he
Anthony,
still
that's his
puts out
name.
a song every now and then
Yeah.
on his channel.
Or you got fucking rappers like Webby and stuff that are making albums against like the New World Order and shit that was not popular years ago, but now people are listening to it. All sorts of shit becoming more popular that wasn't before, and the stuff that is popular is getting less so. Those are cycles. It always happens. But I don't think that AI is going to replace it. AI may replace it for companies that are usually the ones to outsource that sort of thing anyways. But was anybody ever listening to fucking, jingles made by Pepsi Cola for advertising purposes on a daily basis? Willingly? No. You only hear it because you have to hear it in an ad. So that type of stuff will become AI music, sure. But the stuff that you actually go home and listen to and enjoy on your speaker system or whatever, or your fucking earbuds, is not going to be AI music. It'll be popular here on YouTube just because of copyright laws, and people want to, use the music in their videos. But as soon as their video is over, they go and listen to a real song.
And by real music, we mean anything before 2016.
No, I mean anything that's just made by a real artist. Could have been made yesterday.
I know, because like there has been like one or two like AI songs that have like gained like like massive popularity.
Sure.
I don't. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you're right. Like people want to hear like actual artists, look at actual art by real artists.
Yeah. There will always be a market for stuff that's done by people.
Yeah,
Doesn't
because
really matter what field it is.
yeah, because like the whole essence of being authentic, people really like.
Yeah. Just like the
I
same.
sent you something.
Just like the same with the wallet that I mentioned. Part of the appeal to them is that every one is kind of unique because of the way that they hand do the staining of the wallets, and they hand do all the stitching and everything like that. So every one of them is a little bit different than any other one that they make, and that's what makes them appealing.
Somebody said it once, it's the imperfections that makes it, priceless.
Exactly.
Unique. Makes it beautiful, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I mean to people, yeah. But like as somebody who actually sells wallets, I actually do sell wallets, by the way. I understand it's just marketing, and like I see people's appeal to things, like. But I think like at the end of the day, is like all I see is really good marketing.
Well, if you have really good marketing and a shitty product, it's not going to be very popular for very long.
Well, I would actually say, as a maker of the wallet, I'm gonna say my wallet's the best wallet, but I would say my marketing's shitty. That's why I'm not selling anything.
Well, if it really were the best wallet, you wouldn't really have to tell people it's the best wallet.
If you would see my wallets, you would agree they're definitely more cooler than anything that's out in the market.
I doubt it. I would imagine that I would take my wallet over whatever you sell any day.
Yeah, because I think you're like more into the classics. I'm more like a futuristic kind of designer.
Hmm. I have quite a few different wallets, and yeah, I don't know.
You know what?
For some reason, I'm not buying your ability to sell things at this point.
I would show you, but like
you're not selling your argument very well, so I don't know how you're going to be at selling wallets.
well, that's the thing. It's all about the marketing, and like I'm not very good at marketing. Well, I used to be, not anymore. Because like now I focus more like on the actual product itself, and I don't want people.
What's the golden rule of sales?
The golden rule of sales is I actually don't know. What is it?
Oh wow, how do you it's an old question, but how do you sell a pen to someone that already has one?
I tell them, why do you need this pen?
Well, he knows why he needs a pen. He needs it to write, but he's already got that. Why does he need your pen?
Well, I'm sure you tell me. I don't know.
Oh boy.
What is it though? Because I wouldn't know.
Well, just think about it.
What to me, it's like about finding your crowd, because like you wouldn't sell rap music to somebody who listens to country. You could never sell rap music to somebody who's into country. So
You're wrong.
Yeah. So essentially, I mean, you can go watch the movie The Wolf of Wall Street, and you'll get the answer to the question that I asked you.
I mean, I've seen The Wolf of Wall Street.
Okay.
And
Yeah. You don't sell the pen. You sell the solution to a problem. You form a problem and you sell the solution.
But that's the thing. They already have the problem, right? They need something to hold their cards in, or something to write with.
Well, they already have one, but why do they need yours?
Exactly. So it's not that you're selling a solution to a problem.
So yes, you are. The first thing you're going to ask that person is, what are some things that you like about your wallet, and what are some things that you don't? They will quickly name a few things about their wallet that you don't like, and then from then on, you form a justification for why your wallet would provide a solution to those problems. And if you can't, then you need to make a new wallet.
What's the thing? All wallets solve the solution, but like
no, everybody's got a specific nitpick. That's why there's so many different wallets on the market. If that were the case, there would only be one wallet on the market, and everyone would just buy that one.
Yeah, but this thing is like everybody like the reason a wallet sells is not because they solve the solution the best, but rather because they are able to market that they quote unquote solved it the best. It's not exactly that they actually solved the problem, but they give the illusion that they solved the problem.
I can't remember what was the pen. What was the pen not so long ago? It was like a brand name pen.
Because I actually make
Bic.
No,
Like a
Bic's a good one, but
Sensa. The
it was
pen
a solid.
I think of, the
Go
pen
ahead.
that I think of is the type that I have, which is a Mont Blanc.
That's
because
it.
because I also make pens, by the way. I know, and I'm not sure. Do you know that Glock pen, the 3D printed Glock pen? That's yeah. It's a bit in the 3D printing community. That's sort of a popular pen, but like that
Yeah,
didn't get.
I don't know anything about the 3D printed community.
Yeah, well, it's it's a popular print, but it's not a popular print because it solves the problem of writing more better than the other pens. It's only popular because it has the most advertising. It's the pen everybody knows. When you think of the 3D printed Glock pen, it's the pen.
Yeah. I think of when I think of pen, I think of Mont Blanc, I think of Parker, I think of Bic and Pilot.
Yeah. But see, like,
And
Well, you have disposable, and then you have the ones you're going to keep, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Those are like the disposable pen, the big.
I also have a handmade Franklin Christoph. Looks like a 1920s Coca-Cola bottle. It's pretty cool.
Oh, nice. So what is
It's not,
that?
it's not glass. It's not glass, but it looks like it.
Who's like shaking ice cream?
It's a fountain pen. I'm stirring my coffee, my bad.
Oh, that's what's happening. It's like
Apologies, everyone.
not at the table, Carlos.
I don't seem to know any of your memes. You are too Gen Z for me.
No, that was like
I
that
am
was
too
from
old.
that was from like the millennial movie. I forget what it's called, but that was more of a millennial movie.
Millennial movie what?
It was like one of those movies with Zac Efron.
Where's Jungle and fucking Terriac at? Where are you guys at?
They're coming back. He had to start the piston.
What'd you say, Crazy?
They had to restart the stream. The sound dropped from the stream.
Oh. So they're not even in here?
Don't know.
I see him on the screen.
That jungle's up in the corner up there.
Yeah. Any of y'all want to jump in on this? Or are we gonna spin the wheel and go to the next topic? I think we've like
Well, Shantae said
successfully,
spin it.
Yeah, spin it.
Yeah, I think we've kind of bashed this topic to death.
Yeah, pretty exhausted.
So what was the final verdict? That'll be a yes.
He lost. That was the final. I would say the three old timers won this one.
No more taxes. That's what the takeaway is.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. And
Yeah.
repeal the 19th and no women in the workforce. That's what I got out of it anyways. I'm not sure about anybody else.
That's what I got out of it. So the value of your labor will go up.
Yo.
I don't think that's gonna be the outcome, but it doesn't matter.
Hey, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time you were wrong tonight, so it's all right.
Test. Can you hear me?
No, we can't.
Where you been?
Shit.
Beautiful.
I ruined it.
Shout out to Jungle for the 10 gifted memberships. My fucking man. So the wheel banks up to 100. Do people say they want to spin, or what's the crack?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've killed
Sean
this
thinks
topic
it's
to
been
death.
everybody else. Yeah.
Let's change the topic
Yes.
though. Let's change the theme. Okay.
We going
Yeah,
religion
what are you
wheel
thinking?
now?
I was
Whatever
more so
Jungle
along
wants.
the lines of dating or philosophy. I'm terrible with politics and religion. I mean, I like listening to it, but I'm just gonna sit here on mute the whole time.
Oh yeah,
Up
let's.
to you guys though. This is your guys' thing, right?
No,
You
no,
wanna-
no. You
You want to
paid for
any,
it all,
mini,
man.
money,
So
mow it, or you want to?
nah, just whatever you want to pick. Philosophy's cool. I'm not the greatest at philosophy, but
Let's take it to
I'm
Dr. Phil land. Let's go.
I'm better
Let's
at
go to
religion than
philosophy land,
philosophy.
boys.
But yeah, I'm probably better at religion than philosophy, but I'll give it a go. You paid for it anyhow, Jungle. So your choice, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, if we go with dating, I'll just like wreck everybody.
No, we
Fair.
what's your body count?
Oh Lord.
Okay. So
I'm
we're
not
gonna spin
scared
the
of it.
philosophy wheel, ladies and gentlemen.
I sent you a little image to a second one. I don't know if you'll like that one. It looks kind of weird, but
Like the
No,
fire, I'm
hell
not gonna
no.
lie. Pretty dope. Not gonna lie, not gonna lie.
the face is a little off. That's the only thing, you know.
True. But
Looks like that
J-
fire was made with propane.
Jabin, should we ban artists and storytellers from influencing society?
How in the world could you even do that?
Oh yeah, we did this one the other night, didn't we? No, we shouldn't because man, I almost forgot my own argument for this that I made.
Well, we're thinking about left brain and right brain people out here. If we have all right brain people, we're just going to live in a logical, boring environment. We need that left brain of creativity to play a part. Or I might be having them backwards. We need both sides. We need the yin and the
Yes.
yang.
Yes, because not all stories are make believe. Some stories are true.
Yeah, and even if they are make believe, it inspires the youth, especially, to become creative and innovative. Like that's where a lot of things were created from that creativity.
Right, and
Literally
aren't
used the word itself.
aren't
You
some
might
of
spark
the
some-
journalists and commentary people are basically just modern day storytellers. So
And you might spark some kid geniuses, left side and right side, get him thinking and create something fantastic that changes the world.
I don't
Tell
know.
the
I think
story.
we can ban the trans books, and I think we will be okay.
yeah, we're
Now
not
he
saying
says
not to do
something.
that.
Well, that's where the logical will counterbalance it. Like we'll have a lot of off the wall, out in left field, as they say, ideas, but we'll just bring it right back to reality with the other side of the brain.
Yep, that's what the free speech and free market is for. Because where there are bad ideas, they can be corrected by good ones.
Exactly.
But the key aspect for me is that like you can't just kind of like list out this is the philosophy and all this kind of shit. When you look at the likes of Plato, when you look at even Nietzsche and all this stuff, like they all come in the form of a story. It's this whole aspect of like showing, not telling, kind of thing. You know what I mean? And you see the characters vibe off, and like through that dialogue and the back and forth, you're getting like the full picture essentially. Whereas just listing down this is the philosophy and this is what you should follow is a bad way of trying to teach philosophy. You need to give that dialogue of the back and forth between the two.
Right. Yeah, this is what we talked about with it the other night, I remember. And that is very, very true indeed.
I don't think there's much contention on this one. Spin it again.
In that wheel. Can two opposites actually be the same thing at their core?
Oh, this one fucked us up the other day.
Law of logics? No.
No, because like logic is dependent on values. Like without order, you have no logic. So like the reason we're able to do logic is because we're differentiating between values. We're saying the values at the start of the process or equation can be accounted for at the end of the process or at the end of the equation. That's what logic is. It's what somebody's doing. It's that in between processing.
Well, the other day we had what was it? Cowardice and foolishness. And Teriak's answer was, isn't courage in the middle of cowardice and foolishness, I believe? Wasn't that what we talked about with this one?
Wouldn't courage be like a conceptuation of two things, of being like, despite being afraid, you overcome, and that is courage. Because if you don't fear it to begin with, you can't really have courage against it. You're like indifferent.
Well, I think opposite things would be like fear and love, or something like that, or hate
Like
and
hot
love.
and cold.
Yeah, hot and cold, hate, love. Aren't they? Don't
At
they
the
kind
core,
of? Yeah, at
hot
their
and cold
core,
is
aren't they-
temperature.
Yeah.
Right.
And like love would just be like hatred would just be like a love gone sour. So it would still be love, but just angry love.
Well, at what point do you hate something so much that you love to hate it?
At what point do I hate something that I love to hate it? Well, this is the thing. Like, I don't
like it becomes to where you enjoy hating that thing, and it becomes.
What's the thing?
Like
we only tend to hate things that has like hurt us. Like, for example, like you break up with somebody, you don't hate somebody prior to breaking up with them. You only hate them after you believe that they've done wrong to you. They've wronged you. So it is only after the fallout happens that the hate begins.
But can you hate something while not loving it? Like, surely the fact that you hate it shows that you have some sort of emotion to it. Because the opposite of emotion would just be indifference.
Yeah.
But the fact
I
that you
think-
hate something, it's like, think about the woman like who like constantly bitches about her ex and all this kind of stuff. Oh, I hate this guy who's a prick and all this kind of shit. Usually that's a telltale sign that she still has unresolved emotions for that person.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But again, they would have to be a fallout out of love for that woman to hate that man. Because like you don't hate a random woman on the street because you
Not
guys have no
necess- not-
history.
Not necessarily, because I don't know if you know anything about women, but the one that they tell you that they hate is actually the one that they love the most. Like, oh, I hate that guy, and she can't do anything but want to be around him.
Mm. Yeah. So hate seems to be stemming out of love, because you don't just start hating things for no reason. It's you believe they
Right.
they gone
you
wrong.
You had to have some sort of emotional investment in the first place to have such a strong negative emotion towards it now.
Yes, exactly.
Hey guys, I gotta get on out of here. It's been great yapping with you fellas.
Appreciate you, Jungle.
You can
Any
find me
shout outs
over
or anything
the
like
rain.
that?
Yeah, you can find me over the rainbow underneath a pillow.
My man.
Later, guys. Have a good one.
Have a good one, Appreciate you, Jungle. Thanks for stopping by.
Jungle the legend.
All right, are we gonna shut it down? Or gonna spin the wheel again?
That man's a damn legend. Let me tell you, Floyd.
Well, we still got $30, so if we want to spin again, let's motherfucking spin that wheel.
Let's go.
Gentlemen, is the soul immortal and does it keep coming back in new bodies?
The soul might
No.
be immortal, but it does not reincarnate into new bodies. No, I do not believe that.
I actually believe the opposite. I believe you do reincarnate into new bodies, but the soul is not immortal. Your soul is dependent on the higher.
One more time. I'm kind of slow.
So like anything that anything that begins to exist must also have an end. So eternal life is nothing but a pipe dream.
But
So
something
you're an
kind of come from
atheist?
nothing.
Well,
You're a Gnostic?
well, no, God is not. For example, God has
Well,
always
just
been.
just by necessity of that statement, you don't believe in God, or you're a Gnostic.
No, I do believe in God. I just don't believe that God is like some sort of substance or like is something that had a beginning.
Well, God is uncreated.
Yeah, he has society. He's not dependent on like a cause. There was
He
not
has what? Do you say he has society?
a satiety without cause. He's like nothing caused God to exist, right?
Well, God would be uncreated, so he has no beginning or end.
Yes. The
He's
soul, however,
he's outside of space, time, matter.
yeah. So like we have a beginning, so we must therefore have an end. It's not like God can make
Well, that's not what the Bible says.
Well, it's a logical impossibility. God cannot make another God.
An everlasting soul doesn't mean that he's made another God, and that's actually literally one of the things that you look up the word theosis.
Theosis. I believe that means. Let me look it up just in case.
Means becoming like God.
That meant knowledge.
Theosis, meaning deification or divinization, is the transformative process of becoming more like God and uniting with Him. Central to Eastern Orthodox theology, it is considered the ultimate purpose of human life, where believers, through grace, become partakers of the divine nature. 2 Peter chapter 1, verse 4, reflecting God's image and likeness.
Partaking of the divine nature. See, that's what I'm going to disagree with. Like, you can become like God politically and in worldview, like have the same beliefs as God, but to become God in nature, that is a big no-no.
It's not becoming God. It's becoming like God.
Yeah, but like, is that
it's a small G God, not a big G God?
Yeah, but
There's
like
only
becoming
one big G God.
Yeah, becoming God in nature is different, like from becoming God in like worldview. Like you can believe the same things as God, hold His laws and all that, but to say that you're gonna become like God in nature, that's you're saying you can become a God.
No, that's literally not what it's saying.
I mean, what is nature referring to here?
It's basically saying that you're within God's grace, like you get to live an eternal life with God, not as God.
Or as a God, right?
Well, if you want to think of it that way, it's a small G God, not big G God. There's only one of those.
Well,
There's only one.
That's still like God, though.
It just means that you live forever in God's grace. You don't get to do anything that God gets to do.
Well, yeah, you don't get to be God.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you're not God, you will come to your end.
Well, that's not what Orthodox Christians believe. So
yeah,
you're something else.
Well, yeah, that's gonna be a separation. That's gonna be a separation of theology. I'm not gonna go down like say we can become eternal.
Well, where in the Bible would you say that? Because since you said you believe in God, like which God?
I would say like I would actually believe in the more ancient God, the more ancient ideal of God. So like you guys believe God can come down and dwell amongst human beings. I think that's a logical impossibility because to me God is the all
What?
powerful. God,
You just contradicted yourself. If God is the all powerful, then how could he not come down and live as a human being if he wanted to?
but that's the thing. God cannot make himself not God. Like God,
Well, he didn't.
there's
He,
that's the
he
thing.
still had the divine nature of God, but he was also human.
So you acknowledge there's things God can't do, right? Like God can't turn himself into a rock, right?
Himself into a rock?
Yeah, like
I don't
God.
know. It's possible. Maybe it could be possible. I don't think he would. It's
Well,
against
like,
his nature to do so. Why would he need to turn himself into a rock?
well,
But if you're asking the question that people always ask, which is, can God make a stone so big he can't lift it? Then the answer is he can make.
no, right?
He can lift anything.
But no, the thing is, like, can God make something that is impossible? God cannot make the impossible possible. That's what's really it's trying to say with that argument. Like God cannot do the impossibility. He cannot make what is false
No,
be true.
he can do anything as long as it is within his nature.
I mean, do you think it is within God's nature that he can make the impossible possible?
What do you think a miracle is?
No, I think miracles are within possibility because that's just hyper logic. So like miracles, they're like, for example, fixing, like for example, making human beings. To me, that's quote unquote a miracle, even though it's just really good science, right? But we would say that's a miracle. But making the miracle of him making a rock so heavy he can't lift, no, that's not a possible miracle God can do because it's illogical.
Is it possible to become like God without becoming God?
No, you cannot be, because to be like God would means you have the properties of being eternal, all knowing, and those are the properties that would make you like God, and we do not have those properties. Could never.
No, I'm saying becoming like God, not becoming God.
Right.
No, I mean, you can become like God in worldview. Like you can have the same beliefs, just not the same nature.
So what's the differentiation there?
To have the same beliefs as God is to believe in His command, right? You do as He says, and you actually believe in it, not just follow it like blindly. But to be like God in nature means you have the properties of God, like which is all-knowing, all-powerful, and that's not something we could ever achieve.
You're not becoming God, but you're sharing in God's divine love and holiness, etc.
Did I hear a touch of Buddhist in there? Buddhism?
No, nobody's talking about Buddhism. Talking about like
I hear.
Well, he
Yeah.
kind of is because he kind of is because he said reincarnation is a thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that yeah.
So yeah,
That's
that would
it.
be Buddhism.
Yeah, that would be like
Or
some
it would
Buddhist.
be, or wouldn't it be Hindu too? Don't Hindus believe that?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of reincarnation through like a bunch of religions.
Just curious.
I mean,
So, like, when you talk about God, like, what is your evidence or your proof for God?
Just look at the mirror, right? Like nothing comes from nothing. There must be a cause, and that cause cannot be a physical thing. It must be transcended beyond physical things, because if it's a physical thing, you're just going to end up in infinite regress. So how do you avoid infinite regress? You must avoid having a physical cause. So it must be a cause beyond the physical. And what can do causation that is non-physical? Only the mind can do cause without physicality.
So sorry to ask the question, but we got a gay rights activist backstage. Let me introduce
We
him.
bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. The Dave. Welcome to the show, mate.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
You're muted, by the way, Dave.
Come again?
Dave, you're
How's that?
muted.
Is that all right? Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Sorry about
Perfect,
that.
mate.
Sorry about
Fucking
that, dude.
brilliant, mate.
Fucking hell.
Should I call you Mister? Mister? Should I call you Mister?
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
So, who says I'm gay?
Who says I'm
You are gay.
You are gay.
So do you need
So,
to
Dave-
be? So do you need to? So God is eternal, has no beginning and no end, and exists by nature, not by gift. But by gift, could the human soul have eternal life without itself being eternal? That would be my question.
You couldn't say that again. No.
So if God alone is eternal, so he has no beginning and no end,
Yes.
and he exists by nature, not by gift. But through the gift of God, could a soul have eternal life without itself, in essence, being eternal?
Could a soul have? Could like God grant like a person like continued substance?
Yeah. So could God continually sustain life? So life is unending because it's continually sustained by God, who is in his nature eternal. But the soul itself doesn't become eternal. It's not by nature eternal, but the not because the soul doesn't become eternal in itself, but it does have a life that is unending. So the soul becomes immortal.
So like it's kind of like a welfare eternality, right? It's not like your soul is actually eternal, but rather that there's a constant welfare being provided by God that sustains your existence.
So, like, for example, like, I don't know, like, I'm hard of thinking. So, like, the way I would look at it is if you put a piece of metal into the fire, into the heat of the fire, it doesn't become heat in of itself. It doesn't become the heat of the fire, but it adopts the heat of the fire. So it becomes red hot. But when you take it out of the fire, it no longer has the heat.
Yeah. So like, yeah. So like you're saying like the soul itself isn't like the one that's eternal, but rather it's only being provided its existence by God giving its energy, basically, right?
With a communion, I'd say with a communion would be a better word.
Yeah, because God wills it. Like the soul isn't inherently eternal or immortal. It exists forever only because God wills it to.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you could do that if God wills it, like, but it's only as long as He wills it. So even if He no longer wills it,
that's why the Bible says you will have everlasting life. And it's because if you have God's grace, and you are saved by God, then He is literally granting you that foreverness with Him in His grace.
There's synergy. There's a participation.
Right.
Yeah. I would say yes, but only as long as he has a will. It's not that you. It's not that like.
Are you saying he's going to change? That's what I'm hearing.
What's this the thing? Covenants do change.
God?
The covenants. So if covenant changes, yeah, your status as being saved can change.
But does a covenant actually lead to a change in will? Can a change in covenant, is that synonymous with a change in will?
Well, wouldn't the change in covenant come from the change in will?
It could, but it doesn't necessarily work backwards. So you could have the same will, but have many different promises in order to achieve that will.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to be dependent on his will. So like, it's really
Well,
up
yeah,
to that.
we already said that.
Yeah, I mean, granted, like God, if God continues that will, you could have like this pseudo eternality.
Shit, I got a work call, boys. I'll be back in a sec. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries, Dave.
I don't think that's an if. Myself.
Yeah.
I think
You
it
know,
is a constant, permanent, whatever you want to call it.
well, you know, give it time. I mean, even the angels fell.
I'm not an angel. I'm just a human.
Yeah, your
Exactly.
soul's not an angel.
Exactly. So who's more well behaved, you or the angels?
Well,
But he knows that.
That's not the point.
Well, like you're only got to be in
the point-
God's. You're only got to be in God's good graces within His will, as long as you actually follow His will, and that can change. But let's say it's constant. If there is ever a fallout, you could step outside that will. So as long as you
Because
keep within that will,
I mean,
you're fine, I
I'm
guess.
sure even there's like a lot of people just think that theosis is something that every Orthodox Christian gets, and that's not true. But we even say that, like, because theosis is even more special than being saved. Like, being saved is the part where you are, going to be with God in heaven, so to speak. But theosis is even more special, which is a very hard thing to achieve. A lot of people kind of conflate the two. But if you follow God's commandments and do all the things that you're supposed to do and lead a good life and be a part of the church and do good works, etc., and believe in Him, then you may be saved. But we're never going to say that someone is
is saved.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're not like Protestants in that way, where they think all you have to do is say, I believe in Jesus, and then you're just saved no matter what you do. You can go murder somebody tomorrow and still be saved. That's not what we believe.
Yeah, they
We
don't get
believe-
it. Like,
we
yeah,
we believe you have to do good things and live as Jesus would live, and actually lead a good life and do good works, etc.
yeah, because the Protestants think like
hard
their
work.
belief. Yeah, because like the Protestants think their belief alone is what causes the salvation.
Yes.
So I find it.
Which is wacky.
Yeah, which is I find ironic because they're always criticizing like the work-based salvation is like, oh, you believe your works, like you believe the same thing, but rather than works, you think it's like a state of mind.
Well, they even grant you don't necessarily have to keep that state of mind, because you can go murder somebody tomorrow, and as long as you still said that you accept Jesus Christ as your savior, then He's going to save you, which is wacky doodle in my opinion.
You know,
But to
this
each
is
their
why.
own.
Yeah. Right. Let's spin the wheel again.
I
then.
don't. But yeah, I was just gonna say, and just to go with the prompt, I do not think that people come back in other people's bodies.
Oh yeah, we didn't touch on
I
that
think
part of the.
I think you have a soul. It is in you. When you die, that soul either is connected to God's grace for eternity, or you are in, basically hell, which is basically just nothingness. You are disconnected from God's grace.
So you don't believe people could be reincarnated, right?
No.
Okay. Have you ever heard of people having accounts of reincarnation, like they remember a past life? Do you ever heard about that?
Yeah.
What do you think might be happening there? Or do you think it's just it's not legitimate?
Yeah, I don't think it's actually happening. I think people are just kind of
Just like maybe
People are
some sort
very-
of hallucination.
Yeah.
It could be the case. Yeah.
I think it's more than likely like it was a dream that they had, and they were like, "Oh, this memory is just so real because I had it."
Yeah. I mean, I think we all experience a dream like that felt surreal. Because most dreams are mundane. They don't really arise any suspicion.
Yeah. Yeah, we would say that like each human soul is uniquely created by God and individual.
So you kind of believe like the way you are now is how you'll be in heaven.
Yes, yeah, pretty
Or-
much.
Okay.
I mean, I don't necessarily, I don't know exactly for sure.
Would you
but-
say? Or would you say maybe you're like more like in your prime years? Because like
I'm not like the most theological educated guy. I don't normally try to talk about this type of stuff that I don't necessarily know. So
okay, no,
it's not. Yeah, it's not usually where I would go if I don't know it. I don't
cool.
say it.
No worries. This is actually my area of expertise. Actually, like I do more theology, more than I ever do politics. Like 99% of my like debates online are like all theology.
Yeah, well, yeah. Orthodox aren't really supposed to speak beliefs of the church unless they either know for certain and or have a blessing from, their priest to do so.
Yeah, you gotta go. I didn't know you were Orthodox.
Well,
Because
they have to know that you know enough to be able to speak for the church.
yeah, because
And
like
if you don't, then you shouldn't.
yeah,
Because you're not the church, and you shouldn't speak for them.
yeah, because like I met some Orthodox women who like don't like like flat out refuse to talk about it because they're not allowed to talk about it.
Yeah.
So what religion are you? Toras or Toranas?
I believe like a more ancient belief of God. Like the original beliefs of God before like Christianity came along was like God was the all powerful mind which like basically simulated the world into existence. So the ancients didn't believe God could ever like come down to earth and join us because to them that would be like saying your computer, which is currently running, your system, couldn't be within the computer. So to say that the computer can join whatever software you're running, let's say you're running a video game, right? In the video game, you wouldn't find the computer that's running your video game because that would be a logical, logical impossibility. They believe like.
Can you
when you say the
elaborate on
ancients-
ancient? Yeah, ancient.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Like Zoroastrianism or something?
No, even before that, like I'm talking about like Egyptian, ancient Chinese, like Babylonian, Aboriginal. Like the Aboriginals believed like reality was a dream within God's mind. They didn't even think he was like some sort of entity you can see face to face. So like whenever you see like the ancients point up towards the sky, they're not saying God is up there. They're saying God
I'm
is
pretty
beyond that.
I'm pretty sure like Hinduism and Zoroastrianism are the two oldest religions according to, science people.
No, I think Zoroastrianism was invented by a guy who was coming out of a civil war, and so he was kind of like
Civil War.
Yeah,
Zoroastrianism, they say, has been around since like 10th or 5th century BCE.
Yeah, but the guy who invented it, like he believes like there's this evil god, right, and then there's this good god, and he invented that idea because
You're making me Google shit. Thank you very much.
yeah. He invented that because like apparently his nation was going through a civil war, so he's trying to like find a way to like make sense of all things. So it's like you have the good nation and the bad nation, you have the good god and the bad god.
I think you're definitely wrong on that, but okay.
Well,
I'm trying to drill down to like what religion, like, is he talking about?
It's called they would call it the Great Chaos or the Great New, which just means the Great Chaos or the Great Mind. And the reason they call it is the Egyptians.
The first time, Septepi, is what you're talking about?
No, it's called Nu. In Egyptian, they call it Nu, the waters of chaos. And in ancient China, they call it Yahweh, not Yahweh, but Shangdi, which means the great chaos. And then in biblical, you have something close to it called God was on the surface of the waters of chaos. So there's always this idea of the great chaos.
So you're like a Freemason?
Do they believe that? I don't know what Freemasons believe because Masons.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because like I thought to be a Freemason, you just had to believe in a god, not a specific one. Because like you can be a Buddhist and be a Freemason.
Well, might go back to the Knights Templar, even.
They sure do love their chaos. So I don't know.
Well, like
and duality.
You can be a Christian and be a Freemason.
No, you can't. Not really.
Well, I mean, maybe theologically there would be like conflict, but there are some.
I would, just Google Jay Dyer Freemason debate. It was like 3 weeks ago. It was really good.
Oh, yeah, I know who he is. I'll search it up later. So, like, yeah, the whole idea of God being some sort of like man to the ancients, that was like not even feasible.
What you got on that shit, Teriak?
I still don't understand like what he means by God or religion.
Well, when you say God, what do you mean? What is God to you?
No, I'm trying to understand what you mean.
I already told you. I already explained it to you.
Because like Seth is saying, like if you don't believe in multiple gods and a singular god, and you said Egypt and you started talking about like the pantheons and all this kind of shit, like you're like it seems like a contradiction that you're talking about a pantheon of gods and then you're talking about God.
Yeah.
So is it gods or God?
God. Okay. In the pantheon of gods, right? Ancient Egypt has a pantheon of gods. Do you know the Greek pantheon?
Yep.
Okay. At the beginning of the pantheon, the guy on top, what's the name of that god?
Zeus?
No.
What were you talking about before?
Before, because they have the Titans before, but even before the Titans, they're more primal gods, and within that primal hierarchy of gods, there's somebody on top. Do you know who that is?
Are they the Yordles?
Oh, it's like Ordinos or something like that.
No, they call it the primordials, not ordeals.
No, I said yordle.
What is that?
Sorry,
Yodel.
I'm trolling. I'm
Oh.
saying that your religion is like League of Legends.
I haven't played that.
Okay.
Okay. In the ancient Greek, they have a pantheon, but the pantheon still comes to one ultimate, like one god above all. And that god, if you don't know the Greek pantheon, is the great chaos. This is the same god found in Egypt. They'll say it's the chaos. Same thing in China. They'll say it's the great chaos. So all these independent nations have come to the conclusion that God is like the great chaos, the great mind. It is something beyond our existence that can never be part of our existence, and you can never see eye to eye with God because God is a mind. God is akin to the computer that generates the simulation of all reality. So for him to enter creation would mean the collapse of all reality. And so when you Christians come along and say a man is God to the ancients, that's completely foolish.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So
God is God.
He's basically anti-Christian.
The rest, I can't say it. The rest, reunionism.
If God is chaos, meaning God is disorder, how do you explain this being ordered?
No, disorder and chaos are not the same thing, and the Greeks didn't believe it that way, because again, within the Greek pantheon, you have at the top chaos, right? Later on, you have the Titans. Then you have your Zeus and his children, and those children, within those children, at the lower bottom, you have disorder, Ares. So they understood that disorder is not the same thing as chaos.
Yeah, keep going.
So yeah, like disorder presupposes an order to be disordered. So search up the Greek pantheon.
An order to be disorder.
Okay, you can only have disorder if you're disordering an order to begin with, right? You can't have disorder if there's no order. It's something you're
Yeah, he's saying there has to be order before disorder.
Yes, before disorder. So when you're saying the great chaos,
the great chaos is
the
not
great
the
disorder.
Same. No, chaos and disorder are not the same thing. That's what I'm telling you.
What is a synonym?
No, that's an English synonym, but the Greeks understood they're not the same thing, because if you look at their pantheon, they would put chaos all the way at the top, and disorder comes all the way near the bottom.
Right. So, what do you want me to type in here? Greek?
Search up the Greek main god, like the most high god or something.
Zeus is the supreme most high god in Greek mythology, also known as the king of the Olympian gods.
No, search up like the main first god, the primordial.
The main first god.
The primordial one.
Primordial. According to Hesiod's theogony, the very first primordial being was chaos, the great void or emptiness that preceded all existence. Following chaos, the primary foundational forces emerged: Gaia, which was earth; Tartarus, the abyss; Eros, desire; Erebus, darkness; and Nyx, night. These were not just gods, but the fundamental elements of the universe.
So yeah, see? They believe chaos to be like the ultimate.
Yes, but chaos is disorder.
No, it's not. Look up Eris. Look up the Greek goddess Eris. Eris.
Abe says Yogg Saron shit. Isn't that World of Warcraft boss?
There you go.
I remember that raid.
Yes.
So she comes.
So Eris is the Greek goddess of strife, discord, and rivalry, often portrayed as the malevolent force responsible for inciting conflicts and war, best known as creating the quarrel that sparked the Trojan War. She threw the apple of discord inscribed to the fairest among gods.
So yeah, they didn't believe that disorder and chaos were the same thing.
This is discord.
Yeah. What is discord if not disorder?
What is chaos if not disorder?
No, chaos is not it's not some sort of a ordered thing to be disordered. Just like did the ancients Greek believe chaos, the chaos god, and the discord god to be the same? No.
In science, chaos describes complex, unpredictable systems that are actually highly ordered and deterministic, extremely sensitive to initial conditions, whereas pure disorder is completely random and unstructured.
Yeah,
so to say that God or the Most High is chaos makes no sense.
No, you're conflicting like the Western word of chaos with like how the ancient Greeks thought of chaos. So the Greeks didn't think chaos.
It's like the Gaia shit.
How did the ancient Greeks describe
Eros and Tartarus and Gaia?
Primordial void, chasm, or gaping abyss that existed at every being of time before the cosmos was ordered. Unlike the modern definition of disorder, it was viewed as the empty space, shadowy realm, or raw, unformed mixture of elements from which the first gods emerged.
See, there you go. They didn't think the same thing as we do.
Yes. Oh. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that like this makes no sense.
Look,
that's what I'm trying to point to you.
Well, I know you don't think it makes sense. No, you think it's illogical, but the Greeks did not see it this way. They didn't think that disorder and chaos were one and the same.
Okay, let me.
Most Greeks
Let me. Well, exactly. Let me cut straight down to the core. Why do you believe this over, let's say, Christianity?
Okay, this is the only God that is accounted for.
Says gods.
What?
At the last sentence in that it says gods.
No, it's because they have multiple gods. Like in Greek.
Yeah, well.
Greeks have multiple gods, but they believe chaos.
I was just making sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I understand that.
So this is the only God that has a count in multiple continents. This is the God found in Egypt, found in Greece, found in China. Why on earth? This is the only God that is actually demonstrated in multiple continents. Why wouldn't we believe this? Who has more substance? No.
Yeah, so you're using an ad populum fallacy.
No, before there was any interconnectivity between these nations. You're not going to say like the Chinese were down in ancient Egypt. That's not something that happened.
Yeah, but again, the fundamental question is why do you believe this? And you're saying because two different ancient civilizations claim that they're pointing at the same thing?
No, they discovered this. They made the logical deduction that chaos was the ultimate God independently of each other. So if they come into the same deduction, logic based on pure logic alone.
This is what we're coming to. Like you're now saying that it's logical, but as you pointed out in terms of chaos, it makes no sense because we live in an ordered reality. Everything is order.
Yeah, well, yeah. Everything comes out of the ordering of chaos.
Everything comes from nothing.
It's not. No, God is not a thing, right? So the ancients wouldn't think that God is some sort of being that walks around in 2 feet.
No, the ancient Greeks. This is what we're pointing to. From the primordial void, from nothing.
No, look, not
everything
not
spontaneously came into existence from nothing.
No, not
nothing came from nothing.
No,
it literally says dark chasm.
Yes, because God isn't a substance. He's not some sort of thing that walks around in 2 legs. That's what they mean by void. So he's like a mind. Is there like some way your mind can be measured? No, it's more of a chasm. It's more of a void. If you look inwardly into your mind, what do you see? It's a void. It's not like, oh, there's a part of my memories. There's the part of my future to-do list. No, it's a blank void.
It's whatever you imagine that's in your mind, because that's what you're doing. Is you're
No, there's a vague, foggy idea, but those vague, foggy ideas aren't actually there. It's just like darkness. Like when you try to think it
well,
of your mind.
I mean, I agree. There's probably a lot of darkness and empty space in your mind.
So are you
but
saying
that's-
like? Are you
that's
saying
not
you
in
can
everyone's
picture?
mind?
I mean, are you saying you can picture like the edges of your mind?
I'm saying
No,
I can
right?
picture things in my mind.
Yeah, yes, you can picture things in your mind, but you're not able to picture the edges, the boundaries of your mind because it's a big old chasm.
Okay. I don't.
Yeah. So the opposite of chaos in ancient Greek, so just make sure that we're not like, blurring the lines between meaning apparently, is cosmos, representing order, harmony, and the structured universe. So why would chaos create
No,
cosmos?
Well, that's the thing.
You said it's
Order,
logical.
like, no, it is. You wouldn't say the universe always existed, right? That's nobody holds that belief. So the universe is what is being ordered. That is the order. The order is the universe. But there needs to be. We don't believe the universe has always existed. Therefore, we don't always believe there has always been an order. It was something that was created. So this means there needs to be something before order. That order must presuppose. What does
Well, the
order
Hindus believe that the universe is eternal.
Well, they're wrong, right? We can safely say they're wrong.
They can say you're wrong.
But
Just as easy as
you
you're
said you said that this is logical.
Yes, I'm doing a
Like
logical
how,
deduction.
so explain how the logic gets from like chaos creating cosmos.
That is what I was in the middle of. So right, we understand that the universe, which is the order, is not eternal. There must be something prior to the order, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
Look, you and I are not Hindus. We don't believe the universe is eternal.
Yeah, but you're just saying like, oh well, like this has to be the case. But like, I'm asking like, what is your logical deduction here?
Well, let's rule out eternal universe because infinite regress makes eternal universe impossible. Okay, now that we gotten rid of eternal universe,
You do realize you're making an invalid argument.
do you think an infinite regress could be logical?
Like, how do you ground this logic?
Exactly. You
Yes.
can't do that in an
No, you're the one that's saying
universe.
from
you cannot ground
nothing
logic.
came something.
No, I'm saying
How would you ground that logic?
So that's what I'm trying to do, man. But can we get over this ledge that the universe is not eternal?
I just want the logical argument. Premise 1, premise 2, conclusion.
Okay, premise 1. The universe, the order, is not eternal. There was something before that order. Premise 2. That order, that thing, quote unquote thing before the order cannot be a thing, because to be a thing is to be ordered. So if it's
Conclusion, it is nothing.
No, conclusion, it is neither nothing, but also neither not a thing. There's a difference between nothing and not a thing. Not a thing means it's not some sort of thing, some sort of order structure.
It's something.
No, it doesn't mean that. It's a double negative, you could say.
Oh, it's a zero
Neither
minus zero.
nothing nor something.
No, it's not nothing. So it's not saying it's nothing, like literally nothing. but it's also saying it's not a thing. It's not like it's not a stapler, it's not a car, it's not a human being. It's none of those things. So it's something that is non-physical.
But it would still be a thing.
Okay,
Like,
how,
logic
how?
is non-physical, but it's still a
There's
thing.
still a thing.
No,
And where did that thing come from?
Okay, do you think mind is a thing?
Mind?
Yes.
Do you think? Okay.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Okay.
your mind is a thing.
Okay. So how much can? So you say we can weight the mind? We can measure the mind?
No.
Well, you said it was a thing.
Yeah, did I say it was a physical thing?
Okay, to be a thing, you can either be measured in mass, force, or energy. So you're either going to have to say that the mind is either a force, an energy, or a mass that can still be measured. So are you measuring the mind in
thing.
energy?
A thing is generally defined as any distinct entity, object, or manifestation, physical, mental, or conceptual, that is designated or named.
So do you think mind is a thing, right? So you think either mind so is your position that either mind is either a physical thing, a conceptual thing, or a mental thing? So which one of those is it?
Like, it's not physical.
Yeah, it's
Mental.
not physical. It's neither mental because you wouldn't say mind gives rise to mind. It's neither conceptual because, again, concepts come from the mind. So it can't be conceptual.
Yeah.
And it can't be an object.
So our minds came from the divine mind,
Exactly, but
the universal mind.
Yes,
As
but
A
mind.
puts it, God's mind.
So God.
But you think
Yeah.
God is nothing.
No, I'm saying mind is neither physical, mental, or conceptual because it doesn't fall within this category of thing. Because
Well, it has to be something, or you wouldn't be talking about it.
No,
He's doing
exactly.
like he's trying to do like tag for nothingness.
No, it's
Yeah, I
doing
don't.
no, it's tag for not a thing. So put not dash a thing because it's not a thing. It doesn't fall within the category of thing.
Is friendship a thing?
Friendship is what a thing does.
Oh, we're in the free
people-
world territory.
Two people do.
This
two
is like
people
this is like the end game evolution, evolutionist religion.
Well, no, it's you guys who believe in the evolution.
No.
Yeah, like at like when the animals get off the ark, right? They need to evolve to like repopulate the entire Earth.
Oh, we're not getting past this. Let's go back to ancient Greeks. So
Yeah,
oh shit, one sec.
do we understand that mind is not a thing?
So
doesn't
the
fall within the
primordial. No, I disagree. It is a thing. Like the primordial void. So like from void, from nothingness. Or are we saying that void doesn't mean nothingness?
No, it means not a thingness. Because like again, if you're gonna say it's a thing,
Nothingness.
look, if you're gonna say mind is a thing, you're either gonna have to say it's either conceptual, some sort of object, or some sort of a what was the other?
Mental.
Guys, it's not a thingness, but it's not nothingness, guys.
It's not. Look, if you're gonna say mind is a thing, it's either gonna be conceptual, physical, or mental. It's neither of those. So which one is it?
Mental.
So you think mind is mental?
Yes.
So you don't think mind gives rise to the mentalness?
Yes, the universal mind, aka God.
I mean, look, if you're gonna say like we're just like making up mind, I don't know how to help you with that.
Did I say
Well,
we're
no,
making up mind?
We're just
Well,
trying to
look-
figure out how you are going to
Yeah.
ground
Yeah,
mind.
how we got from a gaping abyss to something. That's what I want you to to explain to us here. Because you said this is logical, apparently.
Well, no, look, you're saying mental is a thing, right? Like,
Yes, clearly, but I need to be right back. Boys, take over.
Go ahead, Darth.
well, look, if we're gonna say like mind is mental, which is to say, is something we think of, then like we're just thinking mind.
Well, well, where do you think a mind comes from, and what is it?
No, I would say mind is
How
the
do
thing.
you ground? How do you ground your mind? How do you ground logically that nothing became a mind? Not or hold on, not a thingness. How do you ground not a thingness becoming eventually a mind?
Because I don't believe that mind was produced by thinking. I think thinking is what the mind does. So it's a problem of putting the
what-
cart before the
and-
horse. So
and
so when
what created the thing?
well, I still believe God, right? So I still think we come from God. I think that mind comes from God.
But where does the God come from if before God there was nothing?
No, God is not a thing. He doesn't come from anything, right? You wouldn't say God is
Well, then
mental.
how do you ground the creation of nothingness?
No, nothingness. Nothingness is like not a thing, right? Only things are created.
Yeah, but eventually things were created. So how do you ground nothingness, not a thingness, to becoming things, especially things that develop a mind capable of logic?
Yeah, how does you're effectively asking me how did God create the universe, right?
Well,
Because
I'm asking you how. I'm asking you, number one, how the God became a God, and then how did that God create the universe? Yes, there's two steps there.
Okay, well,
Because
first
you're
of all,
saying that there's not a God, which is nothingness.
no, I'm saying like God doesn't become God. Like you don't think a mind.
So you think the formless nothingness thing is God, but it's not a thing?
No, I'm saying God is a mind, right? But I wouldn't say mind is a thing, and I wouldn't say mind is a mental thing because it's like
So God's a God without a brain? Because you just said that
God
mind
is
is
not a
what a
brain.
thing does. Well, you just said
Exactly.
mind is what a thing does.
Exactly.
So
God
if
is
it's not a thing, if it's not a thingness, how does it therefore possess a mind?
Exactly. God is not a brain.
No, not exactly.
So
How does the thing without the brain have a mind?
That's what I'm saying. God is not a
No,
brain.
you're not. Well, you're not saying that though. You're just saying, well, there's a nothing
No,
that
I'm
has
saying
a mind.
no. I'm
That's
saying
basically what you're saying. You're saying there's a nothing that is a mind.
no. I'm saying mind is not a thing, and things come from the mind, and mind is not a thing that can be produced by another thing.
So then God can't create minds?
No, I'm saying a brain. Simply, a brain cannot produce a mind.
You're contradicting just like everywhere in here. This is like
No,
this is
you're
like
like
contradiction machine.
no. You
Is it
can't get
mind
over
or
it.
brain, or are they both the same to you?
No, because he's saying that mind is a thing, right? But to be a thing, you either have to be a physical, a mental, or a conceptual. He's saying it's a conceptual, but
Well, you weren't even
concept.
granting that to begin with. You had a different idea before he defined a thing for you.
No, I was letting him define it. Like, what do you mean by that? So
Well, what do you define it as? Because you seem to.
I don't think. To me, a thing means you're some sort of substance. You're either a
No.
force.
We're talking about this not a thing that is to
not
God.
Yeah, to be not a thing means you're neither a physical object, you're neither some sort of energy or some sort of force. So you're none of that.
And what form does this nothingness have to be a God? Like it just has no form. It's
It's formlessness. Yes, it's formless. It has no
That is
form.
illogical.
So wait, do you think mind has a form?
I think that you have to have a brain to have a mind, and without a brain, you have no mind.
Okay, so you're saying you need the physical item of the brain to have a mind.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the problem right there. You're essentially a materialist because you have no free will, because all your mind functions
I knew this shit was
are
going
ju-
to free will.
are just a product of your brain. You're just a robot at that point. See,
That's
that's
retarded.
that's the
That's the
problem
most
with saying
retarded shit I've ever heard. It's
that's the
illogical.
problem.
It's a
That's the problem
contradiction.
with saying your mind is the thing.
And you're saying this is logical?
Well, you're the one saying the mind is a product of the brain.
We are human, bro. We're not God. We don't get to not have a brain.
No, what you're saying is your mind is a product of a physical thing. You're a computer. Do computers have free will? No, they don't. They could never have free will, no matter how sophisticated they are.
So you can't make choices?
A computer can make choices. It cannot make free will choices.
So you can't make free will choices? Is that what you're saying?
No, you're saying that. You're saying
No, that's what you're saying.
No, you're
You
the
don't
one who
have-
said.
No, I would never
so
say
you
that
don't have a
myself.
brain?
No, you
So
said
you
like
don't have a brain?
No, you said like
Where
not-
does your free will come from?
No, you're the one saying the
No,
mind.
no. You're saying that you have free will, but I don't. So where does your free will come from? How do you ground your free will? In what way?
I ground my free will in my mind because I do not think that my mind is a product of a physical thing called the brain. Because
So
if
without
my
a brain, so
Wait,
with
wait,
you,
let
so
me
you're
finish.
saying without a brain you have a mind?
Yes, because to me the brain is not a computer. This is not like generating or bringing into existence my mind. My mind is utilizing the brain as a radio, not a computer. So my mind,
Mind's telling me no, but my body,
my brain,
my body is
my
telling me
brain-
yes.
My body's telling me
Yeah,
yes.
so
Does anybody remember those old G.I. Joe fucking shit? I'm a computer, stop with the downloading.
yeah, so boys, you got about 15 minutes left. Like I said, in terms of like we can continue on with this because like I said, the whole kind of nothingness on the stuff, I just need to pop off again. Damn, Mr. Popular today. Girl back boys.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty freaking late, man. It's like already the next day. Yeah, like if you're gonna say your mind is a product of a physical object like the brain, then all your free will choices, quote unquote free will choices, are ultimately gonna be a product of the processes of the brain, which just means you're just like a super fancy computer. I don't believe that the mind is a product of the brain. I think that the brain is simply a radio for you to control your mind, for you to control your body through the brain. So the mind is a radio that interlinks the mind and body.
So Abe was right. You're a psychic radio.
Your psychic, well, your brain is a
You're
radio.
saying per individual, per human. Is that what
No.
you're saying?
No, your body, your body and brain, 100%
Abe,
human.
you win. You called it.
Your brain
What?
is physical. Your body, physical. Your mind, not physical, not conceptual. It's not something you're like inventing, because your mind is the one doing the inventing. You're putting the cart before the horse. Concepts, ideas, mental states. These are all products of the brain. I mean, products of the mind. This is what the mind does. The mind comes up with concepts.
Yeah, so where did your mind come from and your brain? How do you get from a mind that doesn't need a brain to being a thing with a brain? Where's the creation?
So obviously,
Where do you ground it?
Right, like obviously, I'm a creationist, so I believe God created the mind, the body, right?
Did he not create the mind
Yeah.
and the brain?
Well, yeah, like God created the world. So like I'm still like in that we agree. But how that's done, how you guys view that creation is entirely different than I view it. So I don't believe God first created the body and then the mind pops out of that body. I believe there was a mind prior to the body that's inserted into the brain, and then the mind uses that brain to control the body like a robot. So the brain is just a radio. Yes, there are some functions that are like pre-installed in there, like blinking. You don't think about blinking, yet you do it all the time. That's
Yeah,
pre-installed
those are called
stuff.
involuntary. Yeah,
Yeah,
that keeps
that's
you
all.
alive.
Yeah. So like
Yeah,
pumping your heart.
I don't agree that we agree on God because I don't think you have any way to logically ground your God. Like you haven't actually done that.
Well, look, that's why I wanted to get over this ledge of like, is the universe eternal? No, the universe is not eternal. There must be a cause for it, right? But that cause cannot be another physical thing because that leads you
When
into
you say
infinite
there
regress.
must be a cause to the universe,
Yes.
that's not necessarily true.
Well, look, I'm not Hindu, so I don't believe the universe is eternal.
Yeah, but you're saying that this is like the only logical way.
Well, look, the problem with like eternal universe is that it leads you into infinite regress. And the problem with infinite regress is like you have no grounding.
No, it doesn't get you to infinite regress.
No, like if the universe is eternal, right? You would never
Yeah,
land.
Pantheists would also believe this as well.
And you keep going back to this point. What is it with that?
Like you
Nora?
keep saying it must be and all this kind of stuff, but it's like you're not proving how it's the only logical way.
Yeah,
Like this is
because, I mean,
basically dogma that you've taken.
Yeah, and we wouldn't. I mean, as Orthodox, we wouldn't say that the universe is eternal. So that's already a false presupposition.
Is your
No.
argument based on this? It
No, it's
sounds
like-
like
He's asking me to like invalidate eternal universe.
No, we're not.
no, I haven't myself.
We're
I
asking
haven't heard anybody.
you how you got to the step of the universe must be created.
Because it's not eternal.
What is making you hold that belief?
Okay, if the universe is not eternal, it must be created, right?
Yeah, by a God.
No,
Yeah,
we-
God alone is the eternal, uncreated, without beginning, without end. The
Yeah, so I'm-
universe is temporal and created.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get over this ledge that the universe is not eternal, therefore it must be created.
Yes, but
That's
how
the-
have you come to the
Yes,
conclusion to that?
We understand that, but
No,
how is your God nothing? That's
No,
the whole
like-
point.
Yes.
And how
Well,
did
the
your
thing-
God go from nothing to creating a being like you, capable of logic and having
Well,
a brain?
Well, that's the thing. You accept that. The other guy doesn't. I'm not sure who's the guy not accepting.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is you've come to this what I'm saying is you've made the claim that you've come to this logically, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
So in terms of you're just saying that the universe is created, which you're not actually providing any logic for, but you're saying, grant me that the universe is created. Even if I grant you that, you'd still have to explain how something came from nothing.
No, like, look, we can prove that the universe was created, right?
Yeah, let's just grant that and get to the nothing. How do we get from something
Okay.
from nothing?
All right then.
What if
So
it just
we
gives you
acknowl-
that?
Okay, so we acknowledge premise one, the order, which is to say the universe, was not always there. Premise two, there must be something to cause the order, which is neither within the order or a order itself. So there must be something more fundamental than order. Conclusion, what is more fundamental
Okay,
then order.
So, like you're presupposing in terms of order, which gets us back to disorder, by the way.
No.
So in terms, in terms, it's like, why can something that creates order not be ordered?
No, like disorder comes after order. For there to be disorder, there must be a pile of dominoes that you're disorganizing. You're disordering them. So you can't have a disorder if there was no pile of dominoes that were lined up. So you can't disorder them if they don't exist. So they need to be there for first, those pile of dominoes, in order for you to disorder them. So disorder presupposes order. But now we come to the conclusion that order itself must also presuppose something even more fundamental than order itself.
Why?
Because we agree that the universe is not eternal.
Well, it may not have
That doesn't explain it.
had a definitive beginning, but that doesn't mean that it will be destroyed or cease to exist.
Like you're making the claim that there's something must be more fundamental than order.
Yes.
So what is that thing?
Yeah, that's the question, right? It cannot be something that is ordered. So what is more fundamental than order? That's neither disorder or order. What does that leave? You know the word.
No,
Say
I
it.
fucking don't.
Starts with a C.
He wants.
He means chaos.
Yeah,
Exactly.
It
There you
means
go.
disorder. So disorder comes before order.
No, my God, I just explained why it's not
That's what
disorder,
he's
man.
saying.
What?
That is what he's saying.
That's backwards.
I just got done explaining to you why disorder comes after order.
Yeah, but you didn't logically get to that conclusion. You just
Yes, I
Presuppose
did.
it, yeah.
No,
yeah,
I gave
Like,
it's just
okay,
a
let me show you. So it's like, before there was cold, there had to be hot. But because we know that cold comes after hot, then there must be something that exists before hot, which is cold.
No, hot and cold is what a thing does. Like, those are the like. We can understand from hot and cold that there's a medium for hot and cold. So we would understand that in order for you to have hot or cold, you would need there would need to be a medium for that thing to exist. That's what I'm saying.
Before something becomes hot, it must be cold.
No, hot and
And before
cold.
something is cold, it must be hot.
No, hot and cold is a property of something. Like the air is hot, the stove is hot. What causes hot or cold is the vibrations of that medium. Whatever, like the air. If the air is vibrating a lot, you get hot. If they're not vibrating as much, you can get cold. But we understand that the medium comes before the hot or cold.
Okay. And how does this get us to nothing?
That's what I'm telling you. We understand that the order was not always there. We understand that disorder presupposes order, but there's something more fundamental than order itself, because the universe wasn't always there. You know the word. You just don't want to say it.
Bro, this is some cult type shit. We need to get Avarice on this call right now.
No.
Again, you're saying that order presupposes disorder.
No, disorder.
Order presupposes order. Okay.
Yes, but we understand that order is not the fundamental, right?
Okay, why is order not the fundamental?
Because the order has not always been there. Order, somebody must create the order. Order does not make itself.
You say avarice. I was thinking like FDA.
Yeah, so like it's basically the chicken or the egg problem we have here.
Well, he's saying the universe was created but God didn't create it, or it was created.
Nothing created the universe.
Chaos. It was in a yes.
Yeah, he's saying the chaos created it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
because
the primordial void, the gaping abyss.
yes, you have to logically include chaos.
So it's just a random accident then. So
Yeah,
evolution.
that's exactly. Yeah,
It's
exactly.
not a random. It's not a random act.
So we went from created to a big bang all in one somehow.
No, chaos
Yeah.
just means chaos means the mind, the great mind, which just means God. But you
So
understood.
that's not what that means. But okay.
That's how the ancients. That's how the ancients understood it. That's how the Greeks understood it. So, like, the Greeks understood that there was something before order. That order was not fundamental. What's the only plausible thing that can fit that?
Yeah,
It's chaos.
Yeah,
It's chaos.
God created order, not chaos, and chaos isn't God.
Chaos is God. You must
Oh.
deduce that from order.
No, God is God.
And who is God?
And he made us in his image.
So you're saying like God has a physical body?
Nobody said that. I heard.
No, yeah, nobody said that.
I'll do all listening, and I'm
No, but you're saying in his image. That this means God has a form. God cannot have a form, because to have a form means you have like edges, you have boundaries.
we're applying human characteristics onto God. That will not work. No,
Exactly.
not ever.
We're applying our limitations. We're imposing ourselves onto God, rather than acknowledging that God is beyond these things. It's not a thing like us. It's not a brain. It's not something that has a form. It's not something you can shake his hand. Like, let me shake your hand, God. He is
right.
Yeah,
Okay.
he is pure
So,
mind.
I'm going to say, which is nothing or chaos, but
it's not a
that'd be
brain.
something, but it's also nothing. Yeah,
Well-
the mind and the brain are two separate things. But anyways, folks, I'm going to send you all back into the quote-unquote chaos. Our boy Vintage is doing an out premiere of one of his debates in VK. No one else is live. So make sure you give him an L, like and L, sub and all this kind of stuff. Appreciate you all coming up on panel. Appreciate all the donations as well. What? 1 sec. Let me do it. Appreciate all the donations as well. We were $18 close to getting the 300 goal. Shout out to the Spartans, all this kind of stuff. Gentlemen, is there any final closing thoughts, nuggets of wisdom before we head away?
Yeah, if you guys are into like theological debates, that's what I mainly do. You can check out my channel. I'm barely starting, so it's fun.
Be careful what you ask for.
I
You
would,
might just get some.
I would call into Jay Dyer's channel when he does an open call in.
I have. I called in once.
Oh, so you've been wrecked before?
I trolled him.
Because you couldn't actually contend with his arguments.
Well,
You don't got to troll when you got logic on your side. I'll see you all tomorrow. God bless
Later,
America. God bless Donald Trump. I'll see you all.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we